A mediocre gamer suddenly receives super lucky points, not only winning easily but also unlocking strange challenges. Confronting mysterious creatures, rescuing strangers. That lucky power seems to have a purpose, and not everyone accepts it. Suddenly, he discovers that behind this miraculous help lies an extremely deep conspiracy. Another player is watching and waiting to seize what he has obtained. What will the male lead do with such unusual luck? Will he choose to continue or find a way to break the game? Don't miss this thrilling journey full of unknowns. The opening scene takes place at a lottery ticket agency. A ding-dong sound rings out as a young man walks in. A staff member, holding a check in both hands, smiles brightly and says, "Brother Fan, congratulations on winning the lottery first prize again. This is the prize check for 10 million. He looks up and sees a young man wearing a green frog mask covering his head staring at him. The staff member is startled and shouts, "Damn it!" He tremblingly hands the check to the young man, saying in a frightened tone, "Brother Fan, this is the 4th time already. Can you please not wear such scary outfits every time you come?" The young man scratches the back of his head with one hand and puts the other in his pocket, saying, "I'm so sorry." He leaves the store, and the staff member's voice echoes from inside, "Welcome to come again next time." That young man slowly removes his mask. A handsome face appears, and he thinks to himself, "My name is Fan Xiao, and I am a person with superpowers. I can accumulate my own luck." He looks at the check in his hand and contemplates, "My luck points have accumulated a lot. If I use them all at once, I'll have a 100% chance of encountering good luck. Relying on this, I've won the lottery 4 times, completely achieving financial freedom." Fan Xiao puts the check into his coat pocket and slowly walks away. "To win the lottery, I accumulated a month's worth of luck this time. The price I paid was constantly encountering thieves, snatchers, human traffickers, and car accidents during that month." He smirks, looking amused. Accumulating 1 month was already so unlucky. Then, accumulating 2 months, what will happen? 2 months later. Fan Xiao is jogging in the park, panting, huff, huff. Someone is behind a bush nearby. He parts the bush, looks at Fan Xiao running, and whispers, "Hungry, I'm so hungry." He seems to sense something and turns around abruptly, looking alert. A person lunges straight at Fan Xiao, his eyes bloodshot, his tongue unusually long, his hands reaching out to grab him, saying with a ferocious expression, "So hungry. You smell so good. Let me eat you." Fan Xiao takes a step back, assuming a fighting stance, looking wary, and thinks to himself, "This is an evolved person. I guessed that I would encounter great misfortune recently, but I didn't expect it to be this great." He takes out a spray can from his coat pocket, thinking, "Luckily, I prepared for this early." Fan Xiao points the spray can directly at him and shouts, "Take this. Wolf repellent spray." He is hit, looking flustered, his eyes stinging and watering. The evolved person covers his eyes with both hands, falling backward, shouting in pain, "Ah!" Fan Xiao excitedly takes out a rope. He ties up the evolved person tightly, stepping on him with one foot, smiling brightly, and makes a phone call. "Hello, police? I want to report a crime. I was attacked." At the police station, a police officer, holding a glass of water in one hand and a pen in the other, says calmly, "Fan Xiao, here to make a statement again? Tell me, how many times is this?" He answers leisurely, "To date, I have subdued 47 criminals and made 112 statements." The police officer rubs the back of his head, laughing, "Your unlucky constitution, cough, I mean, you have a talent for catching criminals. It's a pity you're not a police officer. Who did you catch today?" Fan Xiao looks at him speechlessly. He seriously recalls today's news, shocked. A young girl went crazy and attacked an 80-year-old man. Recently, there have been many suspected attacks on civilians in various places. At the XX chicken farm, everyone died overnight. Surveillance cameras captured a suspicious figure. Fan Xiao says he is very strong, somewhat similar to the evolved people mentioned on the internet. Hearing this, the police officer sighs in disapproval. "Don't talk nonsense. Evolved people don't exist at all. It's just a rumor." Fan Xiao says timidly, "Okay." But he thinks to himself, "If I weren't an evolved person myself, I would have believed you." After leaving the police station, it is already dark. Fan Xiao slowly walks down the street. As he walks, he thinks, "This time, I accumulated 2 months, but I was attacked by an evolved person. If I didn't have rich experience, I would have almost been overturned." More than a month ago, some individuals in humanity experienced mutations in their bodies. Their food intake increased significantly, their physical qualities greatly improved, and they also developed a strong hunting desire for other living creatures. Such mutated individuals are called evolved people. Fan Shao sees a husky and stops in front of it. The dog wags its tail and approaches him, barking, "Woof, woof." Fan Shao frowns, looking at the husky in front of him. The husky doesn't bark either, staring at him with wide eyes. His expression darkens, thinking to himself, "Uncle Lee's husky." Fan Zhao's whole body trembles, losing control. He stares at the dog, thinking, "It looks so delicious. I really want to tear it apart, and drink its blood and eat its flesh." He tries to restrain himself, covering one side of his face, quickly walking past the dog. "Damn it, hold it in." At Fan Yao's home. He sits in the living room, looking at the computer with a serious expression. He thinks to himself, after becoming an evolved person, no matter how much ordinary food I eat, I can't get rid of the feeling of hunger in my heart. I always want to hunt living creatures. The computer screen displays evolved people. The search results related to the term evolved people are none. He thinks, content related to evolved people has been completely deleted. Fan Shao leans back on the sofa, exhausted. Is the consequence of releasing desires that you eventually want to eat even people? He looks at the source of energy in his hand, contemplating, I don't want to degenerate into a monster that eats even human flesh. Let's use the luck I've accumulated for 2 months. Hoping it can be resolved smoothly. He clenches that source of energy, and the energy dissipates. A golden vortex appears before Fan Zhao's eyes, startling him. He stares blankly at the golden system panel that gradually appears in the air. A series of system notifications appear. Evolved person detected. Congratulations, you have received the qualification to become a pre-selected player for the Evolution game. The Evolution game is developed by Ninth Dimensions United, with the aim of promoting the evolution of all mankind. We look forward to your performance. Analyzing life trajectory. Fan Shao looks at the system notification. Analysis complete. The following are the game occupations suitable for you. Please choose 1, 2, Dark Knight. 3, Assassin. Note, game occupations are related to talent development. Please choose carefully. He thinks to himself, the method of resolution, it seems I brought it on myself. After the initial shock, Fan Shao calmly sits down and seriously studies. Comet is unlucky, and Dark Knight is too immature. He touches the system panel and says to Dark Knight 3. Assassin. It's better to choose Assassin. The system announces, congratulations, you have received the game occupation Assassin. As a pre-selected player, you have 1 talent development opportunity. Use it now or not? Note, talent is an extension of the occupation, ranging from S grade to A grade, infinitely variable and countless. Even with the same occupation, very few people can develop the same talent, so there's no need to worry about overlapping with others. Note 2, please note, luck is also part of strength. Fan Shao reads the notification, smiling with satisfaction. Luck is also part of strength. How convenient! I just accumulated 2 months of luck. He clenches his hands in front of his chest, looking tense, closing his eyes tightly, and gritting his teeth, saying, I must develop the best talent. The system displays the notification, congratulations, you have obtained the A-grade talent Slaughter Angel, incomplete. Humans have 7 virtues and 7 deadly sins, which are spiritual beings born from your negative emotions. The Slaughter Angel will use your 7 deadly sins as weapons to bury your enemies in a vortex of destruction. Note 3 original sins are awakened, lust, pride, and sloth. Lust, the Slaughter Angel constructs its body with your desires, and its physical strength is directly related to the upper limit of your spiritual power. Even if it is torn apart, it can be reconstructed with your spiritual power. Pride, your pride makes the Slaughter Angel arrogant and refuses any observation or intervention except from you. Of course, when attacking, she needs to actively shrink the space and materialize. At this time, she can be touched and can be observed by those with spiritual power. Sloth, the Slaughter Angel inherits your laziness and is too lazy to move her legs to walk. Instead, flying and teleportation are commonplace for her, but currently she can only stand a few meters away from you. Note 2, summoning time 30 seconds. Note 3, cooldown time 24 hours. He looks at the system notification, looking serious, contemplating, this can probably be considered a summoning type talent. It can transform a Slaughter Angel who dances the 7 deadly original sins from within my negative emotions. It's just that only 3 deadly sins have been awakened, lust, pride, and sloth, which is equivalent to having additional hidden assistants who know how to teleport. He punches his palm, his eyes gleaming, happily saying, it took 2 months of luck to open this. Logically speaking, It should be very strong, right? The system displays player panel is being created. Nickname, Fan Xiao, can be changed. Occupation, Assassin. Evolution rate, 9%. Talent, Slaughter Angel, incomplete. Items, none. Game currency, none. Player level, none. Player ID, G0801055551. As a pre-selected player, you need to participate in the selection instance. Only by passing the game instance evaluation can you become a formal player. Evaluation will begin in 10 seconds. 0 hours 0 minutes 10 seconds, 0 hours 0 minutes 9 seconds. The system counts down, 0 hours 0 minutes 8 seconds. Fan Xiao exclaims in panic instance. Selection? The system counts down to 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. The notification displays, nickname changed to Sea Lion. At the same time, a stream of power wraps around Fan Xiao. The system announces, selection department, activated. A new scene appears, accompanied by the system's announcement, background introduction. Weber City was once a prosperous city, but an abnormal event destroyed it, turning it into an abandoned city. This unmanaged city was eventually occupied by a large number of monsters. They live here, ready to start a bloody feast at any time to welcome tourists from afar. Hint 1. Safe house is the only place that can shelter you at night. 2. From 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. is the monster's sleeping time. Please do not make too much noise. Waking them up is very dangerous. 3. The instance boss refuses to let any visitors leave. Instance task. Find the space-time station G080108A1, enter the station, and complete the registration as a formal player. Fan Xiao suddenly widens his eyes. At this moment, he pushes himself up to sit, his hands constantly groping on the ground, his eyes looking around. Fan Xiao is stunned to discover that all his self-defense tools were not brought into the instance at the same time. Perhaps it's for game balance. If someone brought in ballistic missiles, then no one else would need to play. He hears voices and looks up. Not far away, two people are talking. It seems we all received the game prompt. A player, whose system shows the identity of senior manager, says with a cold expression, "My player panel shows that I'm participating in the selection instance. The task is to find the space-time station. Is it the same for you guys?" The remaining player, whose system shows the identity of student, says excitedly, "Exactly the same." Fan Xiao observes and sees that there are two men and one woman nearby. One of the men has the identity of youth with hat. The other man is greasy middle-aged man, and the woman is shown as weak woman, who says fearfully, "This place is all fake. We just need to wake up, right?" There are also two female students, younger high school sister and older high school sister. The younger sister timidly clings to her older sister's arm, asking fearfully, "Sister, what do we do next?" The older sister, holding a doll in one hand, says calmly, reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'm here." The greasy middle-aged man, with a lewd expression, rubs his fat hands together and approaches the weak woman, smiling, "Don't be afraid, little sister. Come to me, and I'll protect you." She is startled and blushes. The weak woman quickly retreats, raising one hand to block, shouting in a panic, "Sir, please don't come over here." She falls to the ground, crying out, "Ah!" The pitiful weak woman sits on the ground, trembling and crying, "Wah, it hurts." Her thin shirt becomes messy, making her even more alluring. The greasy middle-aged man stares at her, looking indecent, laughing, hee hee. At this moment, the youth with hat pats him on the shoulder, saying, "Enough. The instance task is the most important thing right now." The greasy middle-aged man immediately stiffens, sweating on his forehead, stammering, I just wanted to help her up." He pushes the youth with hat's hand away, looking annoyed. Fine, I won't argue with you guys." The older high school sister speaks up. The lower right corner of the player map has a time reminder. It's 7:38 a.m. now. "We can leave the safe house," the youth with hat suggests. "I just started. The monsters start sleeping at 7:30. To be safe, should we wait until 8 o'clock before going out?" The weak woman stands beside him, afraid to offer an opinion. We can also wait until 9 o'clock. That would be a bit safer." Fan Xiao approaches them and says, "It's best not to waste time casually. Although the mission time is not clearly limited, it's actually marked in the dark." He explains, "This place is an abandoned city. The chances of finding food are very low. Without replenishment, our stamina will gradually decrease. And to find the space-time station in this city, the amount of searching will definitely be very large. In short, our time is very limited. The weak woman looks enlightened, saying, "Oh, sorry, I didn't think of this point." She feels like the difficulty of the game has increased a lot in an instant. The senior manager agrees, he's right. I overlooked the issue of food. If that's the case, let's act quickly. The group walks towards a large gate in front, with Fan Xiao walking last. He glances at the doll in the older high school sister's hand, thinking to himself, this doll can be brought into the instance. Is there anything special about it? Could it be an item? He observes the group, looking serious, thinking, also, are there any evolved people with the desire to eat people among these 7 people? He looks at the hats on the senior managers and youth with hats heads, thinking, covering up obvious characteristics is the most suspicious. Are they the ones? The 8 of them step out of the safe house. They walk down the street, observing everything around them. The senior manager frowns and says this is troublesome. The area of this city doesn't seem small. If we use a rolling search method, we don't know how much time we'll waste. The student player walks beside him, offering an opinion. Weber City has a style similar to cities on Earth. There should be a bus station. Maybe there's a space-time station we're looking for in one of these bus stations. How about we go straight to Weber City's bus station and try our luck? He laughs awkwardly, saying, you're thinking too naively. Besides, we don't even know where Weber City's bus station is. Hearing this, the student deflates, saying that's true. The senior manager glances at Fan Xiao, thinking to himself, from the previous discussion, this person's thinking is very flexible. We can't ignore his opinion. He approaches him, looking friendly, smiling, what's your name? Fan Xiao coldly shakes his hand and says Fan Jianqiang. The senior manager stiffens, forcing a smile, Fan Jianqiang. Mr. Fan, what do you think we should do next? Fan Xiao says we need a map. We can look for buildings similar to subway stations. There's usually a map of the area at the entrance of subway stations. The youth with hat speaks up, but the maps at the subway entrances usually cover a small area. It's very difficult to piece together a map of the entire city. Fan Xiao glances at him and says, we don't necessarily have to piece it together completely. We just need to know how to get to some places. The senior manager accepts Fan Xiao's opinion. Besides this, we don't have any other methods. The student player says excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The greasy middle-aged man approaches the 2 female students again, smiling. When we act, you guys should follow me. I'll protect you. The younger sister panically hides behind her older sister, crying out, sister. The older sister angrily glares at him, gritting her teeth, get lost. Half an hour later, a voice rings out, found it. This is a subway entrance. The 8 people stand at the subway entrance, looking at the dark road ahead. Someone says it's so dark in here. We didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Maybe the monsters are hiding down below. I'm scared. Fan Xiao takes out a pack of matches. He strikes a match, click. Seeing this, the senior manager is stunned and says, Mr. Fan, where did you get those? He replies coldly, pick them up on the road. Fan Xiao uses the flame from the match to light a torch. He holds the torch, leading the way down, step. The senior manager behind him suddenly shouts in panic, wait, don't go down yet. His ears twitch slightly, and he says seriously, there's breathing. 3, no 4. There might be 4 monsters down below. The student player beside him immediately looks at him eagerly, his eyes shining, and he exclaims, hearing. Is this your talent? The senior manager seems not to know what he's talking about. Asking blankly, talent? What is talent? The student player is also stunned at this moment. Oh, you don't know about talent? Isn't talent something that every pre-selected player can develop? The senior manager asks stupidly. Everyone has talent? Fan Xiao points at him and asks, haha, have you ever hunted animals? He says awkwardly, you guys also know that evolved people have a very strong hunting desire. I've been holding back for 2 weeks, and I've really reached my limit. The senior manager slowly removes the hat on his head, so I bought a dog myself. He points to the dog ears on his head, smiling, then, I gained the hearing and smell of a dog. The student player runs around him, excitedly saying, you're so amazing. I only watched for 4 days and couldn't stand it anymore. Luckily, I became a pre-selected player on the 4th night. That feeling of hunger decreased a lot. He talks animatedly. I guess maybe after becoming a formal player, the problem of eating and drinking desires will be completely solved. Fan Xiao leans close to the senior manager, crossing his arms and asking, what does it feel like to eat a dog raw? He doesn't answer immediately but asks in return, Mr. Fan, why are you asking this? He says, nothing, just a little curious. Fan Xiao whispers in his ear, have you ever thought about He panics when he hears him say, "Eating people?" The senior manager turns pale, backing away from Fan Shao, shouting in fear, "What? Eating people?" He continues to back away, looking frightened. "Why do you have such thoughts? Could it be that you—" Fan Shao looks at his expression, thinking to himself, the senior manager isn't lying, unless his acting skills are very good. Otherwise, those subtle expressions can't fool me. He says, "Just kidding. After all, humans are also animals. Maybe some evolved people will eat people. Who knows?" Hearing this, the senior manager breathes a sigh of relief. Phew. The student player rubs his head, saying happily, "Mr. Fan, don't joke around like that anymore. You scared me. I really thought someone was eating people." The youth with hat says coldly, "Stop joking around. What should we do now? Should we go to another subway station?" The weak woman behind him quickly echoes, "Yes. Yes, we should definitely go to another one. There are monsters here." Fan Shao disagrees, saying, "Let's keep going. Changing to another place probably won't make much of a difference. We explored the surface for so long without seeing a single monster. But there are 4 in the subway. If avoiding the sun to sleep is their habit, then other subway stations probably won't be lacking in monsters either." The senior manager turns around and says, "I agree with Mr. Fan's thoughts. Let's keep going." The weak woman sits down on the ground, wiping her tears, saying fearfully, I'm not going. I'm scared." The greasy middle-aged man rushes up angrily, questioning, "Are you guys crazy? Those are monsters." The youth with hat says calmly, "Keep your voices down." Hearing the two of them speak, he also wavers a little, looking at Fan Shao and the others, saying, "How about we go to another subway station and try?" The student player agrees with this idea. "That's right. What if there aren't any monsters in another place?" Fan Shao ignores them. He takes the torch and walks down by himself, saying as he goes, "Suit yourselves. I'm going to find the map." He thinks to himself, "If I encounter danger, I can just try the practical effectiveness of my A-grade talent." A figure runs after Fan Shao. He turns his head and sees the senior manager rushing over, saying, "Mr. Fan, wait for me." There are also 2 high school girls behind. He slows down, approaching Fan Shao. "Let's go together." The older sister says, "I want to personally confirm the map." Fan Shao looks at her appreciatively, saying, "Carefulness is a very good habit." As he turns around, he says, "My memory is good. Later, after we find the map, just leave the memorization to me." The senior manager naturally agrees with his opinion. "Okay." The younger high school sister seems to notice something, looking horrified, and grabs her older sister's arm tightly. She tremblingly points forward, saying, "Monster." Fan Shao raises the torch and sees a huge monster, its whole body red, lying in front of them. The monster doesn't seem to have noticed them. It's lying on the ground, fast asleep, its eyes closed tightly. The 4 of them don't dare to wake it up, gently following the edge of the wall to walk. Fan Shao notices something. Fan Shao holding a flickering stick with fire, he looked up smugly, said, "Don't need to go to the inside, I found the map." He walked towards the wall, begin to speculate, and it's the map of whole Weber City. Senior manager suddenly asked, "Only watching the map in 1 minute, you already remember, that's it?" Fan Shao, squatting to carefully draw on the map, reply, "Yeah, just remember by instinct." Lu Xining frowned. She thought in doubt, "I don't remember much, but what he drew completely matches what I remember." The remaining group of players walked over. The weak woman among them exclaimed, "Oh, they're here." The male student standing behind scratched his head and waved happily. "It's great that everyone is okay. We're really sorry. We were just scared." And then Xining frowned. She sternly reminded, "Everyone acting together is to cooperate and complete the dungeon mission. If you encounter danger and retreat, you can't be a team." Suddenly, the greasy middle-aged man got angry. He rudely pointed at her and yelled, "So what if I feel it's dangerous and don't want to go down? Can't I?" Xining calmly replied, "Then don't even think about getting the map." The greasy middle-aged man was at a loss for words. He turned to say, "Okay, you ask those 3 if they agree." The young man with the hat stepped forward, accidentally bumping into the greasy middle-aged man, who flinched in fright. The young man with the hat was cold but very sincere. "We were wrong before. I apologize. I will absolutely cooperate with everyone in the following actions." The fake weak woman next to him also chirped and bowed. "Sorry, I was just a little scared and couldn't keep up, sorry." The male student scratched his head. He agreed, "I'm also sorry. I was a bit timid just now. After all, it's the first time I've encountered this. Next, I will also cooperate with all my strength." The greasy middle-aged man was stunned and gaped. He gritted his teeth, unable to speak in anger. You. Xining turned to ask, "What? Do you have anything else to say?" He angrily and awkwardly replied, I. The greasy middle-aged man resigned himself. He bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, but in his head, he cursed, you bitch, sooner or later I'll play you to death. Fan Xiao stood up, he reminded everyone, save some strength, we don't even know if we can survive and get out. He held out 2 maps, proudly saying, there are 2 maps here. Next, we'll split up and act separately. Oh, why do we have to split up? In horror movies, splitting up leads to immediate death flags. Fan Xiao began to discuss, there are 3 bus stations in Weber City. Acting together takes too long, splitting into 3 teams is more efficient. The male student replied puzzled. Then how do we divide the teams? Xining stood up, she suggested, my sister and I will go explore the bus station in the east. The rest of you can do as you please. The greasy middle-aged man put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Xining, excitedly saying, I'll go with you. I'm also interested in the bus station in the east. Xining flatly refused, no need, you go somewhere else. He grinned savagely, arrogantly saying, Humph, I'll go wherever I want. Girl, can you control me? Xining was annoyed, she firmly replied, I'll say it again, you go somewhere else. The greasy middle-aged man didn't think much, he immediately retorted, brat, take care of yourself. The high-level manager asked suspiciously, what do you want to do? He turned around and angrily reasoned, scouting, want to go to any station I want, can't I? I want to go to the east station, is that not allowed? Fan Xiao had a sullen face, he stepped behind the greasy middle-aged man and coldly said, I also want to go to the east station, so the 4 of us will go together. The greasy middle-aged man was startled and his eyes widened as he turned around. He was scared and sweating coldly, frowning and thinking to himself, what trick is this kid trying to play? Fan Xiao turned to the high-level manager and said, we don't need the map anymore, I remember it all, you guys go. He replied, okay. The high-level manager thought reassuringly. With Fan Jianxiang over there won't be any problems. He took the map and turned to discuss with the young man with the hat, your group of 4 will go to the east station. Among the remaining people, you and I are the oldest. Let's each lead a team. He immediately agreed, no problem. The young man with the hat shouted loudly, I'm going to the north station, who wants to go with me? The weak woman excitedly raised her hand, she smiled and replied, me, I'll go with you. The male student standing behind made a fighting fist, he cheerfully exclaimed, then the 2 of us will go together. Don't worry, I will do a good job of scouting next. The high-level manager had a worried look on his face, he said coldly, let's go. So Fan Zhao's group set off for the east. The greasy middle-aged man's face darkened behind them, as if he was plotting something. He frowned sullenly in annoyance. Baizhi walked behind, tightly gripping Xining's arm, not leaving her side for a moment. In his imagination, the greasy middle-aged man imagined the scene of molesting the 2 sisters, Xining crying and begging, woo-woo, uncle, we were wrong. He put on a lecherous face, schemingly thinking, these 2 little girls dared to be arrogant with me before, and now we're a considerable distance away. Suddenly, a hand patted the greasy middle-aged man's shoulder hard. Fan Xiao seemed to have caught him, he dangerously widened his eyes and asked, what are you thinking about? The greasy middle-aged man was startled and panicked as he turned around. Fan Xiao abruptly asked, the 2 sisters are both very fragrant and alluring, right? The greasy middle-aged man frowned and widened his eyes, he gaped, what are you talking about? Fan Zhao's face darkened, he coldly replied, stop pretending. Images of Baizhi clinging to Xining kept flashing. Fan Xiao licked his thumb, knowingly saying, but knowing these 2 girls are delicious, don't you want to eat their flesh? The greasy middle-aged man burst out laughing, he happily replied, brother, so you're into that too? Fan Xiao said calmly, that's right, when there are many people. You have to act, otherwise if you get ganged up on, what do you do? Fan Xiao acted with a shameless gaze, smiling slyly, it's just that the craving is hard to resist, I'm almost unable to hold back anymore. On the contrary, in his stomach. He thought, as expected, I was tricked. The greasy middle-aged man fell into the trap, he said all his thoughts, oh, it's all the same, if I couldn't hold back, I wouldn't have thought of following you. He blurted out, damn it, talking about this makes me angry again. Why, when we become substitute players, the craving doesn't dare to come, but those guys get reduced? The greasy middle-aged man kept saying all his dirty thoughts, and there's talent, we don't even have it, even the ability of animals is hard to come by. Eating people and it disappears. If it wasn't for the fact that strength increases after eating people, I would suspect that the game is discriminating. Fan Xiao walked along, coldly agreeing. That's right. He thought to himself, so evolved people lose their abilities after eating people, but increase their physique. Fan Xiao turned to skillfully inquire, So how many kinds of animal abilities have you obtained before? I used to get 5 kinds, but now they're all gone. The greasy middle-aged man blurted out. 5 kinds? Isn't the most 3 kinds? He widened his eyes in surprise. He exclaimed, at that time, after I ate a dog and a cat, I ate a mutated pig. It was too fast. I almost lost my reason, and my instinct attacked humans. Yet you were able to eat these 5 kinds of animals, are you sure? Xining approached and asked, what are you guys talking about? She frowned in shock. You guys have eaten people? Baiji, standing behind, cried out in fear. Sister. Fan Xiao was forced to continue playing the villain. He said sinisterly, we've been discovered. Okay, let's each choose one, shall we? I like the older sister. I'll let her to me, okay. The greasy middle-aged man agreed, okay. He tensed up, and in a flash, he transformed into a muscular monster. He shouted, just do as you say. The older sister belongs to you, but don't eat her yet. The greasy middle-aged man gnashed his teeth. His eyes flashed with a red light. He gritted his teeth. The muscles on his face were clearly visible, and he growled. I have to play with these 2 sisters once. He stood towering in front of the 2 sisters, warning, cooperate a little, it'll be less painful. Xining shouted without any fear, think carefully, if you lay a hand on us. You won't be able to explain it after you return to the safe room. At that time, if you are ganged up on, there won't be a good result either. The greasy middle-aged man paused for a few seconds and said this. Fan Xiao stood behind and smugly seduced, don't worry, it won't. After we deal with them, we can blame it all on the monster. Just say that when we were scouting, we accidentally made noise and a monster dragged the sisters away. Fan Zhao's eyes flashed with a green light, smiling. We are all strangers. Do you think the others will attack us for 2 dead people? That's ridiculous. The greasy middle-aged man laughed triumphantly. Hee hee, brother, your brain is really flexible. Xining stood up. She shouted an order, sister, go find someone to help. I'll hold them off first. Baiji tremblingly replied, sister. Xining threw a move while urging her sister, go quickly. The greasy middle-aged man raised his fist and rushed up like lightning. He laughed, haha, block them, arrogant. Xining continuously dodged and threw moves, operating. Suddenly she panicked and stopped. The greasy middle-aged man was hit in the eye, and painfully shouted, ah. Baiji, standing behind, still cried out in panic, sister. Xining turned back and helplessly urged, go quickly go find them to help. The greasy middle-aged man flew into a rage. He roared and cursed, you bitch, you cheap thing. I must make you regret coming to this world. Xining was stunned. She widened her eyes and thought to herself, danger. She was grabbed tightly by the neck. The greasy middle-aged man lifted her up, threatening, see how you can deal with me now. Red liquid splattered everywhere. He was pierced by a sharp object from behind, frowning and gnashing his teeth. The greasy middle-aged man turned his face to angrily look at Fan Xiao with murderous intent. He did his best, trembling, unable to speak. He fell face down on the ground. Xining rubbed her neck and coughed, cough, cough. Baiji rushed over worriedly and cried out, sister. The game system notification sounded. Player Celian has killed Player World King. Player Celian can randomly inherit 1 item from Player World King. Checking the inherited item. Player World King has no items. Inheritance failed. Fan Xiao stood looking at the monster's name. He said contemptuously, has nothing at all. What a poor ghost. Xining looked at him, surprised, and said, so you weren't his accomplice. You're not a human-eating evolved person. You were just extracting intelligence from him. Right. He calmly admitted, that's right, your mind turns quickly. Xining sat up straight. She stood up to protect her sister, and suspiciously asked, so does that mean you're a human player? Why did you suspect him? Baiji, standing behind, defended. Sister, things like this of course can't be said from the beginning, otherwise it would be alerting the enemy. We couldn't ambush that cannibal. Fan Xiao gave his reasoning, that's right, before it's clear how many cannibal players there are, casually saying this might be remembered by them for revenge. Moreover, before he was exposed, you were also suspects. Baiji covered her mouth in fear. Cannibal? Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Xining looked at Fan Xiao, who was stunned, and relievedly said, let's go over and formally get acquainted. Xining held out her hand. She happily introduced, my name is Lu Xining, I'm my younger sister, Lu Baiji. Fan Xiao had one hand in his pocket, with a cold expression, and introduced, I Fan Jianxiang. Lu Xining crossed her arms in front of her chest, turned her face away and did not shake hands with Fan Xiao. Her tone was unpleasant. Never mind if you don't want to talk. She asked Fan Xiao, but with a certain tone, before you suggested that everyone split up and act separately. Was it to create an opportunity for the human-eating players to reveal their flaws first? Right. He held the iron stick and swung it in the air, answering Lu Xining's question, if we didn't split up, how could the human-eating monsters show their fangs? Having a ticking time bomb in the team is not a good thing for anyone. There's no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Lu Baiji asked him with a frightened expression, does your Fan, mean that in addition to this greasy man, there are other human-eating players? Fan Xiao put the iron stick on his shoulder, turned around and left. He said as he walked, that's right. Let's go chase after the young man with the hat and the weak girl. Xining and Baiji had puzzled expressions. Young man with the hat, weak girl? He stopped, turned his head and said to Xining, very practical, right? I suspect they may be human-eating monsters. She quickly approached him, and asked in an urgent tone. Then who do you suspect, the man with the hat, or the weak girl? Fan Xiao replied, it's just speculation, so who exactly it is still needs to be confirmed. At another road in the city, there was someone panting, huff, huff. At this moment, the 3 people of Fan Xiao passed by that road. The young man with the hat held his wound with one hand, and quickly ran over, panting and saying, that's great, it's everyone. The weak girl ran behind him, gasping and saying, we're saved. They cried out, help, it's a monster, a human-eating monster. Fan Xiao smiled and happily said, it seems we came just in time. Xining's face was pale with fear. The young man with the hat and the weak woman pointed at each other with terrified expressions, and shouted in unison, he is a human-eating monster. Fan Xiao said, they're all pointing at each other as human-eating monsters, is there any proof? Baiji fearfully hid behind Xining. The young man with the hat supported his bitten arm, and said quickly, she wants to eat me, she bit off a piece of my flesh. The weak woman in the back had a shocked expression. She also rolled up her shirt sleeves, revealing a wound on her arm, and hurriedly said, that's not right, it's him, he's the monster, he bit off a piece of my flesh. Xining frowned, and said with a serious expression, the monster already bit its own hand in the moment it saw us and created a wound? Baiji wondered, then how can we tell? Fan Xiao frowned, turned his head, and seriously said, if they all have wounds then we can only rely on my intuition, do you agree? Xining immediately nodded and agreed, yes, we'll listen to you. Baiji hesitated and asked her, sister, is that too decisive? Fan Xiao stood in front of the young man with the hat and the weak woman, and said, then I'll choose. He held the iron rod and pointed at the weak woman, and said, believe her. The young man with the hat standing next to him had a pale face, full of fear. He shouted at Fan Xiao in panic, don't be blinded by her beauty, and be deceived by her, she's the real monster. Fan Xiao looked uneasy, pointed at the young man with the hat, and said loudly, shut up, I can still see who is the monster and who is the human, damn it, this is clearly a beautiful girl. Wait to die. The weak woman happily embraced Fan Zhao's arm with a happy expression and said, thank you for believing me. Fan Zhao's face darkened, and he said with a cold smile, don't be afraid, beauty, I will definitely stand on your side. She blushed, leaned close to his chest, and smiled, that's great, people are not a human-eating monster. Fan Xiao smiled and stabbed the weak woman's thigh straight with the iron rod, catching her off guard. Her expression was stunned. Xining held a knife, rushed forward with a determined expression, and stabbed her hard in the chest. The weak woman's face darkened, staring blankly at the knife stabbed deep in her chest, not understanding why this was happening. She coughed up blood, angrily shouting, ah, damn it, you deceived me. After attacking the weak woman, Fan Xiao and Xining quickly retreated behind. She kept her fighting posture and asked him, are you not afraid that I won't understand your meaning? Fan Xiao replied, having the experience of dealing with the greasy man before, even if I don't say anything, I believe you will know what my real choice is. Xining was surprised to hear this, and thought to herself, this guy not only has brains but also has guts, and believes that I will cooperate with him without telling me in advance. Fan Xiao said with a tense expression, monster, reveal your true form. The weak woman was provoked by Fan Xiao. She turned into a monster, with red eyes and clenched teeth. The weak woman completely transformed. A huge monster appeared in front of Fan Xiao and Xining. She shouted angrily, damn couple, I must torture you to death and then eat you. Fan Xiao immediately turned around and ran. While running he shouted loudly to Xining, this ugly thing seems to be stronger than that greasy man. Maybe it has eaten an evolved person. Retreat to this side first. Xining jumped backwards, looking at the monster with a vigilant expression. The monster slammed her hands on the ground, causing an earthquake. She shouted angrily, damn couple, stop for me. The 4 people of Fan Xiao quickly turned around and ran. Explosions sounded throughout, smoke and fire covered everything, and the buildings were gradually destroyed. Xining ran parallel to Fan Xiao, and asked him, do you have any other plans? Are we just going to keep running away like this? Fan Xiao said as he ran, don't worry. Reinforcements will appear soon. Suddenly he stopped abruptly, and turned back. Fan Xiao smiled mysteriously, and said, here it comes. The monster also chased after this time. Standing in front of Fan Xiao, he immediately spoke, and said to her, hey, you were just yelling and screaming, completely not suppressing your voice. I admire your guts very much. Don't you feel that this place is very familiar? The monster seemed to have realized something. This place is... Fan Xiao put his finger on his lips, and smiled. Correct answer. Suddenly 3 monsters appeared behind her. They rushed forward and attacked her frantically. The weak female monster shouted in pain, damn it, cunning, you damn couple. Xining approached Fan Xiao, looked at the scene in front of her, and said with an admiring tone, no wonder you attacked her thigh, it's to destroy her ability to move. These monsters are also in your calculations. Fan Xiao calmly observed, and replied, if we fight here, it will be difficult to avoid alarming the monsters inside. But these monsters all attack indiscriminately. Whoever runs slower, they attack that person. On the other side, the weak female monster struggled to wrestle with the 3 monsters in the city. Get out. He looked at their battle and said, there must be a winner between them. Fan Xiao took out something, and suddenly lightning appeared around him. Then it's time to end it. A beautiful and charming girl appeared from the sky. That was Fan Xiao's talent, Death Angel. She smiled happily, and said, I'm summoned, let me see what's going on. She looked at the 4 monsters fighting, revealing a look of interest. Wow, so many toys, hi. Fan Xiao pointed excitedly at the monster, and ordered, go. Death Angel jumped up happily, hi, so happy. She suddenly flew forward quickly, her red eyes sparkled with fire. The weak female monster seemed to have sensed the appearance of Death Angel. She vigilantly turned her head to look. Seeing this, she had a seductive look, sticking out her tongue provocatively. 1 monster in the city was killed immediately. The weak female monster stared blankly as she flew in front of her, and streams of white energy quickly bound her tightly. The parts that were bound were suddenly cut off, and blood spurted out. Her huge body was cut into small pieces. The young man with the hat, Bai Ji, and Xining said in shock, and in a daze, what happened? 2 monsters in the city appeared out of nowhere, surpassing Death Angel, and rushed towards Fan Xiao. The 2 monsters jumped up at the same time, baring their claws, opening their mouths wide to attack him. Roar. Death Angel appeared right behind them, with a bloodthirsty smile. So happy. Immediately, the 2 monsters were also chopped into pieces. Fan Xiao had his hands in his pockets, silent, standing there calmly. The pieces of the monster's body fell under his feet. Fan Xiao slowly raised his head, and grinned, it's over. The system notification appeared in the sky. Player Celian has killed Player Little Fairy. Player Celian can randomly inherit 1 item from Player Little Fairy. Checking the inherited item, Player Little Fairy does not have any items, inheritance failed. Death Angel happily shouted, Yura. Fan Xiao reached out and scratched his head and said, another poor ghost. Death Angel flew closer, hugging Fan Xiao's head, and said with a happy expression, I still want to play. Fan Xiao uncomfortably let her hug him, and thought to himself, the power has not changed, but the spirit is a little tired. Does the Death Angel consume spiritual power? He closed his eyes, and thought to himself, then I have to take it back. Fan Xiao snapped his fingers, and the Death Angel disappeared immediately. Xining asked with a stunned expression, what happened? Is that your talent? Fan Xiao said with an indifferent expression, Haze, no way, awakened a relatively cruel talent. He thought to himself, their spiritual power is weak, they probably can't see the Death Angel, so they are so surprised. Fan Xiao looked in surprise at the healed wound of the young man with the hat. Your wound has recovered. Whose talent is this? Baiji looked happy, raised her hand, and said with a smile, It's mine, sea-level healing talent, external injuries, internal injuries, diseases, poisoning. Viruses can all be treated, even fatal wounds can be cured in a few days. Fan Xiao put his hands behind his back, turned to ask Xining, what about your talent, controlling puppets? She replied, that's right, E-level puppet manipulation. Unfortunately, the puppet I brought in is broken. I don't know if there's anything to replace it in here. He asked further, besides puppets, what else can you bring in? Xining recalled and said, no, the reason I can bring in the puppet is that when I use my talent, the puppet will be recognized by the game as part of my body. What should we do next? Continue to find the bus station. Fan Xiao put his hands in his pockets, and said with a confident expression, no need, let's go find the others to gather first. I already have the answer about the location of the space-time bus station. The voice of the high-level manager sounded, your tactical playing hearts are all very dirty. The exploration game has turned into a werewolf game. so who can stand it? The key is the existence of human-eating players. This is not good news for us. But fortunately this time there's you. Otherwise, if there are human-eating monsters in the team, if we don't do it well, then ordinary players like us will be wiped out. The student worriedly continued, so how have you investigated? If we don't go to the bus station, how will we find the exit? Fan Xiao leisurely replied, I already got the answer back. He asked in surprise again, got it back? The high-level manager pointed in one direction and continued, do you mean these corpses and some newspapers? Baiji spoke, it took a lot of effort to bring these corpses back. But what is the use of these corpses in the end? He calmly explained, yes, this information was collected from libraries and newspaper stands on the roadside and is also the last information before the city was destroyed. As if enlightened he replied, I understand. With these we can deduce what happened in this city from the news. Fan Zhao's expression became serious, and he spoke, don't rush, now there is good news and bad news, which do you want to hear first? The high-level manager was a little nervous and replied, then let's hear the bad news first. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he asked, bad news? Everyone has seen the monster with their own eyes, and even touched it. What are your thoughts? He rested his chin and pondered, slowly saying, a series of strange new creatures, although the physique and physical strength of the monsters are stronger than us, but perhaps not too much stronger. There is a possibility that we can fight back, very sensitive to sound, like to sleep in places with light. The young man with the hat spoke, in the future when we go out to scout, we need to be prepared for these two things. Fan Xiao crossed his arms and replied, the analysis is not wrong. But it has not analyzed the key point. Lu Xining stroked her chin and said her guess, the monster's physique is similar to humans. He smiled on his lips, and said the shocking news, yes, similar to humans, because they were originally humans. The high-level manager and him said loudly in unison, they are humans. Fan Xiao calmly spoke, although they look different from humans on the surface, don't you feel that they are very similar to human-eating evolved people? Moreover, there is a very important point, their internal organs are exactly the same as humans. The young man with the hat asked back, is this the reason why you dissected them? As if realizing something, the student blurted out, human beings transformed into monsters, biochemical crisis. He corrected in the back, it is more appropriate to call it evolutionary crisis. He spoke, so your meaning is that this place is very similar to our world, human-eating evolved people appeared and then it became like this. Yes, Fan Xiao calmly took out the item in his hand. I guess this place is a parallel world to our world, the newspapers I collected also proved this idea. The content in the newspaper explained what happened, recently. With the rise of the live streaming program, the Stomach King Final, the mukbang industry has opened a new round of crazy internal competition. In horror, the boy lifted the car with his bare hands. Passers-by were very surprised. Is humanity about to start a new round of evolution, in the face of the increasingly serious stray dog and cat hunting situation? The Animal Protection Association has issued a strong condemnation. Behind this is the distortion of human nature or the degradation of morality. The student looked at the words and couldn't help but panic and said, also that is to say, our world will also become like this in the future because of human evolution eating people, don't? The high-level manager also couldn't help but be flustered and said, so this is also our future in the future. Baiji cried and said, I haven't found a handsome boyfriend yet. He spoke to appease, there is no need to be so pessimistic. Has everyone ever thought about a problem? The description of the Weber City checkpoint has given us an ending of the end times. Perhaps this is not a bad thing, on the contrary, it has given us a warning in advance. Xining asked back with a serious expression, what warning? Fan Zhao's voice rang, this copy is a selection copy, telling each player about the future of the evolved people. The players selected from this selection table are also us. Perhaps is the key to change the future. He suddenly spoke us, so that means we will become the saviors of the future world? The student became excited and asked, the correct direction of the evolved people? She crossed her arms and quietly observed him, and couldn't help but think in her heart, with just a few words, he has ignited everyone's fighting spirit again. Although a little arrogant, but still very attractive. The high-level manager spoke, is this the good news you said? Fan Xiao waved his hand, no. He calmly said, the good news is that I have found, or rather guessed, the location of the space-time bus station. The student loudly expressed, even the location of the space-time bus station can be guessed by you? Fan Xiao leisurely put his hands in his pockets and said, does everyone want to try to guess? I have provided all the intelligence. He scratched his head, and said shyly, puzzle, I'm not good at this. The high-level manager enthusiastically expressed, The clearance clue of the copy is usually hidden in the most dangerous place, if the monsters are originally humans. Then the most dangerous place may be the place with the most people in Weber City, such as schools, large shopping malls, scenic spots, densely populated residential areas, and so on. The young man with the hat also boldly said his guess: monsters like to hide in places without light, maybe in the underground parking lot of a large shopping mall. It is also possible that it is in the sewer. Baiji spoke to guess: could it be in the zoo? Fan Xiao spoke to praise: not bad, your answer is very close. Xining said her thoughts: in two places, if not the zoo, then the aquarium. She continued to say, the most dangerous place is not the place with the most monsters, but the location with the copy boss. The game gave Yi a reminder: the copy boss refuses to allow any visitors to leave. This sentence can be understood that the copy boss will block the door that we go out, so it blocks here, then the door will be there. The student asked in doubt back, then why is it the zoo or the aquarium? The high-level manager replied, the answer is actually very simple, it's just that our speculation thinking is wrong. In fact, we shouldn't be entangled in seeing where the most monsters are, but should think about why human beings turned into monsters. Xining's voice rang, it's the evolved people. These monsters could originally be evolved people, because they ate too many other animals, mutated too much in the direction of animals, and there was no one to eat. From then on completely lost their minds and turned into the appearance of the present. At the zoo, mutated creatures roared under the eerie moonlight, and in this city, the place with the most animals, either the zoo or the aquarium. Meanwhile, in the aquarium, huge mutated fish with glowing eyes gleamed eerily. There are two places where the strongest copy boss is likely to be born. Fan Xiao was happy, put his hand in his pocket, and took out the newspaper and said, that's right, it's the aquarium. He put the newspaper in front of him. The content on it wrote, the city aquarium discovered a very large human-eating monster. This area will be closed soon. Residents should pay attention. He spoke to guess, this is the last newspaper of Weber City, which clearly records that a very large-scale disaster of evolved people occurred in the city aquarium. Perhaps the boss was born at that time. The student seemed to blame and said, so you had already found the location, and you still kept it a secret. Fan Xiao replied, of course, everything is speculation based on our current clues. We can go to the aquarium to scout first. If we can't find the bus station, then we will go to the zoo. The high-level manager couldn't help but sigh worriedly. It seems that there will be a bitter battle next. I hope the copy boss is not strangely strong. The young man with the hat secretly speculated, strangely strong? Perhaps not as strong as this guy. He turned to ask, you are very nervous. Are you worried about fighting the copy boss? He smiled brightly and replied, yes, yes. Then the young man with the hat changed his face and thought to himself, actually I'm worried that you will suddenly violently kill people. Fan Xiao calmly spoke, actually, there is no need to worry about this. According to my speculation, perhaps we don't need to fight the copy boss head-on, a monster that has been hungry for a long time, if at the same time it encounters food that can be eaten immediately and food that loses strength to hunt. Everyone thinks which one it will choose. He replied, yes, then we will use the corpse to try first. If it doesn't work, then we will fight. He became impatient and loudly said, then let's set off now, leave this ghostly place as soon as possible. Fan Xiao slowly sat down, and said, rest well and recover your physical strength first. Wait until tomorrow to explore the aquarium. The high-level manager said in doubt, now it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there is plenty of time, why wait until tomorrow? He calmly crossed his arms in front of his chest, and spoke, I'm tired, I want to rest. If everyone wants to go, I won't stop you, anyway, I will only go tomorrow. His eyes gradually became cold. Fan Xiao thought to himself, before the cooldown time of the Death Angel passes, I won't risk touching the copy boss, because everything related to the copy boss is built on speculation. Xining sat down on the ground and coldly said, I agree with you, we will go tomorrow. Baiji replied, I listened to my sister. The student also followed suit, then I will only go tomorrow. The young man with the hat responded, me too, secretly calculating in his heart, the big thigh must be held tight. Seeing the situation in front of him, he had to say, okay, then we will set off tomorrow. Night fell, the red building in the dark city created an eerie scene. The sun appeared, shining brightly in an area, the first rays of sunshine shone on the silent buildings. The high-level manager walked towards him impatiently and said, we have rested for one night, we must set off. Fan Xiao calmly replied, wait a little longer. He said anxiously, wait any longer, it's already dawn, do you still plan to wait here for another day? The supplies we have collected can't last long. He spoke coldly, if you are anxious, you can set off first, thinking in his head, before the CD of the Death Angel completely refreshes, you can't take the risk. Angry with Fan Zhao's appearance, he loudly asked the people around, what do you think? What do you think? The young man with the hat raised his chin, and said calmly, I listened to Brother Fan. The student also chimed in and made a suggestion. Anyway, the location of the space-time bus station has already been guessed. Only the exploration work remains, no need to rush for a moment. Seeing this, the high-level manager was so angry that his face was ashen, and the words he spoke could not be more coherent. You guys, damn it. Seeing Fan Zhao turn over and wake up, Xining also glanced over. She secretly sweated. In her mind some vague images appeared with some thoughts. His terrifying talent, sure enough, needs time to recharge. Just a day. No, it is also possible that he is arranging a suspicious formation, TSK, a cunning person. Fan Zhao stretched his arms, stretched himself a few times. He said, Okay, I'm not deliberately delaying time. Let's clean up the corpses and set off. They stood in front of a pile of broken walls, with broken bricks, on which there were still 2 or 3 blood stains. Seeing the scene right in front of her, Baiji was slightly stunned, and said with wide eyes, This place is the aquarium. Why has it become like this? Xining squinted down to look at the small teddy bear carrying a large cloth bag on its back. She said, It's good to be able to find this bear, otherwise just transporting these corpses would have taken a lot of time. The high-level manager threw a sharp look at Fan Zhao from behind. The voice he spoke was full of hostility. Humph, isn't it because someone kept delaying time until noon? If you can't arrive before dark, it's over. The student also sweated coldly, and said worriedly in his heart, It seems that there are many dark areas inside. I don't know if the time-space door is in there. Is there any danger? The high-level manager immediately replied, Danger, of course there is. Isn't there still a big boss? Fan Zhao took a step forward, still with his hands in his pockets. He spoke with a firm voice, Let's go down and explore. After that, they walked shoulder to shoulder together, striding through the dark road. Someone suddenly spoke. It seems to have been abandoned for a long time. On the wall were 3 photos of the aquarium. The student stopped there. He marveled. What is this place? There are so many photos hanging. Xining turned her back and walked away. She said softly, Perhaps it is an exhibition center, all photos of tourists and employees. Seeing Fan Zhao looking at something very carefully, Xining spoke. Looking at what? Is there any clue? He replied, a little familiar. On it was a photo with 2 people, one wearing a wetsuit and a girl wearing a mermaid costume. Behind them was a huge octopus. Seeing this scene, Baiji couldn't help but blurt out, It seems that before the destruction, this place was once a beautiful place. The student waved his hand, and smiled and shouted, Come here and look quickly, there is a map of the aquarium. He pointed to an area on the map, and said with a happy voice, Wait, look at this place, it's G08010A1, sure enough, the time-space door is located here. After speaking, the student rushed forward, and loudly said with great enthusiasm, There is no time to delay, let's set off immediately. Appearing in front of them was a wide swimming pool, filled with water. Seeing the huge space-time gate standing there, the student pointed towards it, and shouted loudly in joy, G08101A1, it's here, the space-time door is really here. Fan Zhao suddenly stopped. He said to everyone with vigilance, Everyone has seen it, but don't be too happy too early. The high-level manager was also a little worried, and said softly, I can hear something under the water, the volume is very large, it may be the boss. He crossed his arms, his face full of contemplation. The high-level manager spoke again. According to what he said, you can imagine the picture. I measured with my eyes. You can see from the edge of the auditorium and the metal floor where the door is about 20 meters. We can't jump over there, we can only swim. But in the case that the bait can hold the boss, we swim with all our strength, there is still a chance. Baiji raised her hand and said, But I don't know how to swim. The high-level manager loudly said in surprise, You don't know how to swim? Xining immediately decisively spoke, Hand her over to me, I will pull her to swim over there. Fan Zhao heard this and slowly continued, When she swims, she can control the toy to carry her sister and directly jump over there. A trace of uncertainty flashed across her face. Xining still replied, Perhaps it can, but I control the toy must still comply with the rules of physics. If I carry someone flying in the air, then I will bear the weight of 2 people. The effect is not as good as directly carrying someone swimming over. Anyway, the water can provide some buoyancy. And controlling the puppet must be distracted, my speed will slow down. Immediately, the high-level manager sharply retorted, Then that won't do, we already have to deal with monsters, and there are people dragging their feet is not allowed. Can't let her. Hearing him say that, she seemed to be hit by the limit. Xining shouted, No, want to abandon my sister, I don't agree. The high-level manager then frowned. The voice he spoke was extremely serious. I know you are a smart person. You should know that taking a person who does not know how to swim into the water is extremely dangerous. As long as we reach a common understanding, use these corpses as bait, then we can leave this copy. Suddenly, Fan Shao put his hand on his shoulder. Along with an extremely calm voice, he suddenly spoke. My opinion is still to bring them along. Seeing Xining firmly standing in front of Bai Ji, Fan Shao said very rationally, it is not that I have a holy mother's heart, but if you do not bring them along. With her personality, if she breaks out, are you sure that under the school you will not alarm the monsters that can give her a fatal blow? Hearing this, the high-level manager's face turned pale, and he also hesitated and mumbled this. Suddenly, Baiji hiding behind her suddenly spoke softly, Sister, or everyone go first, I'll think of a way myself. Xining basically did not care, she still resolutely said. If you do not bring my sister, then don't even think about anyone going. The student saw this and waved his hand to create harmony. Everyone don't be like this. We can discuss it. Suddenly, Fan Shao quietly approached Xining and Baiji. Seeing this, she shouted loudly, what do you want to do? Without saying a word, he hugged Baiji tightly in his arms, causing her to be both surprised and shy and softly said, ah. Fan Shao then slowly continued, moreover, abandoning the weak is not necessarily a good method. I am good at swimming, I will take this girl, you control the puppet can also be better. So we can all break through. He firmly said to everyone prepare, start to go into the water. Baiji lay in Fan Zhao's arms, she was happy to tears, secretly whispering in her heart, Brother Fan, thank you. The high-level manager witnessed this touching scene, couldn't help but grumble, humph. On the cold ground, a monster was being dragged. The young man with the hat pushed it into the swimming pool, the student standing next to him supported his forehead, phew. Everyone stood on the edge of the pool, witnessing the corpses of the monsters floating on the water. Suddenly, bubbles appeared, around those corpses, the water slightly trembled. Then suddenly, from those corpses, tentacles began to grow, stirring up the water. Those huge tentacles were extremely fierce, dragging away the corpses of the monsters. Seeing this, the student and the young man with the hat couldn't help but be shocked and thought, the big boss has appeared. Fan Shao rushed straight into the water, he shouted loudly, causing Baiji to be slightly startled, everyone, take advantage of this time. Hearing the order, the young man with the hat and the student jumped into the pool at the same time. Under the dark water, Fan Shao used his eyes to tell her, seal it. Baiji also listened to do so, and responded to him through her eyes, Suddenly, Fan Zhao's eyes suddenly shifted as if he had discovered something. Above him was Xining, the student and the young man with the hat were swimming together. Fan Shao held his breath, thinking in his stomach, not right, missing one person, so, the high-level manager was still on the shore, his face was dark with a sinister smile, hee. The high-level manager pulled a rock to the side of the pool, saying and smiling evilly, you're right, I thought it through, you have your choice. Suddenly, he waved his hand hard, throwing the rock straight into the water, loudly shouting, I am no exception. The monsters were getting more and more crazy and became more violent and fierce. The young man with the hat was stuck right next to them, panicking and crying out, oops. Seeing this, Fan Shao couldn't help but be angry, scolding in his heart, damn it. Baiji tried to hold her breath and asked, what happened? What happened? The high-level manager stood on the shore, he pressed his hand on his face, his eyes were white, his smile was getting more and more evil. Don't blame me, this is the inspiration that you gave me. You're right, among us, as long as there is one person who wants to cause trouble, then everyone can't go, instead of that, it's better for me to take the initiative. Having witnessed that scene, the young man with the hat loudly said, this guy wants to sacrifice us in exchange for his survival. The student also gritted his teeth and shouted. This bastard. Baiji was even more flustered and blurted out, what to do. Suddenly, the student was grabbed by a tentacle, Xining and others were also grabbed and flew up, floating in the air. Those tentacles were extremely ferocious, and they were like dead fish struggling, being struck by thunder on their heads. Fan Shao held his sword, decisively swung a slash to push them back. He shouted, no way, we can only kill it. The screams of the monsters kept ringing, growl growl growl. It's just this time, one breath to get through there. Bai Xining at this time was being tightly wrapped by tentacles, looking angrily in one direction. She shouted angrily, if you pit us, then don't even think about leaving. Then, Bai Xining waved her hand, and the puppet immediately rushed to the location of the high-level manager. Seeing the scene just now, Fan Shao loudly stopped, ignore him, use your thing to poke out the monster's eyes, hurry up. She bitterly replied, damn it, just let him go like this. The puppet fought with the monster, blood quickly appeared from the attack. The monster was not inferior, it used its sharp teeth to bite tightly on the puppet's head. The young man with the hat hurriedly pointed to the student who was being squeezed tightly by the tentacles, and said, "Brother Fan, he is about to die. Aren't you going to take action yet?" He replied, "Wait a little longer." Meanwhile, Baiji blamed herself on the side. "It's all my fault, I'm useless." Xining at this time was being painfully squeezed by the tentacles and thought, "I have already robbed the monster of its vision. Why has Fan not taken action yet? With his ability, he can solve it. What is he waiting for?" A door appeared in front of him. The high-level manager thought to himself, "Sure enough, my judgment was correct. The method to pass this copy is to sacrifice others." He became worried and felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Why are my limbs not listening to me anymore? Strange sounds were transmitted into his ears. The eyes of the high-level manager opened wide, and secretly speculated, singing. Who is singing, could it be? This is the real copy boss. A monster in the guise of a girl with long red hair appeared and hugged him. As if bewitched, the high-level manager's face became happy and let the monster hug him. Then, the monster opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth and bit off his head. Red blood immediately appeared on the water, next to the small waves. The monster at this time tore Xining's puppet in half with an angry face. She hurriedly urged, "Why haven't you taken action yet? Hasn't the ability refreshed yet?" The calmness on his face was still maintained. Fan Xiao replied, "Wait a little longer, calm down." Around the red blood on the water, countless bubbles rose, attracting his attention. Fan Dao's pupils contracted, excitedly thinking, "Found it." He immediately ordered, "Come out, Death Angel." Chi appeared. Fan Xiao continued, "Go, kill that monster under the water." She rushed to the target. Chi-Chi's face was full of excitement, and said, "The aura is too strong, I like it." She exclaimed, "Found it," and immediately plunged into the water. Meanwhile, the boss below used sonic attacks to deal with it. Behind Chi-Chi was a huge force, waiting for the target. In the blink of an eye, the boss was cut in half by her sharp claws. Her body gradually sank to the bottom under the shocked gaze of the monster. Surprised by the sudden departure of the boss, it painfully screamed. Two cold lights of metal appeared. Fan Zhao's shout rang out, "Die for me!" The monster's tentacles were cut into equal parts. His sword pierced into the monster's stomach, causing it to scream in pain. Huge tentacles appeared out of nowhere, about to pounce on Fan Xiao. Chi-Chi waved her hand and the tentacles were divided into many pieces. His sword pinned straight into its mouth, blood shot into the sky. He stood there with a cold look. Behind him was she. The monster's body fell around. Some fragments of the monster floated on the red water. The remaining people supported each other to walk in the water, with a face full of relief, and said, "It's over, we're saved." Fan Xiao had a serious face and crossed his arms and said, "Guess." In the photo was a male diver, the other person dressed up as a mermaid often seen in the aquarium. He continued, "Remember the photo that I said looked very familiar? I've seen that couple before, it's on the newspaper we collected before." The photo of the two people was posted on the newspaper's search for relatives section, missing. On another photo appeared a mutated fishtail with the text, "The aquarium happened a very vicious cannibalistic evolved person event." Fan Zhao's voice rang. In another version, it listed the events of cannibalistic evolved people. Because it was related to the aquarium, I paid special attention. The monster with tentacles ate countless people, he continued. The newspaper listed it as a major dangerous target, eating most of the creatures in the aquarium. The man lost an arm, so I was deeply impressed. Fan Xiao stroked his chin and pondered, but the male monster that the newspaper wrote about was obviously the octopus ability. Therefore I thought that perhaps he did not eat people, and it is possible that there is another cannibalistic monster. Of course, these are all my speculations. But after seeing the photo of the couple in the aquarium, I thought that my speculation might be correct. Xining angrily said, "So you knew there were two monsters long ago? You even deliberately hinted to that man to stab us in the back, to make him take the initiative to attack." He quickly retorted, "You can't say that." Fan Xiao seriously expressed, "I didn't force him to choose. The best choice is of course everyone working together. But he chose to betray. You can't blame me like that." He stood in front of her and continued, "In this kind of place, the darkest heart of everyone will be revealed. I don't dare to say that I am absolutely righteous. But don't expect me to not have any thoughts at all." Fan Zhao's voice continued to ring. "Moreover, just like what I said, if we didn't bring your sister along, then you wouldn't be reconciled, right?" Xining dared not look directly and replied, "Yes, if you abandon my sister, maybe I will do the same." Then she confidently affirmed, "But I know my sister will be fine." He asked doubtfully, "Where do you get such confidence?" Holding her sister in her arms, Xining replied, "Because she is always lucky. It is not the first time to survive from despair." Fan Xiao said with some interest. Oh, luck is so good that it's strange. How strange is it? Actually, I have a unique understanding of luck, she hurriedly refused. Let's talk about this in private later. He replied, okay, but secretly calculated in his heart, could it be that my luck is not special, and there are people like me? I need to find this out, since coming here. I found that even when I am in the safe house and do nothing, my luck points are still accumulating 10 times faster than before. The notification board showed luck +1, luck +1, luck +1, Fan Xiao secretly calculated, thinking about it, even if nothing happened here, being here is already unlucky. Which also means that in just 2 days, it is equivalent to 20 days of luck accumulated, even if there is danger to life. Just by using up all my luck points, I can still survive, so for me, this copy is not a bad thing. Turning his back and walking away, he spoke, okay, it's time for us to leave this unlucky place, Xining hurriedly called out, wait. Fan Xiao looked puzzled and turned his face to look, but she was a little embarrassed. Xining bowed deeply, thank you, Fan Jianxiang. Baiji shyly said, Brother Fan, if it weren't for you, I would have died. The student also happily continued, thank you, Brother Fan, for saving my dog life. Fan Xiao hesitantly scratched his head and replied, there is no need to be so formal. Also, actually my name is not Fan Jianxiang, my name is Fan Xiao. Xining tiredly said secretly, sure enough, even the name is fake. Then they turned back one by one, and chatted lively, so your name is Fan Xiao? Why does this name sound so familiar? He replied, maybe you have seen my name in the newspaper. I have bravely arrested criminals a few times before, and was interviewed by reporters. Hearing this, Baiji's voice could not hide her admiration. So that's how it is, Brother Fan hadn't become an evolved person at that time, right? So brave, Fan Xiao was modest, it's not to the point of being brave, just a habit. Xining walked behind and still couldn't help but be suspicious in her heart, can accurately find all the clues of the copy, can also guess people's hearts and use them. Plus a powerful ability, each rhythm is grasped relatively accurately, is really a terrifying person, it's good that he is not an enemy. Then Baiji quickly opened her mouth, Brother Fan, can we exchange contact methods? I'll ask for my sister, didn't the two of you want to exchange privately? He nodded, okay, but Xining was shocked to the core after hearing this. She angrily pulled Baiji to go first, if you want to then say you want to, why pull me in? Baiji obediently waved goodbye to Fan Xiao before leaving, Brother Fan. We will call you. He watched the two people leave with an expressionless face. The student still praised Fan Xiao endlessly. Brother Fan is really admirable, the young man with the hat also replied, not only makes people admire, but also makes people very afraid. Then he stepped towards the door and waved to signal, okay, let's go too. The notification sounded, congratulations to the substitute player Haibao for passing the selection copy, successfully entering the space-time bus station to register. Becoming an official player. Official players are divided into 3 types, white-named players, human players, gray-named players, subhuman players, black-named players. Cannibal players. 3 types of players are distinguished by the color code on their right arm. The code number can be displayed, or hidden at will. Player Haibao does not have a record of receiving external genes, and has received the noble white-named player identity. After completing the task, it will be automatically moved back. The system has transported Fan Xiao home. He picked up the phone in doubt, have the items that disappeared on my body reappeared? Only 4 hours have passed, is time compressed? Then he stroked his stomach and breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of hunger and thirst has disappeared, so that means I have escaped the bad habit of eating animals. Suddenly a notification appeared in front of Fan Xiao. In this copy, you were the first person to find and kill 2 black-named players and 1 gray-named player. And inferred the clues of the time station, killed the final boss, the singing mermaid and successfully passed the copy. Copy rating, 5, copy reward, 3 time space bus tickets. 3 bottles of E-level evolution medicine, 3 bottles of E-level antidote, 3 bottles of E-level healing medicine, 5,000 game coins. Reward for killing the final boss, anemic earrings, D-level prop. He did not hesitate to click on the reward item. This is the reward for clearing the level. First look at the reward for killing the boss, anemic earrings. Can the earrings cause anemia? Immediately, a bright red earring was worn on his ear. Anemic earrings, D-level prop. In a historical period with no trace, it is said that a vampire was obsessively crazy about a human girl and gave her one of his earrings. After wearing the earrings, the girl found that she had incredible power. Note 1. Wearing earrings can control the amount of blood in your body, condensed into cold weapons to fight. The power of the weapon is determined by the amount of blood paid. Note 2. when the blood weapon pierces the blood vessels of a creature, the earrings will then dissolve into the blood of the creature for up to 1 hour. During this time, you can freely control the blood of the creature. Fan Xiao lamented. I feel the blood in my body is boiling, as if it can respond to my call and can control the blood to clot into weapons. Like getting another ability, this reward is really great. Final notification, note, the farthest distance to control blood is 50 meters. Continuing, he opened the bottle of medicine, drank it all in one breath, followed by the bottle of evolution medicine, one-time consumable item. The superior physical condition allowed Fan Xiao to easily break the bottle. With the current state of physical fitness, I will be able to fight the cannibal monsters head-on again. Your player panel is being updated. Nickname, Haibao, Profession, Assassin, Evolution Speed, 20%, Talent, Death Angel, Incomplete, Prop, Anemic Earrings. Game Coins, 5,000, Player Level, Player Type, White Named Player, Player ID, GOB 80105551. Your level has been upgraded to level E and you have the opportunity to upgrade your talent. Do you want to use it? Note, as a level E player, you need to participate in the copy at least once a month. If you do not participate in any copy for more than 3 months, you will be punished by the game, randomly teleported to a high difficulty copy. He thought to himself, 3 bottles of medicine, the evolution rate increased by 11%. I didn't expect that after the player level increases, the talent can also be upgraded. I can upgrade my Death Angel. Suddenly his phone rang, unknown call. Fan Xiao picked up the phone and hesitated. At this time, a strange number suddenly called. Could it be that Lu Baiji girl, or some kind of new copy mode? Then he finally answered the phone. Hello, who is it? The shy voice of the girl sounded on the other end of the line. It's me, Lu Xining. We have arrived home. Thank you for today. Fan Xiao naively replied. You have already thanked me. Did you call just for this? Xining hesitated for a while on the other side. Suddenly, the tone became cold. Oh, don't you want to know about my sister's luck? He also honestly replied, yes. What is this thing about your sister being very lucky? Fan Xiao now suddenly remembered, almost forgot about this. If there really is someone like himself, then he must reconsider. She began to tell him about Bai Shi. There are a lot of things. For example, after she was born, my family started to flourish, for example, from childhood to adulthood. She encountered a lot of things from bizarre to almost dying. The people around all encountered disasters. Only she was fine. Bai Shi next to her said in a daze in a low voice, Sister, you are exaggerating a little. Fan Xiao, now less suspicious, replied, so this strange luck is just your speculation. There is nothing like a task window popping up. It was Xining's turn to ask in a daze, pop-up window, what pop-up window? He perfunctorily replied, nothing, so they are all speculations. Fan Xiao was a little disappointed. I thought there was someone like me, she added. I am a little curious. What exactly is your talent? Could it be manipulating the air? Fan Xiao leaned back on the chair and lazily asked her, this is the purpose of you looking for me, right? If you want to find out my intelligence, then we don't need to talk anymore. She hurriedly explained, of course not. Maybe you have seen the clearance reward. The bus ticket is an invitation to the copy. I guess if players have the same kind of bus ticket, use it at the same time, maybe they can enter the copy together. Being seen through by him, Xining secretly cursed Fan Xiao in her heart. A cunning guy, even with this kind of defensiveness towards us. She continued, Bai Ji and I have tickets to the Corridor Galaxy Station, Crazy Zoo. What about you? He replied, I have Rose Street Station, Auspicious Hotel. Corridor Galaxy Station, Crazy Beast King, Corridor Galaxy Station, Sacrifice Island, 3 tickets. Xining was a little surprised. You have 3 bus tickets? It seems that your copy rating is relatively high, and the rewards are more generous than ours, Fan Xiao spoke. What are your ratings? She replied, I'm B, Bai Ji is C. In addition to the bus ticket, we were also each given a share of the E-level prop. He said, I also have a prop. But it's D-level. Probably because of the level 5 rating, the sample is too small. There will be a summary after doing more copies in the future. Xining happily suggested, since we have 2 of the same bus tickets, then let's cooperate at that time. But we have to wait a few days. I have to customize some special puppets. I guess you are not in a hurry? Fan Xiao leisurely replied, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for you to go to those 2 copies. Contact this number at that time. The phone beeped. He secretly calculated in his head, saying all of her intelligence is to show the sincerity of cooperation. If I team up with them, there are 2 teammates that can be trusted. And there is a healer, which is not bad. Fan Xiao continued to think to himself, the first copy task is also good, the rewards are also good, they have all been completed relatively well. Next is to increase the combat power of the little lowly. The system panel showed, increase the Death Angel talent. Below is the talent analysis table. Death Angel, incomplete, level A, anger, the Death Angel talent is upgrading. Completed, summon time, 60 seconds, cooldown time, 12 hours, your Death Angel has received a new sin, anger, your anger has created the Death Angel's weapon. This weapon can conceptualize attacks, avoid all defense systems, directly forming damage to other lives. As long as it is alive, even gods can be killed. He pondered, is this to stack attack buffs? No wonder it is the Angel of Slaughter. After the upgrade, the appearance has also changed, but it's really hard to hear to keep calling it Death Angel. Death Angel, I have to give it a name. The next day, the sound of a pen drawing smoothly on the white paper. Fan Xiao held the drawing he just sketched and secretly exclaimed, the degree of similarity is 100%. My sketching skills have not regressed. A knock on the door came from outside. It's finally here, knock knock. In front of him were a few people standing almost blocking the entrance. A policeman with a cigarette in his mouth and a burning red light said, came so quickly? He was not at all surprised. It seems that you knew I would come. Fan Xiao replied without any scruples, the attack case last night is related to the evolved people, this is a matter of time. Wu Yanqing asked back, her voice full of doubt, evolved people, this is just a rumor on the internet, why do you believe in these rumors? And even affirm that the person who attacked you was an evolved person. His eyes flashed with a dangerous look and replied, because I am also an evolved person. The policeman was extremely surprised to hear Fan Xiao reveal the secret of his identity. Fan Xiao did not ramble and went straight to the point. Let's save the unnecessary procedures. Last night I just happened to participate in the selection copy and have become an official player. He gave the two people opposite two sketches and continued, I met two cannibal players in this copy. They are dead, this is their image. Too direct. Dian took the drawing that Fan Xiao had just given and praised. Very well drawn, very professional craftsmanship. Please investigate their identities and interpersonal relationships. Some murder cases can be solved, he calmly replied. I used to design interfaces, was an art student, so drawing is not bad. He held out the business card and spoke, okay, let's get to know each other. My name is Dian, she is Wu Yanqing, consider her my assistant. Dian secretly evaluated. He does not make any mistakes in his work. He asked further, so you are all people from the relevant department? He replied, to be precise, it should be called the Special Incident Bureau, is a new department established by the state a month ago, specially responsible for matters related to evolved people, players, and evolution games. Fan Xiao pointed to the policeman and asked Dian, Team Leader Wang knows the situation clearly? He replied, he only knew not long ago. The person who was pointed out spoke to comment. This kid is always involved with strange things. Dian asked further, the evolved cannibal person who attacked you has been arrested by us. Is it convenient to reveal a little about your type of player? He pulled down his sleeve to reveal the text carved on his arm and said, I am a white named player. He held the notebook and recorded while investigating further. Do you still remember the appearance of the other players who participated in the selection copy with you? Fan Xiao crossed his arms and replied, I remember. But I and the others can be considered to have shared weal and woe, contacted each other. It is not convenient to directly reveal their faces. Dian smiled and explained, no need to probe us, the Special Incident Bureau is not as stingy as you think. He sighed and accepted all the requests from the other side. Of course, if you make a compulsory request to me, I can only cooperate. After all, the arm can't twist the thigh. His eyes said mysteriously, the emergence of evolution games and players will inevitably create conflicts with the current social framework. The longer the time, the more so. Dian continued to speak, in the future, players will become an important strategic resource, even related to the new Earth hegemony competition. Each player is in existence that the Special Incident Bureau needs to win over. Fan Xiao wondered, not forced? He replied, see each person's wishes, but relying on the country can enjoy intelligence and resources. Independent players cannot compare, joining is only beneficial and not harmful to you. He said thoughtfully, then I'll consider it. Dian put the business card on the table and replied, call me when you think it through. He gradually stepped out the door while waving his hand and continued, on this business card is my phone number and a corresponding account and password on the Special Incident Bureau website. There are some intelligence that we have shared on the website. He also raised his hand in reply, thank you. Wu Yanqing opened her mouth, Captain, I have used my real eyes to observe him. The color of his number line has no problem, is genuine goods at a fair price. Dian replied, yes, white named is extremely rare. The Special Incident Bureau has always been uncompromising with black named cannibal players. His resume is extremely clean. If we can persuade him, he will be a powerful assistant in the future, she added. This kid seems to be a little arrogant. I think the possibility of winning him over is not great. His face said seriously, if he does not join, we can also build a cooperative relationship, go to the bureau to mobilize a little, and strive to get the news about his next copy and related bus tickets. I need to observe. Wu Yanqing followed the order, yes. Outside the empty road, there were not many cars passing by. Dian's voice ordered, withdraw the sniper team and the combat squad. The person standing on the roof holding a sniper rifle, the target just now was Fan Zhao's house. Hearing the command from above, he replied, cancel the action? Roger. A person with a red light appeared behind the sniper, and gradually dimmed. Fan Qiqi read a few sentences from behind the sniper, the big scythe, cut the stomach, take out the heart, chop the head. While dancing and waving, everyone becomes a cute baby. Fan Zhao's voice rang, reminding her, have they all withdrawn? Then you should go back too, don't be naughty. Qiqi appeared immediately behind him and complained. Bad Fan Zhao, why didn't you let me kill him? It would have been fun. He replied, Fan Qiqi, don't just know how to play every day, they don't have bad intentions. We can't attack first. Qiqi pouted with dissatisfaction, but still had to obey. Fan Zhao held the paper and said with a smile, let's prepare first, and wait for the next copy. The paper showed the location of the next copy, Rose Street Station, Auspicious Hotel, detailed route, station number, G083301 time space bus station. Destination, Rose Street Station, Auspicious Hotel, items that can be carried, game storage space within half a square meter, can carry some daily necessities on the train. Into the copy, does not support storing hot weapons. The night has covered the sky, in the quiet atmosphere of late night, on a certain rooftop. A pair of feet lightly landed on the rooftop. It turned out that Qiqi had taken Fan Zhao flying in the air to get here, and as soon as the work was done, she complained, stupid Fan Zhao, you're so heavy. He slowly analyzed and reminded, after the upgrade, I can only be carried by you for a distance of about 10 meters? To completely unlock flight is still a heavy task. Fan Qiqi. While Qiqi was exhausted, panting like a cow, Fan Zhao was smiling softly, thinking to himself, but with another concept weapon transformed by anger, it is really a sharp weapon to kill people at home or on the go. He also saw her somewhat tired state, so he had to helplessly wave his hand to signal, okay, go back and rest, Qiqi. Fan Zhao took out a piece of paper, on which the information about the location of the new copy was recorded. In his head he secretly decided, I have almost tested all the abilities. I have to go to the new copy to see, Rose Street Station, Auspicious Hotel. He used his ability to burn the paper, and in the next second, the space immediately shifted, from the rooftop to the time-space train station, a notification board showed. Player Highbow, please note, the time-space train with number G083330 that you are taking will arrive at the station in 5 minutes. The information board continued to display the guidance content. As a level E player, you have half a cubic meter of game storage space. You can carry some commonly used items on the train into the copy, but the storage space of level E players is not allowed to carry hot weapons, high-tech products. Fan Zhao was also transferred to this space. He looked around, and thought to himself, this is the train station, this time I'm not going straight to the safe house, but through the time-space train, so the bus ticket has this meaning. Nearby, suddenly a man's voice made him surprised to turn around and look. What a coincidence, you are also entering the copy. Fan Zhao was a little surprised and blurted out when he saw the person who appeared was Dian. It's you. He waved his hand, gave an industrial smile, and awkwardly explained. I couldn't resist the curiosity, so I wanted to try it first. His eyes were a little wary, and he was secretly suspicious in his head. Is it really a coincidence? Thinking, Fan Zhao spoke to probe, have you done it a few times? Dian honestly replied, this is the 3rd time. His face was serious, staring at him, and questioned, do you think there is a possibility that we are in the same copy? Dian felt that this was a bit difficult to happen, smiled and expressed his opinion. The time-space train will pass through many train stations. Each train station has many copies. How can we be so coincidental to enter the same copy on the same train? By the way, Fan Zhao also asked directly, I saw that there is a trading floor set up on the website of the Special Incident Bureau. Maybe some players will trade bus tickets. Right. He rested his chin, and calmly explained, yes, but this transaction requires physical contact between the players. usually done by members of our Special Incident Bureau. Other players cannot trust each other privately. After all, when a player kills another player, they can inherit the other's items. Everyone is afraid of being scammed. The two people stood and chatted for a while. Do you have many members? I will let you know when you join. I will think about it. Suddenly, the notification sounded, attracting the attention of the two. Welcome to the time-space train G083301. The train departs from Yangguan Coast Station and ends at the mythical Illusion City. Station. Players must follow the items to pay attention to when boarding the train below. One is not allowed to attack the staff on the train, otherwise they will be chased off the train by the train guards. 2. When the train encounters danger, players who actively help will have a probability of receiving a special reward. 3. Players who know how to spend will be more welcomed by the train. In the next second, the train moving to the copies rushed to the two people standing with a tearing speed. Seeing the time-space train appear, Fan Xiao curiously asked, "That's right, I'm going to Auspicious Hotel, what about you?" Du Yan was a little surprised interspersed with excitement and replied, "Then it's really a coincidence, I'm also going to Auspicious Hotel." He stood behind him and showed a slight disdainful smile, feeling that it was as he had guessed, so he thought to himself, then it is really too coincidental. This is the Special Incident Bureau targeting me. No matter how much, I will do the tasks as they should be done. The two boarded the train. In the compartment, in addition to them, there were other passengers. Fan Xiao glanced around. His eyes were a little wary, and he whispered in doubt, "There are quite a few people. It seems that the rules do not prohibit players from dueling privately." Du Yan next to him continued, softly expressing his speculation, "I have never encountered it, but I do not rule out the possibility that some players want to kill and steal props. Or that there are cannibal players on the train, wanting to cause an attack and eat a meal. In short, we should be more careful." Suddenly, the train attendant came to the two people, put the menu in front of him, and said softly, "Hello, this is the menu." Fan Xiao picked up the menu and read it. Seeing the price, he felt a little distressed. His face wrinkled and lamented, "I didn't expect there to be food here. But a cup of coffee costs 50 game coins, it's also expensive." Hearing this, Du Yan laughed, gallantly treated him to a meal. "I'll treat you." Fan Xiao got a free meal. So he smiled happily, "Since he has the heart, then I will accept it. The boss is generous." Before long, a cup of hot coffee was brought out. Fan Xiao's face was satisfied, sitting and savoring its taste. He finished drinking and then noticed the special feature on the cup. A line on the rim of the cup caught Fan Xiao's eye and made him a little surprised and blurted out, "It seems that this is not ordinary coffee, Jiui Catering Service Company, 9th Latitude Joint Venture. There is even a name inside this." Du Yan sat next to him, calmly explained, "Of course, everything in here exists. You thought it was just an illusory cross-section before entering the copy?" Hearing this, Fan Zhao's face was pensive. A little doubtful self asked, "So what exactly is this place?" He glanced out the window, rested his chin in his hand, and smiled softly and speculated, "Perhaps it is a crack intersecting between time and space." He felt a little surprised, glanced at the others on the train, and carefully asked back, "That is to say, the passengers on this train may be from a world other than ours?" Du Yan showed a smug smile, lowered his voice, and told Fan Xiao the secret information he had exploited. "When ordering food, I secretly paid the ticket checker and got some information, in which the most valuable information is the definition of the time-space station number." He cautiously gave a series of numbers, with an expectant look, not knowing if it was right. G08010A1. As he said, Du Yan turned to praise and explain more gently, "You have a good memory. G08 indicates the number of the time-space node, 010 indicates the number of the world partition." "That's right. The Earth we live on is numbered 010 and the last A1 is the station number, 011, 010. The first station of each world partition is A1 and below this station are many game copies." Hearing this, Fan Zhao's brows stuck together, with a pensive look, using serial numbers to divide parallel time and space. While he was absorbed in thinking, a notification sounded, "Players please pay attention, an urgent reward announcement will now be released." The two people sat seriously listening to see what was going on. The screen on the train displayed the image of the hunted object accompanied by the notification words. Diegwa members of the assassin organization Life Court were seen by players to appear at timespace. No G08, this member is a super player who assassinated a senior executive of the game company. He is extremely dangerous. Players at timespace No G08 can send any clues directly to the game. The game company will give corresponding rewards based on the importance of the clues. Fan Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was tense, and slowly expressed, The game company cannot punish the players directly and must issue a wanted through the time-space train. If they want to catch someone, life court, so there is an organization of players who dare to confront the game company directly. Dian next to him shrugged. His face excited, full of confidence, and analyzed. It seems that the game companies cannot completely control the development of the game. This is a good thing for us. Right? Seeing that he seemed to know a lot of things, he took the opportunity to ask, do you know information about the super player? Super players have S levels, Dian sighed. His brows furrowed, his face helpless, and felt a little uncomfortable replied, you think I'm an encyclopedia? I entered the game 1 month earlier than you, the intelligence I know is limited. You think the super player is something that our stage can touch? The announcement horn rang and interrupted the conversation between the two. Have arrived at Rose Street Station. Passengers with tickets to here please get off the train. Just sitting for a while and arriving at the place made Fan Shao a little surprised and thought to himself, arrived at the station so quickly. The two people got off the train together at Rose Street Station, walking and talking. A surge of curiosity made Fan Shao cannot help but wonder, I'm very curious. What will happen if you continue to sit on the train? Dian quickly replied, I don't know. He continued, with good intentions reminding, at this time, the two of you are also using the ability to transfer. But before you want to play the rules, you must consider whether you have the ability to break the rules, otherwise the price may not be bearable. In the next second, the blue light shrunk, and the two people disappeared from there in an instant. Fan Shao had transferred to the copy on his ticket. As soon as he arrived, a notification board showed, the auspicious hotel copy has been opened. The information board introducing the copy immediately appeared. Background, after a guest staying at the auspicious hotel complained that he smelled a foul odor in the room. The hotel staff began to search for the origin of the odor. They carefully checked the bathroom, water pipes, floors, ceilings and windows of the guest room, but found nothing. The foul odor became more and more intense, so the staff conducted a more thorough search, destroying everything in the room. Finally, inside the mattress, they found a rotting female corpse, wearing a red dress and with disheveled hair. The scene that appeared before Fan Shao was the auspicious hotel with a Chinese-style appearance. The information board continued to show the name of the game, Body Hiding Murder Case. A series of scenes were reproduced by the system. The shadow of a woman in a red dress appeared outside the hallway accompanied by the information narrated. The woman's corpse was quickly cleaned up and the foul odor disappeared. But strange things began to happen in the hotel. A guest complained that there were always light footsteps in the hallway at night. A brave guest opened the door and saw a woman in a red dress with disheveled hair. The system continued to display the content of the story. The guests staying at the hotel began to disappear one by one. The foul odor appeared again, and the staff found the bodies of the missing people in the mattresses and other rooms. The game system gave important information accompanied by reminders to players. Panic spread quickly, and everyone believed that the victim of the body hiding had turned into an evil spirit, wandering around the hotel, constantly killing the guests staying there, stuffing them into the mattresses and repeating their own experiences. Reminder, first, 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. This is the time when the evil spirit is active, so lock the door carefully. Pay attention to safety. Second, only one guest is allowed to stay on the same floor. Those who violate will be the first to be attacked by the evil spirit. Note, this version will be completely closed during the operation and is completely unconnected to the outside world in terms of time and space. Fan Shao is one of the players here. The game system showed the task for him. Copy task, stay at the auspicious hotel for 3 days. Seeing this, Fan Shao secretly thought with some contempt. The old scary story. The remaining players also appeared one after another. They slowly walked towards the auspicious hotel. The players were both male and female, and their faces were extremely serious. All of them gathered in one place in front of the auspicious hotel, their eyes pointed in the same direction, where the voice came from. It seems that everyone has arrived. The person who was speaking was Yan Kuning. She stood on the high steps and looked down, and said calmly, I received a reminder. The copy has been opened. It seems that everyone is the last group of players to enter this copy. The number of people participating in this copy is 12 people. The baby-faced player excitedly said, let's go into the hotel first. The task is 3 days. I guess the time is calculated from the time you enter the hotel. As soon as he finished speaking, someone loudly stopped him. Wait, you can't go in now. That player showed a serious face, and harshly expressed, who knows if there is anyone among you who is a cannibal player? She was full of doubts towards the other players, shouting loudly in the crowd and demanding, you must prove that you are not a monster before you are allowed to Otherwise I will not enter the hotel. Whoever wants to enter can enter. That player pointed to the crowd. Her eyes widened, and resolutely repeated the request. Who knows if there is anyone among you who is a cannibal player? You must prove that you are not a monster before you are allowed to, otherwise I will not enter the hotel. Whoever wants to enter can enter. Brother Qian, one of the players there, was angry because of her actions and spoke. Who are you? Stop it, why should I prove it to you? His girlfriend next to him also chimed in and mocked. Bad people like to make trouble, Brother Qian, let's not indulge her bad habits. That player was touched by the words of the two people on their emotional nerve, and immediately became angry and retorted. Who are you calling bad? I think the two of you are the cannibal monsters. She looked at all the remaining players from the tattooed brother, baby face, bald man, werewolf man, with a tense and hurried voice, deliberately stirring up suspicion. Have you all heard? These two people do not want to prove their identity. It is very likely that they are cannibal players. That player's eyes shifted to look at the two people on the other side, the balding middle-aged and handsome guy, and continued in a panic and fear, with good intentions reminding. If you do not want to be eaten, then you better catch them now, eliminate the threat first. Fan Xiao could not bear it anymore, deliberately teasing her. Why do you want us to go up? You lead the way, we guarantee to follow. He did not know if the player had something to hide. So she was extremely sensitive. As soon as he finished speaking, she turned around and angrily accused. What do you mean? You don't want to prove? I think you are also a cannibal player. In the same group with them. Fan Xiao had no time to care about that player. He swaggeringly went inside alone. While walking he satirized, we do not have the task of cleaning up cannibal players. And the power of cannibal players is the strongest among the three types of players. Even if you find out, there will be death. No one wants to die. Who wants to fight the first battle? If there is anyone who wants to, I will follow. If there is no one, then I will go inside. Fan Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at her with cold eyes, with a slight contemptuous smile, deliberately teasing that player. Moreover, even if I am a cannibal player. Who goes up first, you? Damn it. She did not understand, so she squinted her eyes and looked at everyone around. Her hand pointed towards him, triumphantly loudly challenging. Have you heard? He has already exposed his identity. Why do you still not go up? The tattooed brother also felt a little apprehensive, angrily scolding. Are you stupid? Why don't you go up first? The handsome guy standing next to him was calmer. He had good intentions to remind. The main threat at the moment is the evil spirit. Everyone pay attention to the cannibal player. Although they argued like that, no one dared to go up first. After a while, Dian took the lead. He chased after Fan Xiao in a hurry. As soon as he caught up with him, Dian turned to look at Fan Xiao and curiously asked, obviously you are a white-named player. Such a statement easily makes others think you are a cannibal player. Why bother offending others from the beginning like that? He smiled confidently. His eyes were calm, and he calmly explained, Asia players have the characteristics to prove. White-named players like me only have a mouth that cannot explain clearly. Rather than being wrongly accused by them, it is better to jump out yourself, to build a threatening nature. After all, the evil spirit is still there. They do not dare to act recklessly. Fan Xiao continued to speak while speculating on the intentions of the provocative player while glancing back to observe her. Moreover, her purpose is not to eliminate the threat first. Just want to muddy the waters, to clarify everyone's abilities in order to protect herself. Otherwise, why not take action herself? After a while, all the players had entered the auspicious hotel, and everyone stopped in the lobby. After examining the surroundings, he made a comment. It seems that no one has cleaned up this place for a long time. The baby-faced player spoke and asked about the rules of the game. Only one person can stay on one floor. How should it be arranged? The balding middle-aged man standing right next to him calmly explained. Everyone can just stay at will. I have already looked at it on the side. This hotel has 13 floors, except for one floor of the lobby. It just happens to be enough for the 12 of us to stay in. Immediately, he turned to look at Kuning, and asked in a friendly way, which floor do you want to stay in? She calmly replied, Floor 7, I'm a businessman. I value the top 7 and bottom 8. The balding middle-aged man smiled socially, happily expressed, coincidentally, I am also a businessman. The handsome guy also turned to smile gently, and with goodwill asked Kuning, we almost arrived at the same time, why not team up? We can also take care of each other. While the two people were talking about the cooperation, the bald man and Brother Qian were fighting for the second floor. The second floor belongs to me. Everyone can do as you please. What do you mean the second floor belongs to you? The second floor is easy to run into trouble. I'll take it. Seeing this, his girlfriend standing next to him coquettishly asked. Then I'll stay on the 3rd floor. Brother Qian must protect me. Dian was extremely calm. Based on the current situation, he actively expressed his opinion. Which floor to stay on can be decided later, while there is still time today. We should go to search on the floors first, see if we can find any information related to the evil spirit. Fan Xiao thought it was reasonable to hear this, and did not hesitate to propose. Let's split up and act. There are many hotel rooms. Splitting up and acting will be more efficient. Hearing this, Brother Qian snapped, showing disagreement, and loudly retorted, Is there something wrong with your head? Split up and act. This hotel has ghosts. He looked at him with cold eyes, showed an evil smile, and a meaningful voice threatened, making Brother Qian listen to and turn pale with fear, silent and unable to say a word. Do you want to go find it with me? Okay, I agree. He tried to appear calm, tense his facial muscles, and angrily warned, No need, I just disagree with splitting up and acting. I didn't say I wanted to go with you. Damn it, you better not mess with me. The appearance was like that, but inside he was shaking like a leaf, worried and secretly thinking, this guy seems to be a cannibal player. It's better not to mess with him. Kuning spoke and expressed her opinion, interrupting the somewhat tense atmosphere. The evil spirit starts to operate from 9 p.m. every day. We can still search for intelligence. Being timid and fearful will miss the opportunity. It can reduce our chances of survival. The bald man also continued to analyze. The reminder of the game must be no problem. There will be no danger now. Increase efficiency. Do not miss any room. The handsome guy heard this and also thought it was reasonable, so he showed his agreement. I also agree. Seeing this, Fan Xiao went first, leading the team of players. While walking up the stairs he urged, if everyone agrees, then start quickly. Dian walked next to him. His face was a little tense, suspiciously probing Fan Zhao's thoughts. Do you think the evil spirit is real or fake? He calmly and softly replied. There is too little intelligence. I cannot judge. There are all possibilities. After a while, Fan Xiao turned to discuss with Dian. I'm going to the 13th floor. I'll leave this floor to you. He decisively agreed. Okay, see you in the lobby later. It turned out that everything was in his plan. Fan Xiao was going up and glanced back at Dian below, who was waving to remind, pay attention to safety. His face was wary. In his head he secretly calculated, this guy is really like a gum plaster. It must be the Special Incident Bureau coming to investigate me. Fan Xiao walked to the front of room 1301. He went inside that room. After a while of glancing left and right to examine, Fan Xiao felt a little disappointed and gave a judgment. It seems that no one has been taking care of it for a while. Perhaps there are no clues that people can easily get. His face was serious. In his head he secretly calculated the plan to take advantage of the reward obtained from the previous copy. While thinking, he activated the reward. Anemic earrings. I have to pass the copy smoothly. Waiting for clues to come to the door is impossible. I might as well try the anemic earrings reward from the previous copy. After a while, Fan Xiao used it to deliberately write letters on the curtain in the room, successfully creating clues himself. After finishing, he tore the curtain down forcefully. Fan Xiao held the curtain in his hand, a smug smile on his face, looking excited, and feeling extremely satisfied with the reward. Mission accomplished. This blood-deficient earring really works. It can not only control blood but also prevent blood from oxidizing and drying out, making it perfect. At this moment, after splitting up to investigate the rooms of the Jixiang Hotel, all the players gathered back in the lobby. Everyone exchanged the clues they had found. I saw unclear signs of occupancy in rooms 1012 and 1019 on the 10th floor. The remaining rooms are normal and haven't been occupied for a long time. What about you guys? I encountered the same situation. I found trash in the trash cans in all 3 guest rooms, but not in the others, so someone must have been there before we arrived. Kuning on the 7th floor has found some relevant clues. I discovered some faint, dried blood stains. Some walls have small holes and cracks. It seems a battle occurred on the 7th floor. But I don't know the outcome. Based on the information everyone provided, Dian deduced, perhaps this instance has been opened more than once. Maybe other players have participated in the instance before. It's normal to have traces of battle. The bald man didn't find anything special and said, feeling a bit frustrated, they're all similar, no special clues. At this moment, Brother Qian noticed that the number of people seemed to have changed. He glanced around and asked suspiciously, is everyone here? Why does it feel like someone's missing? At this moment, Fan Xiao, holding the curtain from earlier, slowly walked down the stairs, loudly announcing, I've discovered another clue. Everyone was drawn to his words, their eyes focusing on Fan Xiao. Some players were surprised and wondered, a new clue? He held up the curtain that he had deliberately fabricated in front of everyone, displaying the words written in blood, "Beware of her knocking. I will be beheaded. I will die too. I will die too." Seeing this, the handsome guy's eyes widened, his face revealing undisguised shock and worried inquiry. Was this left by the players who participated in the instance before? They were beheaded? Isn't her here just an evil spirit? The tattooed brother next to him was also extremely surprised, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Kuning stated firmly, "That's probably right." The instant's introduction mentioned that the evil spirit is a woman in a red dress. She put her hand to her chin, looking serious, and continued hesitantly, "As for the beheading, I guess that's the evil spirit's attack method." The aggressive player was also worried by the content on the curtain, her expression tense, and hesitantly speculated, weren't the players who entered the instance before all wiped out? From what I read in this line, it seems he was the only one left until the end, and he thought he would be killed too. Fan Xiao stood on the stairs, calmly folding the curtain, fabricating a story to mislead the other players. Perhaps it's not a team wipe. It literally means only the person who answers the door will be beheaded. Maybe the demonic spirit will lock onto its target by knocking first. For example, if the evil spirit targets someone, it will knock on that person's door and behead them. Knocking is equivalent to marking. Dian didn't doubt anything, resting his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful, and seriously speculating based on the situation, based on our investigation. Very few rooms have bloodstains, meaning not everyone is in danger. Based on this clue, perhaps only those who are knocked on by the evil spirit will be attacked and beheaded. And the rest can safely survive for 3 days. Brother Qian felt it was completely absurd and cursed in annoyance. Damn it, isn't this all based on luck? Seeing that the situation seemed unstable, the balding middle-aged man boldly suggested, "Relying on luck is unreliable. I suggest everyone stay together. Everyone can unite to deal with the evil spirit together." The handsome guy also agreed with his suggestion. He analyzed hopefully, it's good to act together. With more people, there's greater strength. The evil spirit might not be able to do anything to us. Babyface resolutely rejected the idea, warning anxiously, "No, only one guest is allowed per floor. Breaking the rules will cause the evil spirit to attack first." The aggressive player took the opposite stance, excited, "You wouldn't know their intentions if they didn't say it. Can't we all live in the same room and break the rules to face the evil spirit together? The evil spirit wouldn't kill us all, right?" Fan Zhao's ears were itching from hearing this. He slowly walked towards where everyone was gathered, speaking with disdain as he walked, trying to drag others down with you. He looked directly at her, his eyes unwavering, his words sharp, deliberately exposing her, "You have good ideas." The aggressive player was startled because of her guilty conscience. She questioned loudly, reacting defensively, "What do you mean?" Fan Xiao didn't show any politeness, looking serious and carefully analyzing, "Staying together. When the evil spirit comes, we can deal with it, right? We just speculated that knocking only targets certain players, meaning that there are still some people who can safely survive 3 days, but if we stay together, we will definitely be attacked." He slowly continued, confidently offering an objective analysis. Moreover, facing the evil spirit alone might not be a certain death. The traces of battle we discovered might have been left by players resisting the evil spirit, which clearly proves that the evil spirit might not be able to kill players instantly. The aggressive player was silenced by Fan Zhao's sharp words. Stammering without knowing how to argue this, after listening to his analysis, Brother Qian quickly changed his attitude. As he turned to leave, he decisively announced, "I'm staying alone. If you want to break the rules, go ahead." The bald man echoed, "I'm staying alone too. I believe in my luck." Seeing this, Kuning decisively decided, then everyone should still follow the rules and stay alone. Fan Xiao put on a somewhat smug expression. Before leaving, he kindly reminded, "If you all think so, hurry back to your rooms. There isn't much time left. If anyone wants to break the rules and stay together, go ahead." The aggressive player thought he was deliberately mocking her and gnashed her teeth in anger. She stubbornly tried to persuade the bald man standing next to her with flimsy reasons. "This guy thinks everyone should act independently. He must be a player eater. Don't listen to him." He angrily shook off the aggressive player's hand and shouted, "Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag us down." Seeing this, Fan Xiao smiled helplessly, thinking sarcastically, if these people really break the rules and stay together, they probably won't need to wait for the evil spirit. The game rules alone can eliminate them. The image of Chi-Chi appeared in his mind, and he looked somewhat smug, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. I don't know if there's an evil spirit in this building, but I'm indeed carrying one with me. Let's just say the real evil spirit comes. We'll see who's afraid of whom. The balding middle-aged man seemed to notice Kuning. He blushed, looking embarrassed, and offered a suggestion. You're on the 7th floor, and I'm on the 6th. Which is quite close. If we encounter any emergency, we can make some noise to alert each other, and help each other in time. What do you think? Kuning didn't doubt anything and felt that the balding middle-aged man was being kind, so she agreed without hesitation. Okay, cooperation can increase the survival rate. I agree. Their conversation was noticed by Fan Xiao. The handsome guy also had feelings for her, so he jumped into their conversation, pretending to be calm and offering a similar suggestion to Kuning. We're also on floors above and below each other. If anything happens, how about making some noise to attract each other's attention and helping each other? Seeing someone intrude, the balding middle-aged man was a little unhappy. The aggressive player didn't want to be left alone, so she eagerly raised her hand to volunteer support, her main goal being to join the group. Count me in too. I chose to stay on the 8th floor, which is very close to you. We can help each other quickly. Hearing this, he blurted out in annoyance, another one? Kuning didn't think much and happily agreed, I have no objections. Cooperation is good, the more the merrier. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. And the two men opposite her immediately glared at each other, their eyes sparking, either willing to back down. Fan Xiao had been secretly observing all their movements. He smiled smugly, thinking confidently to himself, 2 simp lords, an old hag, a troublemaker, and a pair of eager youths. It doesn't seem too dangerous. However, among the players there were 3 types that Fan Xiao was still somewhat suspicious of: the tattooed brother, the bald man, and babyface. Their attitudes made him wary. And he secretly calculated, the rest are quiet, but their strength is unclear. I might have to be careful. Not to mention, the person next to him was making Fan Xiao grind his teeth in frustration. He wanted to shake him off but couldn't. He screamed inwardly, and there's this guy too. The person he was referring to was Dian. The two were standing in the elevator. Fan Xiao felt annoyed and wondered, aren't you on the 12th floor? Why are you following me to the 13th? He stepped out of the elevator with a frustrated mood. Dian also noticed Fan Xiao's attitude, smiled awkwardly, and explained, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go to your room. The two went into Fan Zhao's room, which was room 1308. Dian was as natural as could be, directly sitting on his bed, shamelessly and casually requesting, it's almost 9 o'clock. Talk to me for a while, is that okay? On the surface, Fan Xiao pretended to smile politely, acting as if nothing was wrong and responding happily, no problem, no problem. In his heart, he was scolding angrily. Whether it's okay or not, you're already here. You're sitting right on my bed. Do you even care? Dian rested his hand on his chin, his eyes narrowed slightly, smiling slyly, and curiously probing. Earlier outside the hotel, you implicitly hinted that I was a player eater. Was it to trick others? Did it work? Hearing this, Fan Xiao smiled smugly, replying in a half-joking tone, it was just a little game, not necessarily effective, but Fan Xiao didn't hide anything and confidently stated his judgment. Although no one took the bait, I have my own speculation. Babyface, the tattooed guy, and the bald guy, these 3 are likely to be player eaters. Dian was a little surprised, feeling curious about why he thought so, so he boldly asked, Babyface, that nickname of yours is quite impressive. Why do you think they're likely to be like that? Is there something wrong? Fan Xiao slowly and thoroughly analyzed, the others are too active. You can tell they can't hide anything. Only these 3 are quiet. If there's a problem, it's definitely among these 3. Dian didn't expect him to observe so carefully. For a moment, Dian just sat quietly and listened. The next second, Dian casually stated the main purpose for being there, forget it. I don't care about the player eater thing anymore. I came to find you for something else. Hearing this, Fan Xiao looked at Dian with some wariness. Dian's face turned serious, his eyes staring at Fan Xiao as if piercing through his heart, lowering his voice suspiciously, and probing, those bloodstains on the curtain earlier, were they fake? Right? Fan Xiao wasn't afraid at all, confidently meeting Dian's eyes, smiling mischievously, and deliberately changing the subject. Brother Du, you didn't receive the task of pretending to be the evil spirit and killing people, did you? Dian maintained his cold attitude, sneering disdainfully, and sarcastically said, so you mean the instance has no evil spirit? and the evil spirit is impersonated? This game is like werewolf. If I really received the task of pretending to be the evil spirit, you would be in danger right now. The next second, Fan Xiao flipped his face faster than flipping a pancake, putting on a polite smile, hurriedly waving his hands, and trying to dispel the discord. Haha, I was just kidding. I'm still very confident in you, brother Du. After all, full-time employees won't kill innocent people, right? Dian also pretended to smile in response. A hint of evil flashed in Fan Zhao's eyes for a moment. He was secretly planning to eliminate him. Within a 10-meter radius, with the increase of rage, Fan Chi could definitely kill him instantly. Dian smiled awkwardly, raising his hand to scratch his face, trying to give a reason to prove his innocence. Your guess is very interesting, but I can assure you that I didn't receive the task of the evil spirit. You can test me if you want. Hearing this, Fan Xiao gradually relaxed his vigilance, looking awkward and hesitatingly telling the truth. No need, I believe you. As for the bloodstains, I can also explain it to you. Actually, it's a trap, used for deceiving. He slowly analyzed the rules of the game again, also pointing out the intention he had deliberately set up. According to the introduction of the instance, the rules of the evil spirit are very clear. The evil spirit will stuff the bodies of those killed into the mattress, recreating its own tragedy. Now I'm forging intelligence and adding 2 new rules. The evil spirit will knock on the door to mark those who need to be killed, and the evil spirit will behead those who are killed. According to his calculations, Fan Xiao speculated that, if the evil spirit really exists, the high probability is that it will not follow these rules. He looked serious, confidently affirming his judgments. But if the evil spirit really follows the rules, then it has fallen into my trap, indirectly proving that the evil spirit is impersonated. This can be regarded as a conspiracy, and the player evil spirit is very clear that the bedsheet was faked by me. To eliminate this threat, the player evil spirit will definitely prioritize eliminating this restless person. Dian had been observing Fan Zhao's attitude, so he roughly recognized his level, but he still deliberately probed. You're also very confident that you can fight against the player evil spirit? It would be a bit arrogant to praise myself, but I don't deny it. He pretended to cough a few times, looking calm and confidently replying, of course. All of this has a premise. The evil spirit is fake. Otherwise, everything I do is meaningless to the evil spirit. The next second, Dian took out a prop, holding it in front of Fan Xiao, and calmly introduced, this is an E-level prop, evolved paper cup phone. He held a cup in his hand, happily introducing its useful functions. 2 paper cups can communicate in the same space, which can be regarded as making up for the regret of not being able to bring walkie-talkies into the instance. He took the other cup, looked at it, and didn't see anything special, but he was surprised by its function. Oh, a quite useful prop. Dian turned to leave but turned his head to remind, if you bait something tonight but can't beat it, don't forget to inform me. I'm downstairs, and I'll come to help you immediately. Although he said that, in his heart, he thought that others would avoid the evil spirit if they could, but he took the initiative to tease him. Interesting. He suddenly thought of something and asked Fan Xiao, by the way, why are you sure that the evil spirit is fake? He calmly replied, I just think it's highly probable. I personally don't deny the existence of evil spirits and ghosts. I just feel that something so supernatural shouldn't appear in an E-level instance. Du Yan smiled, I hope your luck is good, and you can successfully bait it. Remember to let me know. Fan Xiao also replied sincerely, don't worry. 2200 hours, the hallway was as dark as ink. In room 902, a trembling player held a table lamp in her hand. She placed the bed against the door, hoping to block something. She murmured to herself, what evil spirit? I'm not afraid. I don't believe I'll be so unlucky. Suddenly, a loud knock shattered the silence, startling her. The knocking grew louder and louder, and she became more and more frightened, thinking, the knocking, it's the evil spirit. She gasped, pressed herself against the door, and reassured herself, just block the door and don't open it, and it will be fine. Suddenly, she turned her head, and her face became more and more horrified. This is... An inverted evil spirit suddenly appeared, with long hair, blood-red eyes wide open, and its mouth open, about to rush towards the player. The next second, the evil spirit rushed straight at her, and only a shrill scream could be heard, ah. The sound of cracking reverberated throughout the hallway. The sound reached the room of another player named Yan Kening, who was sitting on the bed, stroking her hair leisurely. Suddenly, she noticed the cracking sound. Daytime, at the Jixiang Hotel. Dian asked, how was last night? Fan Xiao, looking sleepy, yawned and replied briefly, nothing happened. Dian said seriously, Nothing happened on my side either. Maybe you guessed wrong. The evil spirit is not a player pretending, but real. Fan Xiao, still sleepy, calmly replied, just because we're safe doesn't mean others are as lucky. Let's go down and see. The two stepped out of the elevator and walked towards. Stepping out of the elevator, they immediately met Babyface and Yan Kuning. Fan Xiao greeted, you guys are up early. Babyface stepped forward and asked them, are you the only ones? Fan Xiao didn't understand, what? Are people still missing? At this time, a handsome player stepped forward to answer, the eager youths and the woman who kept asking to stay together are still missing. Yan Kuning was worried, could something have happened to them? A balding middle-aged man standing nearby shouted, I don't know if something happened to them, but I almost had something happen to me last night. He looked extremely angry, pointing at the remaining people and cursing in a strained voice, the evil spirit knocked on my door last night. I immediately threw something to send a signal. Why didn't you come down to help? Yan Kuning turned around and calmly replied, I was knocked on last night too. Babyface continued, me too, I was knocked on too. The middle-aged man became more and more angry, shouting so loudly that his saliva flew out, nonsense. Can't you two lie more convincingly? This team is better off without. Yan Kuning felt annoyed and lightly stroked her hair. She impatiently replied, I don't care whether we form a team or not. I was really knocked on last night. Your signal came 2 minutes later. I didn't know if it was the evil spirit disguised or not, so I didn't act. Despite saying that, the middle-aged man stubbornly pointed and cursed, it's just an excuse not to help. I sent a signal. You should have come to help no matter what. What's with being so cowardly? The baby-faced player became annoyed and retorted, it was just knocking. Neither she nor I sent a signal, but you sent a signal. You wasted everyone's chance to help. Shouldn't you reflect on whether you're too afraid of death? The middle-aged man still didn't stop, talking non-stop and arguing, that's easy for you to say. Did you come after I called for help? You're not afraid of death either, huh? Fan Xiao stepped forward, waving his hand to mediate. Alright, so you guys really heard the evil spirit knocking last night? The middle-aged man said loudly. Of course. Would I lie to you? Yan Kuning folded her arms and closed her eyes. It seems that evil spirits really exist. The baby-faced player also replied, didn't the writing on that curtain also say that the evil spirit will knock before killing someone? As he spoke, he remembered the curtain that Fan Xiao had found. Fan Xiao interrupted, I have to be honest with you guys about something. I hope you won't be too excited. He proudly folded his arms and continued, actually, the writing on the curtain was forged by me. This made Du Yan next to him startled slightly. The balding middle-aged man was very surprised. What? Even Yan Kuning and the remaining young man were no less surprised. They gradually retreated, questioning loudly, you forged that thing? What do you want to do? Fan Xiao calmly replied, I created this clue to see if there really was an evil spirit. Now we can conclude it. He affirmed firmly, there is no vengeful spirit at all. If there really was a vengeful spirit, it definitely wouldn't act according to the clues I created. So there's only one possibility. Fan Xiao slowly continued, among us, there is someone who received the task of pretending to be a vengeful spirit and killing people. As soon as the words were spoken, the remaining people were shocked, unable to believe it. Immediately afterward, whispers immediately rang out around them, the one pretending to be the vengeful spirit is among us. I heard knocking last night. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I heard it too. Suddenly, the purple-haired handsome guy pointed directly at Fan Xiao, saying loudly, you've been pulling so many tricks. Maybe you're the vengeful spirit. Fan Xiao waved his hand strongly, responding coldly, if it were me, I could completely not be honest about the curtain, and then not knock tonight and find a way to kill you all. The purple-haired guy's face turned pale. Du Yan pushed Fan Xiao's face away, cheerfully mediating, if we've concluded that it's among us, then each of us is a suspect. But we can determine one thing, our enemy is a person, not a ghost. Fan Xiao, who had his face pushed away, concluded, this game is like werewolf, but it's a little different. He cleverly raised his idea, in the werewolf game, at night, the wolf is the one who must kill, but in this game, once we know the other person isn't a vengeful spirit, then there's nothing to be afraid of. The remaining people began to chime in, talking non-stop, that's right. As long as we know he's a person, then what's there to be afraid of? That's right. If it were really a vengeful spirit, why would it knock? Fan Xiao spoke, right now, there are 3 people whose life or death is unknown. Let's go confirm the situation first. The balding middle-aged man immediately objected. What's there to confirm? They still haven't come down, so they must have been killed by the evil spirit. If it's a person, they might kill people in broad daylight too. Fan Xiao made a creepy, evil expression, scaring them, but the vengeful spirit will hide the bodies under the mattress. Don't you guys mean to sleep on corpses at night? The middle-aged man and the others couldn't help but turn pale and tremble, falling silent. Fan Xiao calmly continued, moreover, as long as I find the body, I'll know who the player vengeful spirit is. The purple-haired handsome guy asked impatiently, could it be that you have other clues? What is it? Fan Xiao folded his arms, refusing to reveal anything. The player vengeful spirit is among us. I won't be stupid enough to reveal my trump card. If you want to know, just go find the body. The purple-haired guy was so angry that he clenched his hands. You. The middle-aged man said dismissively, pretending to be mysterious. We don't even know if it's true or false yet. The baby-faced guy also agreed, I also agree. Anyway, everyone can help in the daytime. Yan Kuning felt horrified, sleeping on corpses. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. I agree to go search. Finally, Fan Xiao turned to leave, leaving behind the words, that's all I wanted to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. This couldn't help but make Dian think, interesting. What exactly is this kid planning? Thump thump. After searching exhaustively, Fan Xiao thought to himself, thump thump. There are 13 floors in total, over 100 rooms. I've been searching all day and haven't found anything. Could it be that they aren't hidden under the mattresses? Suddenly, there was the sound of a door locking, click. Fan Xiao quickly turned around. The bald man appeared, arrogantly locking the door with his hand on the doorknob. Fan Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. You? He questioned, what do you want to do? The bald man grinned sinisterly. He pointed to the doorknob, saying, grade 2 prop, arrogant doorknob. When combined and placed on the door, it can completely isolate sound from inside and outside the door. Fan Xiao casually put his hands in his pockets, calmly concluding, so you played the role of the evil spirit, and killed the remaining 3 players. The prop's abilities are indeed strange and abundant. The bald man replied cunningly, that's right, but I only killed one person, the fat woman. As for the 2 eager youths, they violated the rules and were erased by the game. Fan Xiao questioned, then why didn't you attack me last night? The bald man also replied calmly, I have a prop that can help me see the win rate against a certain player. You are very strong, but the win rate is only 52%. To ensure safety, I didn't attack you but chose someone weaker. Fan Xiao smirked, interesting prop. So why are you planning to attack now? With a 52% win rate, aren't you afraid of losing? Moreover, how will you explain it to the others? The bald man grinned evilly, saying loudly, there's no choice, you forced me. I originally planned to keep you until the last night, but you are too cunning. As for the win rate, sorry, after snatching the props from 3 people, plus the evil spirit's equipment, the win rate is now 68%. He held out his hand, estimating, and continued viciously, as long as I kill you, and then kill 2 more people, the mission will be complete. Fan Xiao wasn't afraid when he heard this, instead replying frankly, 6 people, just kill half to win. It really is werewolf, but you talk too much. You've told me everything. Suddenly a stream of purple light unexpectedly appeared, surrounding Fan Xiao, catching him off guard. The bald man, now holding a bottle of purple poison mist upside down, said evilly, there's no choice. The game gives the E-level poison mist too long to take effect. Thank you so much. You obediently cooperated with me to prolong the time. The purple mist enveloped Fan Xiao, making it impossible for him to move. He glared, sneering, what a dirty trick. The win rate is already 68%, yet you still use poison. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man suddenly peeled off his mask. He revealed his true form as a long-haired female evil spirit with blood-red eyes, grade C prop, vengeful spirit set. Wearing it will transform you into a vengeful spirit. After 9 p.m. at night, you will have the skills of penetrating walls and hiding. Physical and mental attack power greatly increased. Note, special item of the instance. Cannot be traded or given to others. He stretched out his long, sharp nails, rushing straight at Fan Xiao, gritting his teeth. The survivor is the winner. The means don't matter. You can say whatever you want. He was about to rush forward, cursing loudly, you die. Suddenly, as he got close to Fan Xiao, seeing that he was still very calm, the evil spirit stopped abruptly. The evil spirit felt like something was about to pour out of its stomach. It turned pale, as if it wanted to vomit, glug glug. The evil spirit vomited something huge. It fell straight to the floor, unable to believe it. How could this be? I clearly had a 68% win rate, and I even used poison. Suddenly, something spurted out of the evil spirit's stomach. Fan Chi-Chi, a death angel, jumped out, holding a blood-stained scythe, smiling contentedly. This is the seal player killing the Ant King player. Fan Xiao immediately opened the bottle of antidote. He quickly took a large gulp. A notification appeared. Seal player can randomly inherit a prop from the Ant King player. The process of checking and inheriting props is in progress. The prop to check the win rate probably only relies on the evolution rate of the body. The prop worn on the body is used to calculate the win rate, and cannot be counted as the player's innate ability. Another notification: congratulations to Seal player for obtaining the E-level prop, Arrogant Doorknob. It is part of a wooden door worth 500,000. The doorknob carries its own pride. This pride cannot be understood by insignificant and pitiful humans. Note: placing the doorknob on the door can not only block sound but also completely isolate the sound inside. Fan Xiao thought to himself, it seems you can't trust the abilities of props too much, especially low-level props. Fan Chi-Chi couldn't help but express disgust. His clothes are too hard. I can't even tear his stomach into petals. What a pity. Fan Xiao said, it seems this mask is the evil spirit's prop. Wait for me to take it off, and then you can beat the corpse. She puffed out her cheeks. I don't want to beat his corpse. It's just like a toy. After taking off the mask, the evil spirit's body returned to its original form. Fan Xiao calmly said, okay, don't get too carried away. I still need to use his corpse. Fan Chi-Chi grinned sinisterly, hee hee. Fan Xiao thought with a chill, this murderous angel is like a child. I still have to coax her. After she's had enough fun and disappears. I'll contact Dian. After a while, he raised his hand, activating the blood-deficient earring. The blood in the evil spirit's body poured out, flying towards Fan Zhao's hand. He thought to himself, the earring can establish a connection through the contact between my blood and the blood of others. For up to an hour, I can control all of the opponent's blood. He raised the fresh blood hand crossbow, continuing his thoughts. When using the fresh blood hand crossbow to fire blood arrows, as long as they pass through the bodies of others, I can achieve the effect of establishing a connection. The crossbow was pointed towards the door that seemed about to be opened. Fan Xiao was still deep in his thoughts. Then I can make the opponent's blood flow backward, or explode. As soon as the thought ended, the door opened. Dian walked in. Just as the crossbow was pointed straight at him, he panicked. Wait, what's going on? Dian scratched his head, looking at the corpse. I thought you called me up to help with something. I didn't expect that as soon as I came in, you'd point an arrow at me. Is this over? He was curious. This is the evil spirit? This corpse is a bit too miserable, isn't it? It seems like there was a fierce battle here. He watched Fan Xiao put away the crossbow, sighing inwardly. I thought he was just a naive youth who had just entered the instance. It seems his strength is beyond my imagination. Looking at Fan Zhao's reaction, which was extremely calm, Dian couldn't help but think, it's just that his mental state seems to be a bit of a problem. When I get back, I might have to rewrite Fan Zhao's file. He calmed down, speaking to Fan Xiao. Back to the main topic. Why doesn't this evil spirit look like the mission description? Fan Xiao replied casually. It's probably because of this mask. Take it off, and he'll immediately return to his original appearance. It's just a pity that I can't take it away. Otherwise, it would definitely sell for a lot of money. Dian sat down, examining the evil spirit's body, carefully saying, I thought the evil spirit was definitely a player-eater. I didn't expect it to be an otherkin player with no prominent physical characteristics. Fan Xiao also speculated, maybe it's an insect otherkin. Maybe they don't have very clear characteristics. Fan Xiao opened the system. The remaining time of the instance was 5 days. He clicked confirm, saying softly, but now there's a problem. The evil spirit has been resolved. But the instance hasn't ended, proving. Dian also realized, asking blankly, the instance mission isn't really to drive away the evil spirit? Then what is it? Fan Xiao looked straight ahead, replying, I have a guess too. In short, let's first take this guy's body to the lobby, and then explain the cause of the matter to the others. In the lobby, everyone gathered together. There was a hubbub as they listened to Fan Xiao talking about the body lying on the ground. Fan Xiao finished speaking with his eyes closed, calmly saying, that's the situation. I tricked the player evil spirit, and as a result, I counter-killed him. Yan Kuning got goosebumps all over, frowning and saying, as for the bodies of the 3 people, we also found them. It's just that they're a bit gruesome, so we didn't bring them down here. She continued, but I still have to thank you. Without the evil spirit, The nights should be a little easier. Diane also agreed. I was worried about what to do if I kept getting knocked down at night. Thanks to you, I can finally sleep well tonight. Another player spoke up. I have a question. Su Yao stepped forward, asking Fan Xiao directly, if the player evil spirit doesn't act according to your plan, doesn't do things like knocking or beheading, what will you do? Fan Xiao explained, if that's the case, everyone should doubt the authenticity of the evil spirit. After all, 1, there are no deaths, and 2, there is no match with the fake rules. Later, if the evil spirit doesn't act anymore, we can safely pass the instance. He continued, and once someone is harmed, everyone will act collectively. The success rate of the player evil spirit's mission will drop sharply, leaving them helpless. Su Yao said loudly, what if the player evil spirit discovers your plan and deliberately follows the so-called rules to create chaos, making everyone suspicious of each other and self-destructing? Yan Kuning also chimed in, and what if the evil spirit isn't a player but really exists? It won't act according to your fake rules. If everyone gathers together, it might really attract the evil spirit's attack. Fan Xiao sneered at this time, exhaling sharply. He waved his hand, replying flippantly, if there is, then there is. Everyone gathers together, and it will be easier to survive if attacked, right? Fan Xiao continued, in the worst case, if someone is harmed, everyone can go back and divide each person to one floor to spend the night, which will ensure the maximum number of survivors. Of course, I won't randomly violate the rules and stay with you. At this time, the purple-haired handsome guy couldn't bear it anymore, angrily rushing forward and pointing at Fan Zhao's face, loudly saying, you are really too irresponsible. If you hadn't forged information, everyone wouldn't be panicking. If everyone had prepared well to protect themselves, no one would have died. Are you a professional at harming others? Fan Xiao stood facing the purple-haired guy, smiling contentedly. He glanced straight ahead, saying something that made the remaining people's faces turn green. Isn't the corpses of the 3 people clear enough? Of course. You can think whatever you want. The truth is that I have eliminated the player evil spirit. I don't expect you to be grateful or believe me for this. After all, I won't believe you. The balding middle-aged man suddenly stepped out and coughed, breaking the tense atmosphere. Cough, cough, I believe you. Anyway, the evil spirit has been eliminated. Greed was clearly visible in his eyes. Why don't we discuss how we should divide the spoils? The balding middle-aged man stood in front of Fan Xiao and Kuning, smiling and suggesting, I believe you, but since the evil spirit has been eliminated, let's talk about the issue of dividing the spoils. Fan Xiao sneered, holding up the evil spirit set and asking, spoils? Oh, are you talking about this? It was found on his body. The guy stared at the items in Fan Zhao's hand, reaching out to touch it. Yes, I said it. Killing a player usually drops props, let alone a player evil spirit. Hearing this, Fan Zhao's expression suddenly turned gloomy and cold. You want it? No wonder your face is so big. It turns out you need a mask to cover it. A mocking smile appeared on Fan Zhao's face, and Kuning's angry voice rang out, you didn't do anything, yet you want props? What a thick face. The balding middle-aged man was momentarily guilty and angry, unable to speak. He pointed at Fan Xiao, loudly questioning her. He is a player eater, and he used fake information to trick us. You see the evil spirit props in his hands, so can you sleep peacefully at night? Who knows if he has any conspiracy? Seeing the tense situation, the handsome guy hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, don't get excited, don't get excited. It hasn't been confirmed whether he is a player eater or not. He turned to look at Fan Xiao and proposed a solution, but before it's proven, you can hand over the evil spirit props to someone everyone trusts to keep them safe. Fan Xiao was momentarily shocked by this statement, asking, who does everyone trust? You. The handsome guy smiled in response, I didn't say it was me. Moreover, aren't I thinking about everyone's safety? I'm not targeting you. I hope you can understand. The balding middle-aged man next to him said excitedly, I agree. It's best to have someone everyone trusts keep them safe. That person is best to be the safest player. Fan Xiao chuckled, throwing the evil spirit set towards him. I think you're quite suitable. Here, give it to you. Remember to keep it safe. The balding middle-aged man looked at the evil spirit prop in his hand and realized that this prop was a special item of the instance, which could not be obtained or used by a specific player. He was so angry that he burst into flames, scolding loudly, You're playing me. This is a special prop of the instance, you little brat. Why didn't you say it earlier? Fan Xiao laughed loudly, asking, Why should I say it? Watching you guys argue so noisily is like watching a cat show. It's so interesting. The balding middle-aged man closed his eyes slightly, His eyebrows furrowed tightly, and said, "The danger of the evil spirit is indeed gone, but the danger of the player eater is still there." He pointed at Fan Xiao, loudly accusing, "Everyone, he is the player eater. He will definitely attack us at night. For the next 2 nights, we will still eat and sleep uneasily." His voice continued to call out, "Why don't we take advantage of today to eliminate all dangers at once? What do you say? If there are no player eaters left, it will benefit us all." Everyone was shocked, silently turning their eyes towards Fan Xiao. Hearing these words, Fan Xiao's expression turned cold, reminding, "You're looking for death." In his heart, Fan Xiao thought, "I'm worried that there's no one causing trouble to force the player eater to reveal himself. I have to add some fuel." The balding middle-aged man took the opportunity to retreat, loudly instigating, "See? He's revealed his true colors." He shouted, "Let's all go kill him." Suddenly, a sharp arrow came whizzing from behind. In an instant, the arrow plunged into the balding middle-aged man's back. A foot covered in armor appeared, and a flustered voice cried out, "100 changes magic clothes." At this time, the system displayed information, Grady Prop, 100 changes magic clothes, clothes made from a special metal, capable of strong shape-shifting and color adjustment. 1 garment is equivalent to 100 garments, perfectly solving the worries of the poor. Babyface's eyes were cold. "Since you took the initiative to cause trouble, we don't want to pretend anymore. Note, this is a prop that integrates both attack and defense. When transformed into a weapon, it has the hardness of steel. When transformed into armor, it is like wrapping the person in bulletproof armor. Note 2, the magic clothes are liquid in nature, and the separated parts can be recovered and recombined after being retrieved." He looked fiercely at Kuning and the handsome guy, saying, "Now that the evil spirit is gone, what's wrong with revealing our cards to you?" Babyface pointed the spear at his opponent and loudly ordered, "You two, attack together. Wipe them out. We'll hold a big feast in the remaining 2 days." Fan Xiao looked at the situation, stunned as if he didn't understand what was happening. Kuning angrily questioned, "You are all player eaters? But there are 3 of you." The handsome guy next to him said, "Do you need to ask?" "That's definitely right." Suddenly, Fan Xiao pointed at Babyface, hesitating and asking, "You two know each other?" He immediately replied, "I don't know him. I saw that he seemed to be like me, so I went to his place before 9 p.m. yesterday to test him. The result was that he was." A pair of strong feet stepped forward, accompanied by a somber voice, "There are 7 people standing now. We are 3 against 4. The win rate is very high." The tattooed brother laughed excitedly. "I've been hungry all day. I can't wait to start the feast. My dishes!" His feet stomped hard on the ground, using the momentum to fly up. The tattooed brother flew quickly forward, his face full of enjoyment and smugness. Kuning and the handsome guy were so panicked that they couldn't speak. Fan Xiao quickly appeared, standing in front of the two, frowning and warning in a deep voice, "This feast probably can't be held." The tattooed brother stopped abruptly, momentarily not understanding what was going on. Kuning and the handsome guy were flustered and surprised. Babyface said angrily, "What do you mean?" Fan Xiao pointed at his serial number and calmly announced, "Sorry, I am a white-named player." The tattooed brother couldn't believe his eyes, infuriated, "You dare to trick us?" The handsome guy behind him trembled, pointing at Fan Xiao's back, confused and asking, "Is he a human or a player eater?" Du Yan had to put his hand on his forehead and explain, "He is a human. We know each other outside the game. I can vouch for him. The previous actions were all pretending and scheming." Su Yao said happily, "I believe him." A leather whip cracked in the air, creating a swishing sound. Kuning gripped the whip in her hand, seriously reminding, "Talk later. Deal with the player eaters first." Babyface angrily grabbed the spear and rushed towards Fan Xiao. "You dare to trick us? I must make you pay." Suddenly he stopped when he saw the blood hand crossbow in the opponent's hand, aimed straight at him. In an instant, Babyface was horrified as the blood hand crossbow's arrow came close. He quickly spun the spear in his hand into a circular shield to block the arrow. This move pushed Babyface back quite a distance. Not willing to be outdone, he continued to rush forward, attacking Fan Xiao with the spear. Kuning's slender legs stepped forward, accompanied by the sound of a whip cracking strongly. She stood in front of Fan Xiao and immediately made a move, Queen's Domain. Babyface was knocked far away, along with a shrill scream. Kuning's face, along with the whip in her hand, suddenly became terrifying. Babyface was now sitting on the ground, trembling and frightened, looking at the person in front of him. Kuning's whip lashed hard twice at his face, making him cry out in pain. Then she waved her hand, continuously attacking Babyface's body without stopping. Fan Xiao observed from the side, murmuring, Babyface's armor can block blood arrows but can't resist the whip's attack. It seems that whip is also a prop, and its level is not low. In the air, two powerful fists collided head-on. The tattooed brother had now transformed into a muscular body, gnashing his teeth in anger. The person who had just collided with him was Su Yao. Before he could recover, the tattooed brother was attacked by Du Yan with a sword. He was shocked and awkwardly dodged. Du Yan gripped the sword in his hand, reminding, your opponents are us. The tattooed brother cursed inwardly in anger. I didn't expect to be tricked by that bastard. Now it's 5 against 2, with absolutely no advantage. Fan Xiao carefully observed and calculated. It seems that the Special Affairs Bureau is taking action. No need to worry about that side anymore. At this time, the balding middle-aged man, lying in a pool of blood, weakly trembled and called out, save me, please. The handsome guy was surprised to hear this. He suddenly became cunning, softly saying, there's no saving you. You're going to die right now. A dagger appeared in his hand, and the handsome guy's cold voice rang out, anyway, you're about to die. Instead of letting the enemy get the prop. The balding middle-aged man couldn't speak when he saw this. Lying in the pool of blood, his face gradually became terrified and helpless. The balding middle-aged man screamed in horror, don't. The handsome guy's voice rang out, rest assured, I will avenge you. In an instant, his body was lifeless. Kuning shouted loudly from behind, what are you doing? The handsome guy turned his head, sighed, and replied, he was about to die. Sooner or later, the prop would belong to the player eaters. I'm doing this for everyone's good. Her eyes widened in disbelief, angrily saying, you. Babyface's body was now covered in whip wounds. A voice rang out, I say. Fan Xiao stood in front of him, saying, seeing that you have no way to break through this iron armor prop, and there's a rat stealing heads and props right in front of you. Why are you facing us like this? Why don't you surrender while you still can? We'll give you a way out. Babyface's eyes became fierce, and his pupils suddenly contracted, looking very scary. Immediately afterward, he stood up, and his entire body transformed into a giant monster, his two blood-red eyes shouting, shut your mouth. Babyface frantically rushed towards the handsome guy, attacking, you die for me. Catching the opponent off guard and panicking. He quickly used Leathershoe's speed to quickly escape. Babyface was extremely angry, gripping the long spear in his hand, using the momentum to attack. In an instant, the spear pierced through the handsome guy's chest quickly and neatly. He immediately coughed up blood and screamed in pain. Seeing that the opponent was hit, Babyface spoke, both vicious and smug, looking at the level of your shoes, it's nothing special. I can only laugh and accept it. Fan Xiao, who had been observing him all this time, suddenly smiled softly, assessing, gold-level prop leaving the body, good opportunity. A burst of red energy immediately appeared in his hand. Immediately afterward, 2 blood hand crossbow arrows were quickly condensed. Fan Xiao controlled the arrow, approaching Babyface silently from behind. His eyes suddenly rolled back, and his mind muttered, what is that? The blood hand crossbow's arrow penetrated the giant body's chest, and he recognized something in horror, it doesn't hurt, but Babyface's giant body was immediately deformed quickly. He turned to look behind him, and was shocked to see Fan Xiao standing there leisurely. Babyface angrily asked loudly, it's you. Fan Xiao didn't answer, just chuckled, taking it as an admission. In the next second, Babyface's entire body exploded in space. The system sent a notification. Player Hai Bao received the inherited prop, 100 changes magic clothes. The tattooed brother looked at the scene in front of him, exclaiming in horror, what? Du Yan, who was rushing to attack from behind him, reminded angrily, is this the time to be distracted? He thrust his sword powerfully through the tattooed brother's body, causing the latter to cry out in pain and tremble. How could this be? With the end of the battle, the player eater faction was completely wiped out. The handsome guy, lying on the ground, weakly grabbed Fan Xiao's leg, trembling and begging, save me, I beg you. He looked at him and coldly said, there's no saving you anymore. You're about to die. Fan Xiao gave a strange smile, softly asking, does this guy sound familiar? Although I'm not very ethical in my work, I have a sense of humanity in my bones, so I won't kill you. Kuning's slender legs stepped closer to the two, and her voice rang out, a sense of humanity? Kuning looked at Fan Xiao and said frankly, I think your level of ethics is quite high, at least a long way above the one lying on the ground. Her voice carried contempt. There are too many people who don't put in any effort when forming a team but always want to take advantage. Then, with a stab, she decisively ended the handsome guy's life. Kuning smiled and praised, I prefer people with strategies, knowledge, and courage like you. Fan Xiao also smiled in response. As expected, you are a solo player. Dian hummed a tune and leisurely discussed. I didn't expect to eliminate all the dangers before the first day even ended. Su Yao next to him also happily replied, only the 4 of us are left. Kuning breathed a sigh of relief, saying, the main reason is the mechanism of the instance. We originally thought we were escaping and finding the evil spirit. But it turned out to be werewolf. We had to guard against the evil spirit, while also finding the player eaters. Du Yen added from the side, giving the evil spirit prop to the bald guy was also related. In one night he solved 3 people, making the player eaters' advantage greater, which is why he directly ran out in the situation of being provoked. His arm draped over Fan Zhao's shoulder. Du Yen praised and probed, but luckily, there was your fishing plan, so we were able to catch the evil spirit and the player eaters on the first day. Perhaps the score of this instance is not low. Fan Xiao smiled softly, replying, no need to be polite. A slender hand was extended in front of him, and someone said, let's formally get to know each other. Kuning looked at the person in front of her, smiled, and introduced, I'm Yan Kuning, considered a businesswoman. Then Du Yan and Su Yao introduced themselves one by one. Looking at the people in front of him, Fan Xiao said casually, Fan Jian. Hearing this, the other 3 looked at each other silently, exchanging glances. Kuning winked mischievously, reminding, a petty man will inadvertently lose many opportunities. Caught in the act, he unconsciously scratched his head and honestly said, just kidding. My name is Fan Xiao, from District 010. Du Yen chirped from behind, I'm the same as him. Kuning happily shared, what a coincidence, I'm also in District 010. Su Yao also said, me too? We are very destined. Du Yen said enthusiastically, actually, this is very normal. For people from the same world district, the probability of meeting in a grade E instance is very high. I have encountered this situation before when I entered the instance. He suddenly put a finger in front of everyone and asked, by the way, does everyone know about the Special Affairs Bureau? Seeing no one answer, Du Yen immediately revealed, the Special Affairs Bureau is a newly established national department, responsible for matters related to players and the evolution game. As of now, we have recruited many players, and we also have a large amount of intelligence and resources that can provide a lot of help to players. He took the opportunity to hand out his business cards to everyone and enthusiastically guided, if you have any thoughts about joining, remember to contact me after you get out. Kuning held the business card in her hand and happily suggested, if everyone is from the same world then let's get to know each other. Maybe we can get together after we get back. And maybe there will be a chance to enter the instance together. Su Yao suddenly spoke, speaking of which, the evil spirit and the player eaters have been eliminated. Are we through the level? Fan Xiao thought for a moment and replied. The evil spirit's prop is exclusive to the instance. Other players can't use it, which also means there won't be a new evil spirit. The game scene appeared in front of his eyes, and his voice rang out, speculating, next maybe we can pass the level if we stay for 2 days. 2 days later, the time-space railway station faintly appeared in front of them. The system displayed a notification, Grade E instance, Jixiang Hotel, has ended. Then the system sent out notifications one by one, first for Fan Xiao, Player Seal's instance evaluation, A, followed by Du Yen, Player Rabbit's instance evaluation, B. Next was Kuning, Player Ragdoll Cat's instance evaluation, C, and finally Su Yao, Player Snow Wolf's instance evaluation, C. Kuning sighed inwardly, great, is this a zoo? Immediately afterward, rewards appeared in the hands of the 4 people at the same time. The system said, next, the instance rewards will be distributed. Please check and receive them. The system continued to display more details about the functions and rewards for the players. Instance reward, 1 Grade D prop, 2 time-space train tickets, 3 Grade E evolution potions, 2 Grade E spirit recovery potions, 3 Grade E healing potions, 1 Grade E truth serum, 8,000 game coins. Special reward. Grade D prop, detoxification master. Players who know how to poison will always catch other players off guard. Where there is demand, there is supply, so anti-poison and detoxification props are born from this. But you know, each time a prop like this is made, it will consume a detoxification master. Please cherish life and stay away from players. Without trade, there would be no harm. Note, the wearer is immune to all Grade D and Grade E viruses, poisons, biological toxins, and harmful substances. The detoxification master reward was automatically equipped on Fan Xiao. In his heart, he thought, so the detoxification master is a passive prop. Just using it once. The immunity to poison will become a permanent passive attribute of the wearer, which is more convenient than an active one like the blood-deficient earring. Looking at the information panel and the prop column that the system sent, which contained the following information: Player seal. Please note that grade E players can only equip a maximum of 3 fixed props. Extra props must be actively abandoned, or choose to have the game system recover them for the equivalent value in game coins. Fan Xiao exclaimed inwardly. There are such restrictions. He took out the arrogant doorknob and asked, "Does anyone want a prop? I have a prop that needs to be disposed of." Seeing this, Dian laughed. "Your 3 props in the prop column are full?" Kuning asked in surprise, "Is the number of props in the prop column also limited?" He replied, "That's right. Grade E players can only equip 3 fixed props. But don't look at me. A prop like the doorknob is not suitable for me." Dian smiled and waved his hand to refuse. Kuning thought for a moment and analyzed, "Perhaps the doorknob will be useful at some point, but it's not necessary to use game coins to waste a position in the prop column. Otherwise, if you get a good prop next time, you'll have to rack your brains to figure out how to dispose of the doorknob." Su Yao also waved his hand to refuse. "I don't need it either." Fan Xiao smiled wryly, thinking, as expected, no one wants it. The system rang out, asking, "Confirmed to recover grade E prop, arrogant doorknob?" His finger immediately selected agree. Watching the prop go into the trash can and the notification, "The system has recovered the grade E prop, arrogant doorknob. Recovery price, 10,000 game coins." Fan Xiao sighed. Grade E props are only worth 10,000. He immediately replenished his energy by drinking a tube of the reward that the system had issued upon promotion. The system immediately updated the information: display name, seal, occupation, assassin, evolution rate, 27%, talent, murderous angel, incomplete. Props, blood deficient earring D, 100 changes magic clothes E, game coins, 22,950, player grade, E, player type, white name player. Player code, GOB0105551. All 4 people were now standing at the time-space railway station. In his heart, Fan Xiao secretly calculated, the evolution rate only increased by 7%. Last time, 3 potions increased by 11%, but this time it's less. Is it that the grade E evolution potion can only help players increase to 27%? Or will the player's body gradually become resistant to the potion? The time-space train stopped in front of them, and the door of the carriage opened. As he moved onto the train, he pondered, "I can only wait until I get the potion next time and check again." Observing the carriage, a voice rang out, "It seems that the flow of time inside the instance is irregular." Fan Xiao sat down in the seat, and his mind suddenly realized, however, this girl Lu Baiji is also very concerned about others. He looked at the phone screen in his hand and saw that there was a message sent at 2:30. Fan Xiao wrote a reply, "I'm back." The other person immediately asked, "Don't you mind online game communication?" He was a little puzzled and wondered, "You asked this question. Is it because the Special Affairs Bureau has discovered my identity?" The other person sent a message, "The Special Affairs Bureau has approached both Bai Ji and me." "How was your identity discovered? Because of the phone call I made last time?" Fan Xiao smiled and wrote back, "Don't worry, my exposure has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I didn't intend to hide my identity in the first place." It turned out that the person on the other end of the line was Xining, who breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "It's good if it wasn't affected by me." She asked softly, "Did you enter the instance?" Fan Xiao replied, "That's right, I just got out." Xining frankly suggested, "I want to buy your intelligence." "Name your price." He replied, "Forget about buying. I'm about to enter the instance. I'll provide intelligence to you for free." Immediately afterward, the system sent a notification, "Received compressed file from Fan Xiao." Xining and Baiji's eyes widened in shock. Baiji quickly covered her mouth, trying to restrain her emotions, and softly exclaimed, "So there is such a werewolf instance. Players have to complete the task of killing people. It feels so cruel." Xining chuckled and asked Fan Xiao over the phone, "To fish in the instance, that's really your style. Aren't you afraid that the evil spirit and the werewolf will tear the net with you?" He sent a message explaining, "Fishing is to lure out the bad guys. I'll deal with him after he does something bad. I'm confident, so I do that." Xining was silent for a moment. Fan Xiao opened the refrigerator and texted, "By the way, what are you doing now?" Bai Ji, running on the treadmill, replied breathlessly, "I'm practicing. My sister said that the rate of evolution only represents the basic qualities of the body. To exert 100% of strength, you still have to exercise to squeeze out all the potential in the body." Xining held up a piece of paper to the phone screen, saying, I'm doing homework for Baiji. Fan Xiao replied. Looking at it briefly, it seems that the knowledge spans all 3 years of high school. Are you not doing it yourself? Are you not afraid of affecting the scores? Looking at Baiji exercising not far away, she explained. Her foundation is very solid. Just taking some time to practice won't affect much. Moreover, the part that is behind can be compensated by luck. Baiji once relied on randomly choosing the right answers to all the multiple-choice questions she didn't know. He sighed. Your sister is very lucky. Xining said proudly. It's not just pretty good. I haven't met anyone luckier than her. Fan Xiao drank a sip of water, considering in his heart, I shouldn't tell them about saving up a bunch of luck and using it during the college entrance examination. I can't teach bad habits. He sent a message. I also have something to do. I won't be entering the instance for the time being. Wait for you to finish your work, and we'll go together. Xining replied, okay, we'll contact you when we're ready. Baiji reminded, by that time, my sister and I will probably come to Brother Fan's place. Fan Xiao agreed readily. Then let's meet at a place at that time. She replied happily, okay. A large convenience store appeared in front of him. A bowl of hot soup was slammed down on the table, and the soup inside swayed and spilled out. A clumsy hand knocked over the seasoning bag into the pot, and a choked, intermittent voice rang out, too spicy, cough, cough, cough. What a mess. Fan Xiao sat in the seat with the table in front of him covered in food. The system sent a notification, current accumulated luck value, 120 out of 200. The owner at the checkout counter said, the remaining food you have exceeds the limit, so the deposit won't be returned. He stood in front of the counter, stammering, checkout. Fan Xiao silently looked at the payment app on his phone, which was dejected due to the lack of money. The owner's harsh voice rang out, scolding, what are you dawdling about? You're not trying to eat for free, are you? He gloomily put away the phone and replied, forget it, pay with cash. Fan Xiao stepped outside, calculating in his heart, today is the 7th day of activating the luck accumulation superpower. The level of bad luck is already visible to the naked eye. He carefully considered, I need to enter a state of level 2 alert. Normally, when natural disasters occur frequently, I also have to pay attention to human disasters. Fan Xiao answered the phone, a little surprised, Mom, what's the matter? Looking at the tall buildings in front of him, his voice asked, what's the matter, Mom? Her soft voice rang out on the phone, it's been more than 2 months since you came home for dinner. Try to arrange time to come back this week. Your younger brother and sister also want to see you. Fan Xiao moved leisurely, replying, Mom, I've been too busy with work lately. As a designer, I always encounter difficult clients. He cleverly made an excuse, I can't arrange time this week. Next time, I will definitely come back, I will definitely come back. She heard her son say this and became anxious. Isn't your job salary high? Why do you always have so many things to do? How about this, let Mom find Uncle Song to help you, so that he can arrange an easy position for you in the company. Don't refuse this time. Fan Xiao gloomily refused, no need, I like my current job, I don't want to change. Her voice rang out, carrying helplessness, you are really. He remembered the happy image of his mother on her wedding day, thinking in his heart, Uncle Song used to spend a month of luck to help my mother pray for a good match twice. Although she has 2 children, he is very kind and treats her well. It sounds like they are currently living very happily and harmoniously. I don't have anything to worry about anymore. On the other end of the line, his mother sighed, Fan Xiao, listen to your mother. Find a job that can make money. Your hobbies are useless. Fan Xiao obediently replied, yes, what you say is right. His mind did not think so. Compared to living comfortably under the arrangements of his family, he preferred to live alone. Fan Xiao seriously calculated, not only that, but this is also so that when attracting luck, I don't hurt the people around me. She saw that he was just giving lip service and became angry. This is fine, but the job doesn't change, but the disease must be treated well. Mom has found a new psychologist for you and has already made an appointment. I'll send you the phone number and address of the doctor's office later. Remember to visit the doctor. Fan Xiao sighed helplessly, I'm really not sick. After chatting with his mother, Fan Xiao had no choice but to tell himself, there's no other way. I have to take a trip. He thought dejectedly, but first, I have to deal with the oil stains on my clothes. A large shopping mall called Baidai appeared in front of him. Fan Xiao, in the restroom of the shopping mall, was focused on washing off the stains on his clothes. When I was 13 years old, he accidentally fell when going down the stairs. And his head hit the ground first. Looking at himself in the mirror, Standing still, he didn't know if it was due to the injury. But a vague memory appeared, as if he had an older sister who knew how to take care of people. Afterward, he went to the hospital for several checkups. Each time the results showed that his health was normal. The memory really came strangely. Remembering the time when Fan Xiao was 13 years old and lying in a hospital bed, his mind thought, if it's not a physical problem, then it must be a psychological problem. In those months, his mother was always worried and close by whenever Fan Xiao participated in treatment. Therefore, he began to occasionally see a psychologist and coordinate with some medications. Until he was 14 years old, he discovered that his cycle of bad luck and good luck could be controlled subjectively, and he realized. Fan Xiao looked in surprise at the golden light emanating from the palm of his hand. It turned out that he was not a congenitally unlucky person but a person with superpowers. At that time, a vague figure of a girl appeared in Fan Xiao's mind, and when he tried to use luck to make his mind return to normal, he discovered that the previous memory was a real memory that he had luckily remembered when he was hit in the head. However, when he tried to use luck to find that older sister, it was ineffective. Returning to reality, Fan Xiao looked at himself in the mirror and slightly adjusted his collar, thinking in his heart, however, I currently have a new guess. My erased memory is most likely caused by players from other world regions who came to this world many years ago, using their items or skills. He frowned slightly, secretly deciding, therefore, whether it's to survive or to retrieve that memory, I must continue to participate in the evolution game. Fan Xiao quietly arrived at the door of the clinic, his mind still calculating, however, I must continue to see the psychologist first, so that I can explain it to my mother. Otherwise, it probably won't stop, and second, although I guess there will be a disaster happening here, even if I try to escape, I won't be able to succeed. A hand leisurely picked up a cup of hot tea, and the therapist's voice rang out, I have already researched your situation beforehand. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. He continued to add, the appearance of a vague memory is nothing too strange. Just like a cold, your condition is a form of psychological illness, a psychological pathology. And it can be completely treated gradually. Fan Xiao sat on the chair, listening, humming softly as if he understood. This psychologist's name was Qing Xiao. He smiled and explained, many psychological pathologies actually originate from problems left over from childhood. I heard your mother say that they didn't give you enough attention when you were young, so you may have imagined an older sister to replace the position and role of your parents. Qing Xiao's voice rang out, causing Fan Xiao to feel a little strange. In your memory, this older sister must be very good at taking care of people and always cared about you, right? He closed his eyes slightly and said, she was indeed very good at taking care of people and always cared for and protected me to the best of her ability. He waved his hand excitedly to explain, the problem lies here. Maybe at that time, you tried to make up for the shortcomings from your imagination, and this mentality led to the appearance of your sister. If you want to be treated, you must start from the root of the problem, including your shortcomings and the defects of your parents. Qing Zhao's eyes suddenly became cunning. You need to clearly recognize them and truly accept them, which means gradually, from a cognitive perspective, acknowledging reality and accepting the past. Fan Xiao replied casually, sounds pretty simple. He hurriedly added, it's just an overall direction. This process naturally needs to be combined with some medications and psychological guidance to support treatment. Qing Zhao's voice rang out, have a drink first, and then we'll start the first guidance session. Fan Xiao didn't think much, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. The tea immediately entered his mouth, causing his eyes to widen in surprise, unable to speak. Fan Xiao calmed down and silently assessed, so just now, the detoxification master detected that the tea contained medicine. He decisively drank the entire cup of tea in front of Qing Xiao, calculating in his heart, anyway, I'm not afraid of poison. I'll try to see what it is. Fan Xiao carefully thought, is this the truth serum? Just in time, there's a truth serum in the mission reward. I tried a little bit. Why would a psychologist give me truth serum? Looking at Qing Xiao in front of him, he sighed, it seems that it really is a man-made disaster. For now, I'll cooperate and see what he wants to do. He observed Fan Zhao's expression and said, besides the memory problem, what other troubles are bothering you? He replied casually, yes, there are many. Qing Xiao was startled and asked, what are they? Fan Xiao looked thoughtful and then replied, first, everything I do goes extremely smoothly. For example, the first time in my life I bought a lottery ticket. I won a big prize. Moreover, I learn everything very quickly, not just knowledge but also skills, and the range is very wide. He turned paler as he listened. And finally, without waiting for him to finish speaking, he hurriedly interrupted, "Wait, stop." Qing Xiao frowned silently, carefully observing the person in front of him, thinking, this person, could he be a darling of the heavens who is showing off? After a while of calculating, he asked, "Have you had any changes in your living habits recently, such as a sudden increase in food intake?" Fan Xiao replied, "No." Qing Xiao asked again, "Is there ever a time when you feel like you want to attack small animals because you are hungry?" The answer he received was no. A little anxious. Qing Xiao said loudly, "Then what about strength? Has it suddenly become stronger?" And the answer was, no. He supported his forehead with his hand, feeling frustrated in his heart, this time, unlucky, just a normal person with mental illness. If he's not a target, then I can only follow the normal procedure. Suddenly, Fan Xiao, sitting opposite him, said with a gloomy face, "Blood-deficient earring." A stream of fiery red energy appeared, rushing forward. In an instant, this stream of energy flashed past his cheek, causing Qing Xiao to exclaim in horror, "What?" At this moment, a cut appeared on his cheek, and blood was slowly flowing from the cut. His mind was in turmoil, and Qing Xiao's eyes suddenly seemed to realize something. Calling out in panic, "What?" Fan Xiao, the one who had just attacked, winked at him mischievously. Qing Xiao stood up, but his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice also became frightened. "Game prop? You are a player?" His body began to stand unsteadily. He clutched his head, both terrified and trying to reassure himself, "Just a prop, I also." Before the meaning could be spoken, Qing Xiao slumped to the floor, his mind in chaos, his body, head heavy, feet light, too dizzy. This is his prop effect? How? Fan Zhao's hand grabbed his collar and said, "Dr. Qing, you are also a player, right?" His other hand slammed the cup of tea with the truth serum into his throat, causing Qing Xiao to cry out in panic, "Ouch!" He trembled and stammered, "Oh, no, I don't know." Fan Xiao looked at the person in front of him and smiled coldly, silently assessing, "Not bad mental strength. It seems I have to increase the intensity." In his hand, a solution appeared. The system sent information, Grade E Truth Serum. In an instant, Qing Zhao's whole body became docile and no longer resisted. Fan Xiao looked at his dark, listless eyes, secretly planning, it seems that the Truth Serum has taken effect. I can loosen the control of his blood to let him speak. He coldly asked, "You are a player, right? What is your player level?" Qing Xiao replied, "Yes, I am a Grade E player." Fan Xiao asked, "You are looking for players?" He replied slowly, "Yes, I am looking for players. The evolved are our targets." Hearing this, Fan Zhao's mind suddenly panicked. We? Could there be an organization behind him? Qing Xiao continued to confess, "Many evolved people have problems because of their own mutations, and when the hospital can't find the reason, they will seek the help of psychological experts. Players are also likely to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder after returning from the instance, and also need psychological treatment. Using my current identity, I have successfully found 3 evolved and 1 player." Fan Xiao felt very surprised, and his expression gradually became serious, considering in his heart, "Fishing? If it's the Special Affairs Bureau, they would know me. So this organization may be built by the players themselves. A wild player organization is fishing for other players." As he took out his phone, he thought, it's best that the Special Affairs Bureau should know about the following interrogation. Fan Xiao turned on the video recording mode and continued to question, "What is your purpose?" Qing Xiao replied, "To raise them like livestock." In the video, his eyes carried viciousness. "We can use special props to control their families, use this to threaten them, force them to continuously enter the instance, and submit all the instance. Rewards." Fan Zhao's eyes flickered, asking, "Special props? What props?" Qing Xiao was very honest. Due to the effect of the drug, this is a Grade D item owned by the boss. It can remotely control others through a certain disease by leaving a mark when touching them. However, it is only useful for ordinary people and evolved people with low evolution rates and is ineffective for evolved people with evolution rates exceeding 7%. In the psychological treatment clinic, Fan Zhao's voice rang out, "Your boss has a Grade D item. Is he a Grade D player?" Cheng Zhao's voice replied, "Yes, the boss participated in the evolution game. From the beginning, and a month after the game appeared, he became a Grade D player." Looking at the other person's dazed appearance due to the Truth Serum, Fan Xiao continued to ask, "What is the current situation of the 3 evolved and 1 player you found?" He said 2 of the 4 refused to obey orders, so the boss killed them and their families. The remaining 2 never returned after the previous entry into the instance. I guess they died in the instance. After extracting the information, he thought, no wonder this blood-sucking behavior is appearing everywhere. Fan Zhao's eyes coldly questioned, so, besides you, does your organization have any other way to find players? Qing Xiao immediately confessed, yes, in the Grady dungeon, you can often meet players from the same world. We will pretend to be good people and approach them to get their contact information. In fact, each member's search method is different, and the effect is very low. Mine is considered the most effective. He closed his eyes, frowned, and exhaled. In his heart, he lamented, I never thought that I would encounter such a thing just by going to see a psychologist. During the time I tried to accumulate luck, my level of bad luck is about to break a new record. Fan Zhao's voice rang out, how many people are in your organization? Qing Xiao replied, there are currently 6 official members and 12 evolved people and players we cultivate. He continued to question, tell me all the information you know about the members, including your information and your boss's information. After extracting all the information, Fan Xiao pressed the stop recording button. In his heart, he calculated, this is almost all the evidence if I need to submit it to the Special Affairs Bureau. Putting away his phone, he licked his lips slightly, his eyes a little mischievous. Next, it's time to solve my personal problems. Fan Xiao leaned closer and asked, what props do you have, and what are their effects? Qing Xiao, still under the influence of the truth serum, immediately said, I have 3 Grady props, namely. The system displayed his prop column. Extreme electric therapy, stunned for 3 seconds, only effective for players with an evolution rate below 20%. Passionate bondage, automatically binds the enemy, 10 meters long. Sunny and rainy doll, predicts the weather situation for a week. Hearing this, he was very satisfied and praised, very good. Now take out the props and exchange them with me for free. Qing Xiao suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterward, Fan Xiao sensed danger approaching. At the same time, his voice rang out, passionate bondage. In an instant, the passionate bondage whip appeared in Qing Xiao's hand. Seeing this, he immediately jumped away as fast as lightning. Fan Xiao looked at him slowly standing up and smiled in his heart. The first reaction when regaining consciousness is probably to use the prop. Qing Xiao hated to grind his teeth, his eyes full of bloodshot, trembling and saying each word, you don't have a talent. You are a player eater, right? He didn't answer but snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, a powerful pressure came on him, causing him to drop the passionate bondage prop. Fan Xiao sat down, picked up the whip, and said, let me remind you. Now I just need to think about it, and I can make you, boom, explode. By that time, your blood will flow all over the ground. And your body will not be intact. Qing Xiao was pinned to the floor by an invisible force. He coldly warned, if you understand, don't play any tricks. Then, he snapped his fingers lightly, thinking, relax a little and let him move his upper body. Fan Xiao ordered. Now, take out the remaining 2 props and give up ownership of them. Qing Xiao shouted loudly, you have such powerful props. I accept dying in your hands, but it's impossible if you want me to hand over the props. Hearing this, Fan Xiao whistled, sighing, oh, there are people who are not afraid of death. A fiery red energy immediately appeared in his hand, causing him to be shocked and startled. Qing Xiao panicked and loudly justified, wait, I didn't mean that. As long as you can guarantee my life, I can give you all the props. Fan Zhao's face turned gloomy without saying a word. Seeing this, his voice became horrified, begging, wait, don't kill me. Qing Xiao trembled and cried out with all his strength, I have a win-win proposal, really. The red energy on his hand disappeared, and Fan Zhao's voice rang out, what are you worried about? I didn't say I would kill you. He calmly told Qing Xiao, in fact, I don't care much about your 3 props. If I want to, I can only sell them to the game system to exchange for some game coins. Which doesn't matter much. He worriedly asked, then what do you plan to do to me? Fan Zhao's voice rang out, carrying frankness, causing Qing Xiao to be shocked and horrified. For people like you, of course, I have to call the police to deal with you. He held out the video he had just recorded and said, the evidence and information I just recorded, everything. You confessed yourself. About you, I will contact the people of the Special Affairs Bureau to deal with it, so you don't have to worry about me killing you here. He angrily shouted, you. Fan Zhao's voice continued, of course, the condition is that you have to obediently hand over all the props. Otherwise I will kill you first and then report you. By that time, I will say you resisted fiercely, and I accidentally used too much force. Does that sound reasonable? Hearing this, Qing Xiao paused, trembling uncontrollably. He wondered, don't you like my props? Fan Xiao replied, better than nothing. He smiled happily and then said, I'll give you 10 seconds to think. 10, 9. Qing Xiao pleaded in a panic and tempted, wait, don't report to the bureau. I can introduce my boss to you. You are so strong, the boss will definitely agree to let you join our organization. By that time, we will enjoy countless props, evolution potions, and other resources together. Fan Xiao didn't answer but softly reminded, you have 6 seconds left. He shouted anxiously, are you not moved at all? Think about those capitalists. Think about how fast their assets are growing. It's so scary, isn't it? At this time, his voice rang out coldly, for seconds. Qing Zhao's pupils immediately contracted, and his eyes rolled back in horror. He lowered his head and trembled. I agree, give you all the props. Fan Xiao leaned closer, his sharp eyes looked directly at the other person, and his voice seemed to praise smart choice. Dying now or being executed later, the latter is definitely better. At least you can live a few more days. In front of Qinggao's psychology clinic, 2 black cars quickly parked. Hearing the movement, Fan Xiao realized in his heart, they're here. The people from the Special Affairs Bureau immediately entered the office. As soon as the person in charge came in, he asked, are you possessed by the god of bad luck? It turned out to be Du Yan. He waved to Fan Xiao and teased, it hasn't been long since the last time you were attacked by the evolution game. Why are you in trouble so quickly? You are really bad luck, considered a mobile comet. He looked at the other person and replied, everyone has unlucky moments. Even if it's a comet, it's still my comet fan. I didn't involve innocent people. And if I have to say, I've won the lottery 4 times. My luck is definitely better than yours. Du Yan smiled happily and then held out his hand, making a gesture, okay. He was a little worried and softly asked, oh, right, is your mental state okay? You came here probably to receive psychological treatment, right? Fan Xiao happily replied, there's a problem. Otherwise, why would I be like a criminal, thinking about fishing all day long? Seeing his attitude, Du Yan smiled. Thinking, it seems that nothing happened. He asked with some doubts, to be honest, I'm quite surprised that you took the initiative to find me. Why didn't you act on your own? Fan Xiao was not shy and honestly said, it's not very convenient lately. Moreover, didn't you want to see if the bureau that you always strongly promote is really amazing? There are not few people under your command. Right. During this time, it's not appropriate to cause more trouble. Du Yan awkwardly scratched his head and shared, just a team leader. There's also a section chief and a director above. But you gave me a good opportunity to achieve high performance. After I deal with this group of players, I will definitely be promoted 1 level. He said, promotion depends on performance. Fan Xiao saw through everything and asked, promotion is definitely not just based on performance, is it? Has your player level been raised? Hearing this, he had to sigh. It's really tiring to talk to smart people like you. You always have to be careful. Du Yan happily said, after the end of the hotel instance, I will become a grade D player. Fan Xiao asked with some surprise, grade D? After leveling up, what changes? He immediately replied, the biggest change is the scope of activities, or in other words, the player's map has expanded. Because the two were not on the same level, Du Yan explained in detail, grade D players can only operate at the station, on the train, and in the instance, but from grade D onward, the scope of activities will no longer be limited. For example, after completing the instance mission, players will not be forced to return to the station. Going or staying completely depends on one's own will. Fan Xiao exclaimed, oh, so what is outside the instance? Different world regions? He immediately said, that's right, the instance exists close to the world's districts. Of course, this is not absolute. The current rules are still unclear. Du Yan's voice rang out, the instance ends. After the instance space is no longer closed, players can leave the instance and return to the world area of the instance. Fan Xiao asked curiously, how is the instance located in the world? His mind thought of a paradise, a magical world. But the answer was far from it. He revealed, after becoming a grade D player, I only participated in 1 instance, and the world of that instance was not beautiful at all. Remembering that world, Du Yan recounted slowly, social order was broken, and the civilization that was not very good in the first place regressed. High-level players divided the land into kings, and ordinary people struggled to survive. However, according to the information I know, there are some world areas with completely different situations. The world area just mentioned vaguely appeared. He said, we have fully integrated into the 9th dimension, becoming a part of the evolution game, with perfect order. Players and ordinary people integrated together, and high civilization developed. Fan Xiao, after listening, said softly, if there really is that day, I hope we can be like that too. His voice rang out, oh, and to reach grade D, How many instances does a player need to complete? This depends on the instance evaluation. Dian thought carefully and then said, before becoming a grade D player, I completed 5 instances, but it may be because of 2A evaluations. After the end of the previous instance, I became a grade D player. According to our speculation, if you don't count the elective instances, if you can continuously receive an A evaluation in 3 instances to level up to grade D. A pair of slender women's legs stepped forward, accompanied by a gentle voice. Thank you for reporting. Yan Ke happily said, we have taken Dr. Ching away. The remaining members will continue to be monitored and arrested. Dian teased Fan Shao mischievously, my future will depend on your performance. Call me again next time. Seeing that he was still dawdling, Yan Ke immediately grabbed his collar, pulling him away and reminding, team leader, it's time to go. At this time, Fan Shao was left alone in the clinic. The system sent a notification. Rain-calling doll prop has been recovered. He looked at the props, extreme electric therapy, passionate bondage on the system. In his heart, he calculated, these 2 items are outside the scope of the system's regulations. Even if I hold them, I can't exert their effectiveness. Fan Shao pondered for a long time. Moreover, the items themselves are not very applicable, so I will just keep them in the reserve until there is a need. If there is an opportunity in the future, I can trade them to other players to expand relationships. Then, he decisively chose the store prop command on the system. Suddenly, the phone next to him vibrated slightly, attracting Fan Zhao's attention. It was a message from the discussion group. Xining said, my puppets are done. We can enter the instance now. You said you were not convenient before, so we will come to find you now. Baiji added, my sister has booked a plane ticket for 10 o'clock. We expect to arrive in Anqing around 12 o'clock. Brother Fan, where is your house? He happily wrote a message and sent it. I will drive to pick you up. Just in time, there is something I need your help with. The airport parking lot appeared in front of him. Today, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, the sun was golden, and the weather was very beautiful. Looking at the phone screen showing that it was 12 o'clock, Fan Shao secretly calculated, temporarily turn off the effect of luck, and let the luck return to a normal state. He leaned back against the car door, thinking, so the luck I have obtained, as long as I don't use it actively, it will exist, and I just need to continue to use it next time. They haven't arrived yet. I'll wait a bit. Suddenly, Fan Zhao's eyes noticed something. His sight collided with 2 pairs of legs coming, accompanied by a gentle voice calling, Fan Shao, over here. Xining happily waved to him, and Baiji greeted from behind, Brother Fan. Fan Shao saw the yellow rabbit on Baiji's chest and said in surprise, it's Rabbit Head. He said, it's been a long time. Fan Shao looked at the 2 sisters with concern. The road was hard. You must not have eaten, right? What do you want to eat? I'll treat. Baiji lowered her head slightly and replied, oh, Fan Shao, please introduce me. My sister and I are not very familiar with Jing'an City. He opened the car door, happily extending his hand and saying, I know a hot pot restaurant that is very delicious. Let me take you there. Get in the car first. Xining sat in the car. Fan Shao carefully observed her, wondering, why did Lu Xining choose such revealing clothes? She is so smart that she must know that there will be players in the instance who are easily attracted by appearance. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise, exclaiming, could it be? Fan Shao smiled wryly and said softly, don't tell me that all those over-the-knee socks and miniskirts are the items you received after choosing the instance in the game? Xining looked at him, frowning slightly, and then said calmly, unfortunately it's as you guessed. If I could, I wouldn't want to dress like this either. Looking at the puppet worn on her body, her voice rang out, but this clothing item is too convenient. Not only does it have a self-cleaning function, but it can also shrink my puppet into jewelry to carry around. Xining explained, initially, the total weight of the 3 custom puppets exceeded 250 kilograms, but after being shrunk, they have almost no weight. Fan Shao sighed after listening, the items in the game are really very strange and diverse. Then he drove out of the airport parking lot and said, okay, let me take you to eat first, and then we'll take a walk around Anqing. Xining asked in surprise. Take a walk around Anqing? Aren't we entering the instance today? Fan Shao smiled softly and replied, I need your help, or more precisely, I need Lu Baiji to help me. Baiji exclaimed softly, huh? The space of the hot pot restaurant that he had introduced before appeared in front of him. A surprised voice cried out, what? The food that was ordered had been fully brought to the table. The surprised voice continued to ring out, you mean, you have an item that can ward off bad luck and want to test whether Baiji's luck can resist the effect of that item? Xi Ning widened her eyes and said loudly, "You don't throw away an item like this, but you still keep it? What are you doing?" Fan Xiao picked up a piece of meat, intending to put it in his mouth, and stopped when he heard this, explaining, "Such an item that can affect causality is really rare. It's too wasteful to throw it away. Who knows, it may play a magical role when encountering special situations." Hearing his explanation, she had to support her forehead with one hand and then sighed, "You let an ordinary, unused item occupy a prop slot. That's nothing to do with me. Just ask Baiji about this." Baiji said a little embarrassedly, "Of course, so what do I need to do specifically?" Fan Xiao looked at her and said, "Just stick close to me recently and pray for me to have some luck in your heart. You don't need to do anything else." Baiji agreed happily, "No problem." In his heart, he thought, "Actually, from the time we had dinner just now, I have started to look for luck again, but I haven't encountered any bad luck so far." Baiji and Fan Zhao's heart was now very much like a little lucky star. Xi Ning suddenly wondered, "You just mentioned 2 items. What are they?" Fan Xiao immediately showed them the 2 items and introduced them: extreme electric therapy, passionate bondage. Hearing the names of the props, Xi Ning and Baiji were stunned and exchanged glances with each other. Seeing the expression of the 2 sisters, he hurriedly corrected, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not joking with you. Although the names are a bit indecent, their practicality is still pretty good. See for yourself." Xi Ning looked attentively at the system screen and replied softly, as if she understood. She thought for a moment and suggested, "Extreme electric therapy, give it to me. I can let the puppet hold it to participate in the battle." Fan Xiao agreed, "Okay. So what about the remaining item, passionate bondage?" Baiji said softly from the side, "Probably, it's quite suitable for me. I have an item that can make others poisoned, called Poisoning Master." She honestly added, "This item can randomly cause the target to be poisoned by one of the high-level poisons, which can be used 4 times a day. Some poisons need time to take effect. Poisoning Master, passionate bondage, if combined with the noble binding armor to bind the opponent, then I won't be afraid of them attacking me before the poison takes effect." After finishing, she cursed inwardly, "Noble binding armor? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Baiji." Xi Ning's face became darker as she listened. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Baiji!" Then she pinched her younger sister's cheek and angrily scolded, "Don't reveal information about the items to others again, except him." Baiji was pinched and said resentfully, "I still have some vigilance." Fan Xiao looked at the 2 and continued, "By the way, besides the item to ward off bad luck, I have another item that needs the help of Lu Baiji's abilities to experiment." Hearing the suggestion, she readily agreed, "Okay, what item is it?" Xi Ning asked curiously, "Is it also related to luck?" He frankly said, "It's an item that can control my own blood to fight. However, if I lose too much blood, it's easy to fall into a state of weakness, so I need to coordinate with your healing ability." Baiji smiled happily and replied, "Got it, no problem." Fan Xiao observed the person in front of him, pondering in his heart, "Since Lu Baiji arrived, I haven't encountered any natural disasters all the way here. If today can pass peacefully, it proves that luck and bad luck can, to some extent, automatically adjust and balance each other." He happily suggested, "Okay, you can keep the item. Before entering the instance, you can find an opportunity to familiarize yourself with it." Xi Ning and Baiji replied in unison, "Thank you, Fan Xiao, brother Fan." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling all 3. Xi Ning stood up suddenly, looking towards the source of the noise, anxiously asking loudly, "What sound was that? Could it be that your item to ward off bad luck has taken effect?" Fan Xiao stood up and said, "It's not clear yet." Not far behind their table, another loud noise rang out. It seemed something had broken. Fan Zhao's eyes widened with shock. His frightened voice rang out, "Wu Yanqing." He saw her lying on the ground, looking very painful. Fan Zhao's urgent voice rang out again, "Wu Yanqing." Xi Ning asked in surprise, "You know her?" He replied as he ran forward, "A person from the Special Affairs Bureau." Fan Xiao gently supported Yanqing's body. He frowned and asked worriedly, "What happened?" She replied, her voice still a little shaky, "It's someone from the cultivation organization. It's difficult to deal with." At this moment, a loud laugh rang out, carrying contempt. "The Special Affairs Bureau only has this much ability." Immediately afterward, a member of the cultivation organization rushed towards the 2 from outside, shouting, "Die for me." Fan Dao's eyes flashed, carrying killing intent. Quick as lightning, he moved to confront him directly, delivering a blow to the other person's stomach. The member of the cultivation organization widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, hurriedly used his hands to block the blow, and his body trembled slightly. He shouted loudly, and Fan Shao was immediately pushed back by an invisible force. This person clenched his fists, his eyes full of smugness, and warned, "I'll see who dares to block my path." "Is it you, you piece of trash?" The information about him was Cultivation Organization, X. Fan Shao was pushed back, hitting the wall behind him, causing it to crack. He carefully observed the opponent, silently assessing, "I have more evolution potions than the average player. But this person's strength is much greater than mine. Either he has a talent for strength, or he has an item that enhances strength. No matter which one." Baiji looked at him, worriedly exclaiming, "Brother Fan." She angrily summoned the prop, Passionate Bondage. Immediately afterward, Baiji launched it forward. The Passionate Bondage quickly bound X, and he struggled, saying, "There are still ambushes." X glared fiercely, and his blood vessels also undulated with his anger. X shouted madly, straining himself to break free from the bondage. Seeing the opponent's expression and that the Passionate Bondage prop on his body was gradually breaking, she exclaimed in shock, "Not good." Baiji hurriedly ordered, "Passionate Bondage, retrieve." Shi Ning quickly stood in front of her younger sister and ordered loudly, "Qi Zi, step back." "Let me do it!" Baiji called out loudly, "Sister." A puppet immediately appeared in Shi Ning's hand, and its energy spread around violently. She shouted, "Metal puppet!" and immediately controlled the metal puppet to attack. Seeing this, X thought, "What? A puppet?" Shi Ning's voice rang out, "Extreme electric therapy, equip." In an instant, a prop appeared on the metal puppet's hand. Quick as lightning, it used the extreme electric therapy prop to strike at X, who was no less quick and moved backward to avoid the blow. Before he could stabilize himself, the metal puppet and the prop in its hand appeared next to him like a lightning bolt, shocking him. Attacked like a storm by Shi Ning's metal puppet on various parts of his body, X cried out helplessly in pain. In pain, he was even more horrified to realize this is Cheng Zhao's prop. At this time, a dagger appeared in the metal puppet's hand. Shi Ning said fiercely, "Stab down." Immediately, it decisively and forcefully stabbed the dagger straight into X's throat. In the space, his screams rang out ghastly, mixed with the collision of metal and flesh. Then the space suddenly fell silent. In front of everyone, X was now motionless, lying in a pool of blood. Shi Ning said, "Prop, retrieve." The metal puppet immediately shrank, returning to her hand. Thinking that it had ended here, unexpectedly, a faint black energy quietly enveloped everyone. Fan Shao was startled and looked around warily. In an instant, Shi Ning's body was sucked into an invisible space. He panicked and chased after her, shouting, "This is not right. Get out of here first." But it was too late. Fan Zhao's footsteps had now become uncertain and suspended. The surrounding space was like liquefied without a fulcrum. All four people, including Yan Qing, Shi Ning, Baiji, and Fan Shao, were sucked into the invisible space, unable to resist. In the vast sea, an uninhabited island appeared. Baiji, Shi Ning, Fan Shao, and Yan Qing were simultaneously brought to the beach of the island by the invisible space. Fan Shao observed the surroundings and said, "The ground, the forest, the air, all have the smell of the sea, and the wind is also humid." Shi Ning asked in surprise, "Has our location changed?" "What's going on?" He said affirmatively, "This is not a normal illusion." Then, he secretly calculated, "It's better to inject the accumulated chi luck. The current situation is a little beyond my understanding." Suddenly, Fan Shao felt that the surrounding air was strange. Shi Ning and Baiji kept staring at his hand without speaking. Then he was shocked and embarrassed, letting go of their hands and explaining, "Sorry, emergency situation." Baiji smiled and replied, "It's okay." Fan Shao looked at Yan Qing and asked, "Was the thing that transmitted us here a prop from your Special Affairs Bureau or the Cultivation Organization?" She frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, "This will be explained later." Not far from them, two groups of people were confronting each other. One person among them said to the other group, "The important task now is to solve the common enemy." The person who had just spoken was a grade D player, Lu Xiong. The other person was none other than a grade D player, Dian. Recognizing his acquaintance, Fan Shao exclaimed in his heart, "Dian! He was also transmitted here? It seems that the leader is the boss that Dr. Qing mentioned." Looking at Lu Xiong's arrogant expression, with a cigarette between his lips, he silently assessed, he probably has a special defense prop and a long-range attack prop. And he is already a grade D player. At this time, Lu Xiong took a puff of cigarette and said, I didn't expect the government to build a player organization. This time, it seems we lost. Now we are all in a strange environment. Looking at your dazed appearance, with the current situation, it's probably not caused by your props, right? Fan Xiao frowned, full of doubts in his heart. Why is this unlucky name here? Du Yan heard the sarcasm in his words and shouted angrily. Lu Xiong still maintained an arrogant appearance. His voice carried an unfriendly attitude, suggesting, how about everyone stopping first? Du Yan was still calm, smiling and exhaling, thinking in his heart, forget it, with him here, our win rate is higher. Suddenly, Wu Tian took out a prop from behind. He shouted, take action, and rushed up. Wu Tian immediately rushed towards Lu Xiong's group. Lu Xiong was not a fool either. He quickly activated the defense prop. Wu Tian saw the prop losing its strength in his hand, grinding his teeth and cursing, damn it. Lu Xiong smirked, saying with some contempt, this means the negotiation failed. Du Yan rubbed his thumb against his index finger, and faint golden electric currents flickered. A bow and arrow quickly appeared in his hand. Du Yan drew the bow, his face cold. The arrow emitted a dazzling light, escaping from the string and rushing to Lu Xiong, like tearing the wind in the clear sky. He looked at the arrow aiming straight at him, breaking the protective shield prop, and widened his eyes in disbelief. But the arrow didn't hit Lu Xiong but shattered the prop, rushing towards the person behind him. The arrow turned into a hot flame, burning the subordinate standing behind Lu Xiong, causing the two subordinates to dodge in shock. The person who was hit screamed in pain. Rolling around to put out the fire, Lu Xiong summoned another prop. His hand touched the prop and felt hot, a red wooden rod, emitting heavy yin energy. Du Yan was shocked when he saw that prop, his face showing extreme horror. Lu Xiong was now crazy, his forehead veins bulging, and he growled, Crimson Staff. Seeing this, he was worried and turned to shout at the people standing behind him, get out of the way. They saw Du Yan's expression and were also worried and startled. But it was too late. The fiery red energy from the Crimson Staff rushed straight towards them, and a small explosion occurred, tossing the people standing there into the air. Thanks to his martial arts skills, Du Yan was able to jump up to avoid it. He landed wearily and heavily. Du Yan quickly regained his senses. He drew another attacking prop from the space, this time a sword black as ink, emitting an energy full of killing intent. Du Yan's face darkened. He jumped high, drawing the sword decisively. Lu Xiong frantically attacked, Crimson Staff, Poisonous Snake Flame. Seeing that Du Yan was still dodging, he was confused and quickly made a move. Crimson Staff, Hell Ball. He leaned over to avoid it, his face cold. Then he thrust the sword, slashing horizontally through Lu Xiong's shield. Du Yan's face still had no smug expression, the sharp sword slashing horizontally, carrying his fiery anger. Lu Xiong looked at Du Yan above his head, constantly dodging his attacks, and was worried in his heart, the opponent's speed is faster than mine, and his attack can penetrate my defense. Death is only a matter of time. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with anger. You forced me. Seeing Du Yan still rushing over at a horrific speed, Lu Xiong's men were startled. He ordered loudly to his subordinates, Zhu Jie, drag his feet. He replied, okay. Zhu Jie used a hand seal and said softly, look straight at me. The system displayed, activate talent, diplomatic master. A second later, his wide open eyes turned purple. Du Yan only managed to shout, what? He paused immediately, realizing in his mind, my body is not listening to me. Damn it. It's a control-type ability. Zhu Jie, seeing Du Yan gradually looking at him, was worried and exclaimed inwardly, he's looking over here. After observing for a while, Lu Xiong suddenly took a few steps back, becoming anxious in his heart, take advantage of him being controlled, and quickly think of a way. The leader of the Special Affairs Bureau must have a defense prop, otherwise he would not have been able to block the heat wave and flame. He glanced at Fan Zhao's group not far away, thinking, perhaps these people are ordinary people who were caught up in it. Lu Xiong's eyes became fierce, and a plan arose in his heart, kill a few people first, and keep a few as hostages. Someone's face appeared, and this person suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out to be Zhu Jie, who was hit by Du Yan's blow. He could only think, the speed is too fast. Damn it! I've been seriously injured. In the meantime, Lu Xiong and a subordinate quickly rushed towards Fan Zhao. Fan Zhao's eyes carried coldness, and the spiritual energy of the prop, blood-deficient earring, immediately appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a loud and extremely terrifying sound came from the nearby forest. In an instant, countless monsters on the island rushed out of the forest, roaring. Seeing this, Xining Baiji, and Fan Xiao were startled. Lu Xiong and his subordinate were no exception, their eyes filled with horror. Baiji shouted worriedly, "Sister, those are the monsters in the selection instance." Xining said calmly, "To be precise, they are failed evolved humans." Looking at the monsters rushing over fiercely, she immediately took out 3 puppets and did not forget to remind her younger sister, "Ji, stick close to me later." Xining released the first puppet manipulation technique. Dian loudly assigned tasks to his teammates in the Special Affairs Bureau, "Deal with the monsters first." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." In his heart, he secretly calculated, there are too many monsters. If we don't eliminate them early, we will be surrounded. The people of the cultivation organization can only rely on Fan Xiao. In the meantime, Fan Xiao had rushed in front of Lu Xiong and asked, "What are you two doing standing there?" His face became gloomy and cold as he stepped forward, silently considering, "Dr. Qing was reported by me. If I don't eradicate them here, it may threaten my family later." Fan Zhao's eyes were full of killing intent, his mind determined, "I must kill all of them here." Lu Xiong's subordinate's rabbit ear props suddenly reacted, recognizing the danger. At the same time, Fan Xiao had quickly approached Lu Xiong from behind. The subordinate's panicked voice warned, "Boss, be careful." Warned, he immediately turned back and used his prop to counterattack, not forgetting to mock, "I didn't expect it to be a player, but it looks like Grady." Fan Xiao was a little surprised and silently assessed, "The speed is too fast, but at this distance, I have the advantage." He replied calmly, "Really? So you are Grade D." The Death Angel Chi-Chi was suddenly summoned by Fan Xiao. As soon as she appeared, she said, "But you're dead." Her laughter rang out happily. In an instant, a faint shadow appeared behind Lu Xiong, and the subordinate was shocked to recognize the danger. What took a long time to say only took a second. Chi-Chi's long, sharp, blood-red nails quietly snaked around to embrace Lu Xiong's throat. The next second, his neck and the subordinate's neck were torn apart by her decisively and quickly. Fan Zhao's face was gloomy and said softly, "Boom." In an instant, the 2 bodies exploded, and 2 large fires broke out. He leisurely turned away. Baiji witnessed such a horrific event and widened her eyes in a daze. Xining sighed softly, "His hobbies are really, but the strength of his teammates is as strong as ever." The people of the Special Affairs Bureau were startled. One person exclaimed, "Explosion, it exploded!" Another person worried, "Who is this person?" Dian said loudly to reassure his teammates, "He is on our side, no need to worry. Eliminate the monsters first." Looking at the monsters rushing towards them, everyone replied in unison, "Understood." Then the props were launched one after another, Angry Toothpick, Lights Loss. Xining loudly used the prop, Extreme Electric Therapy. Baiji also enthusiastically combined, Passionate Bondage. The 2 monsters, being subdued by the 2, groaned in pain. Baiji's voice rang out, "Poisoning." Suddenly, Fan Zhao's reminder made her stop, "Leave the purge to me. Save your poison for now." Then he silently and quickly appeared among the monsters. The blood-deficient earring prop in Fan Zhao's hand exuded an extremely strong red energy. In an instant, the monsters were eliminated by him. They exploded without a trace. Fan Zhao's feet powerfully stepped over the corpses of the monsters. The surroundings at this time were truly ghastly, red blood and monster debris scattered everywhere on the ground. The atmosphere paused for a beat when Fan Xiao defeated all the monsters alone. Dian gaped, thinking in his heart, "Is this Fan Xiao really just a Grade E player?" Unexpectedly, a delicate hand lightly touched his shoulder. Smiling excitedly and teasing, "Spread out your hands and count. Wow, more than 10. Chi-Chi flirtatiously, mischievously, and humorously teased non-stop, "Fan Xiao, you treat me so well, I like you very much." She tilted her head slightly, her face full of regret, saying, "But I haven't had enough fun yet." After speaking, Chi-Chi pointed to Xining, who was comforting her sister at this time. "I also want to play with those 2 beautiful sisters." Seeing this, Fan Xiao folded his arms and refused without giving way. Her expression showed, "Huh?" Still, he ignored her and asked Chi-Chi to cooperate. "The maintenance time is still 30 seconds. Take me up high to scout the terrain." Making her sulk and pout, "Humph." From high above, overlooking the surroundings, Fan Xiao silently calculated, "There are so many buildings in the middle of the island and so much farmland. It turns out that quite a few people live there." As he examined, he said casually, "Go around the town." Chi-Chi reluctantly replied, "Oh." Suddenly, a hint of doubt appeared on Fan Zhao's face, and his heart stirred. There are monster auras almost everywhere on this island, but the human town can still exist. How strange. In his sight at this time, there were monsters openly moving on the ground. Fan Zhao's toes slowly touched the ground. Seeing him, Xi Ning ran over with concern and asked, "How is it? Is this an isolated island?" Fan Zhao said affirmatively, "Yes, the area of the island is not small. There is a town in the center. There may be people living there." His expression was serious, frowning slightly and questioning, but there is one strange point. Other than the town, other places are inhabited by monsters. Xi Ning's voice rang out in surprise. "There are monsters everywhere?" The next second, she rested her chin and analyzed. "There are monsters everywhere on the island, but there are humans living there. This is not normal." Xi Ning carefully considered inwardly. Fan Zhao's strength is very strong. Even monsters with huge bodies like water monsters can be instantly killed by him, but his ability also has limitations. If we encounter a large number of monsters, next, we will fall into a bitter battle. She anxiously suggested in a low voice, "Let's go to the human town. It must be safe there. Maybe they have a way to resist the monsters, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive." After hearing this, Fan Zhao replied, "This is also what I wanted to say." He glanced slightly behind him, carefully examining and continuing, "However, we must cooperate with the people of the Special Affairs Bureau. Maybe they know the current situation very well." "Bai Ji," Fan Zhao's voice rang out, startling her. His hand held her shoulders lightly, smiling steadily and comforting Bai Ji, "Don't be afraid. I flew into the sky to look just now. The monsters around here have been killed by me. As long as we don't make too much noise, the monsters in other areas won't come here. Don't worry." Hearing this, she was moved beyond words. "Thank you so much, Fan Zhao." Baiji tilted her head slightly and mentioned doubtfully, "Oh right, we haven't given you the money for the props before. How much are the 2 props that you gave us?" Fan Zhao smiled meaningfully and replied, "I don't need the money anymore, but for exchange, you have to stay by my side to help me with things for a long time." Baiji widened her eyes in surprise, asking, "Me? Am I really worth it?" Inside, Fan Zhao was silently considering. Whether being caught in the instance was caused by bad luck or not is still impossible to judge. Therefore, whether Lu Baiji's luck can offset my energy is still a mystery. On the contrary, he said confidently, "Of course, you should have more confidence in yourself. Moreover, in the instance, I need her healing ability to cooperate with the blood deficient earring to supplement the combat power during Fan Chi-Chi's CD." Xi Ning tilted her head slightly, gently asking, "Chi-Zi, what are your thoughts?" Baiji breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously agreed, "I have no problem." Hearing the words he wanted, Fan Zhao was satisfied and said while accessing the control panel, "Now that the cooperation has been discussed, let's divide the spoils now." The prop information panel appeared, Grade D prop, dust-free shield. Legend has it that a magician suffered from severe cleanliness, feeling uncomfortable every day without bathing 10 times, but this was too time-consuming. To save time doing more meaningful things, he developed a magic to prevent foreign objects from falling on him, attached the magic to a necklace, and carried it with him. Note 1. The necklace can create a rejection barrier outside the body. When dispersed and covering the entire body, it has the thrust to resist sniper bullets. When condensed into a shield, it can resist artillery shells. Note 2. You can freely decide what the dust-free art rejects from passing through. Looking at all the prop information, Xi Ning sighed unceasingly. This is a good defensive item. Fan Zhao, while looking at the system panel, continued to introduce, and this 100 changes magic clothes too. Grady prop, 100 changes magic clothes. I received a new item from a player herder, and this 100 changes magic clothes has been replaced. Baiji thought, regretting a little, "Sister, it seems that both you and I need this, right? And I don't have money to buy it." Grady prop, 100 changes magic clothes. Reference to the ability to change clothes of a magical girl, clothes made of special metal with powerful shape-shifting and color-matching functions. One set of clothes is equivalent to 100 sets of clothes, perfectly solving the needs of the poor. Note 1. This is an attacking and defensive item. When transformed into a weapon, it has the hardness of steel. When transformed into protective gear, it is like wrapping a person in a bulletproof vest. Note 2. The magic clothes has the characteristic of being liquid, and the separated parts can be put back together after being retrieved. Seeing this, Xi Ning strongly rejected her train of thought. "Silly, now you are a treasure in his eyes. You can get this prop by getting an advance on a salary." As she said, she pushed and urged Baiji, "Take it quickly." "Huh?" Xi Ning looked at the suddenly changing notification panel in surprise. "Congratulations to player Puppet for obtaining the Grade E item. 100 changes magic clothes. The 100 changes magic clothes and absolute domain are compatible with each other. You can use 3,000 game coins to merge the two items into one. Do you want to merge? Fan Xiao, observing from the side, excitedly thought, you can do this too? Compatible props can be integrated by using game coins. I finally found a way to use game coins besides shopping on the train. Do you want to merge? Confirm. Baiji next to her heard this and suggested enthusiastically, sister, since you happen to have an item with suitable characteristics, accept this 100 changes magic clothes. Xining was forced into a difficult situation, sighing inwardly, I don't have money either. She quickly proposed an idea, I will apply for an advance on my salary to pay in advance for you, and you can give it to me later. Moreover, I also want to know what the merging effect of the prop is. Xining understood her intentions and agreed with emotion, okay, I'll listen to you. Are you going to merge the 100 changes magic clothes and absolute domain? Her finger touched the control panel, confirm. Boom! Xining was incredibly surprised to see a dazzling light covering her entire body. In an instant, all the clothes on Xining changed completely. Seeing this, Baiji cheered, the fusion is complete. The prop also leveled up to grade D. The prop information panel appeared. The 100 changes magic clothes and absolute domain props have been successfully merged. The prop level is grade D. Fan Xiao asked, is there anything different? After a moment of feeling, Xining replied seriously, the fusion is based on my skirt. It increases the ability to change. There are two directions for development. One is that I can turn more toys into ornaments hanging on the skirt, and the second is that I can turn into. While speaking, she suddenly looked embarrassed and awkward. Hearing this, Baiji whispered, sister likes cute things. She not only puts cute clothes on cute puppets but also likes to wear them herself. Fan Xiao looked surprised and said, no wonder. Xining blushed shyly, pinching her cheek and warning Baiji, you said a little too much. Pinched in pain, Baiji whined coquettishly. Fan Xiao continued to inquire, besides increasing the transformation function, is there an increase in defensive ability? Hearing his question, Xining immediately turned around and seriously replied, this is not the case. It's only a little harder than ordinary clothes, but it can still be automatically restored after being torn. It can only be said that it is more convenient than two prop slots. Dian happily cut off the conversation from a distance, sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. The team member's Wu needs some time to check. He showed his work card and said with a smile, hello everyone, my name is Dian, a member of the Special Affairs Bureau. The Special Affairs Bureau is... Fan Zhao's voice rang out. Interrupting, they know. To avoid embarrassing Dian too much, he quickly introduced, Dian is my friend, he can be trusted. On the opposite side, the two girls introduced themselves in turn. Lu Xining, hello, my name is Lu Baiji. Just then, Baiji suddenly noticed something. She nimbly approached and began to heal, friendly asking, Sister Wu, are you injured? Yan Qing's unexpected voice rang out, yes, this is so comfortable. Baiji intimately explained, my talent is healing. Hearing this, the team members happily suggested, can Miss Lu heal me too? Me too? She nodded slowly and replied, yes, yes, one by one. Seeing this, Dian praised with a sigh, healing talent, that's rare. He folded his arms, saying meaningfully, you want to ask me something, right? His expression immediately became serious, that's right, what did you see when you flew into the sky just now? Fan Xiao opened his mouth to negotiate, I can tell you. But I need your intelligence in exchange. As if knowing what he wanted to ask, Dian continued calmly, you want to ask why we were transferred to this place, right? This is nothing that needs to be hidden. I will tell you everything I know. Exchanging intelligence is no problem. Fan Xiao carefully considered and offered an opinion, okay, but let's leave here first. This place is not safe, not a place to talk. His voice calmly mentioned, I scouted for about 10 seconds in the sky just now and have roughly planned a path with few monsters. Let's set off now. The situation on the island is roughly like this. Fan Xiao solemnly asked, you said this place is an instance. What's going on? Dian's face drooped slightly, and he opened his mouth with difficulty. This is considered a secret that has not been made public yet. A place suddenly had a space fold, pulling people around it in. It's roughly like this. It has happened 5 times in the country, of which only 2 times people successfully returned safely. We tentatively define this situation of an irregular, unplanned, suddenly pulling people into a different time and space as random instance. His words could not help but frighten everyone. Hearing this, Fan Xiao immediately turned his head to inquire, random instance? Then how do we get back? Dian immediately opened his mouth to answer his doubts. During the time the instance is open, time and space will close, but as long as you pass through the instance, the original time and space path that brought us in will open again. By that time, you can go back. Of course, if you happen to have a ticket for this instance, you can also pass through and then take the time-space station by ticket to return. Ticket. A series of images flashed through Fan Gao's mind. He directly dispelled Dian's wishful thinking. However, now there is not even an instance task, so how can we pass the level? He closed his eyes helplessly. We need to activate it actively. Dian continued to ponder and consider. Because we were randomly pulled in instead of using a ticket, our position in the instance is also random. Activating the instance task requires location conditions. Usually, it is in a fixed place in the instance. With the current situation, the task location is probably located in the center of the island, and in that human city. Xining asked anxiously, that is to say, we may encounter other players. A voice rang out, answering her. Dian's voice rang out, confirming, of course, if the instance does not limit the number of players participating. Glancing at Fan Xiao, who was focused on doing something, he asked with curiosity, what are you looking at? He explained uncertainly, a ticket, this is an island. And I happen to have a ticket for an island-type instance. I was thinking that maybe it's this place. Dian's voice suddenly became urgent, it can't be such a coincidence. Right. Which station is it? What instance? Fan Xiao casually put away the ticket, Hall of Stellar Passage, Island of Sacrifice, Grade E instance. Then his face quickly became panicked. Hall of Stellar Passage? I didn't expect it to be this place. Dian frowned, recalling, the Grade D instance I went to last time was also the Hall of Stellar Passage. After the instance ended, I went out to the world area to wander around. In short, it was very dilapidated. Hearing those words from Dian, he asked in doubt and confirmation, is it the one you told me about last time? The order was broken. Civilization was in decline, high-level players raised flags as kings, and the lives of ordinary people were very difficult. Dian was troubled because of this. That's right, Hayes, I hope the ticket can match this place. The difficulty of a Grade E instance is limited. We can definitely pass this instance by joining forces. Right. Fan Xiao outwardly replied calmly, hopefully. But in his heart, he was anxious and worried. The danger of a Grade E instance may not be Grade E. For example, in the selection instance that I went to with the two Lu sisters, the final boss octopus and mermaid combination could not be dealt with by the initial players. There may be high danger in the low-level instance, but the difficulty of the task is very low, no need to directly face the danger. After thinking it over, Fan Xiao immediately brought up the topic. To talk about, right, why did you go to arrest the player herder, and fight in the shopping mall in the middle of the day? Will that cause trouble? Dian thought of that, and sighed long and short. The action was secret, and there was no problem with the arrest plan. His mood inevitably drooped, but we underestimated the diversity of the game props. That guy seems to have a prop that can predict the danger in advance. Of course. This is my guess. It may also be able to show the number of players around. I thought who was blocking my path, it turned out to be this waste. In short, our secret arrest plan failed. The opponent discovered it in advance, and ran towards the shopping mall. To prevent them from running into the instance, we could only use the attack. After all, in the state of battle, they cannot use the ticket. Fan Xiao asked with concern, Baiji, how is your spiritual energy consumption when you used your healing talent just now? She carefully estimated before replying, it seems that about half of it has been used up. Hearing this, Fan Xiao carefully arranged, then don't use it next. Stay by my side. His concern emanated from him. Now you are an employee that I hired. You cannot use your talent to serve others. Serving me is the main thing. Hearing those words, Baiji replied shyly, yes, I know. Approximately 2 hours later, this is the outside of the city. In front of them was a towering ancient city gate. Silently looking at the scene, Fan Xiao couldn't help thinking, the city wall is very old, it has a history. It is fundamentally impossible to resist the attacks of monsters. But the surrounding area doesn't seem to have monsters living there. It's better to say that this place seems to have been peaceful for many years. Beep, suddenly a notification sound from the system rang out. The Sacrifice Island instance has been activated. A sudden stream of status popped out, making everyone panic. Xining and Baiji looked at the notification in panic. Yan Qing on this side also could not avoid being stunned, cold sweat pouring out. The peaceful scene of the isolated island was suddenly broken by the notification. The Sacrifice Island instance has been opened. Background introduction. Rocky Island is an island with a very high happiness index for its people. The climate here is excellent and suitable. It has the most delicious mushrooms recognized by the world. The islanders are warm and hospitable, and both the rich and the poor are treated well. It is an ideal place for immigration, but happiness often does not last forever. Monsters appeared on Rocky Island without warning, and the prosperous island became desolate overnight. The islanders fled in all directions. The islanders screamed in horror, fleeing in all directions as they were chased by monsters. At this time, the god of the island appeared. He accepted the sacrifices of the islanders, and drove the monsters out of the town, helping the town to be saved and order to be restored. Under the protection of the island god, Rocky Island has continued all previous sacrificial activities. The original name of the island has been forgotten by all the islanders, and it has become a sacrifice island. The group entered the city while continuing to review. Hints. 1. You must choose a place to stay before dark. 2. Each islander's house is only allowed to receive a maximum of 3 guests at home. 3. It is forbidden to attack the islanders. Violating the rules will be severely punished by the island god. Instance task. Complete one of the following. 1. Survive for 3 days. 2. Explore the whole truth of the Sacrifice Island. After reading all the information of the system, Dian glanced slightly back, saying meaningfully, "It's really the Sacrifice Island." Seeing this, Fan Xiao leaned away. "Don't look at me, it's just a coincidence." Unconcealed worry appeared on Xining's face. Unexpectedly, it's a survival instance. It's a bit troublesome. The level of danger will not be low. Standing next to her, Baiji asked anxiously, "Island god, is there a god in this world?" An uncertain answer was given by Xining. The possibility cannot be ruled out. Of course, it may be like the evil spirit in the instance that Fan Xiao experienced last time, just a replacement. Seeing this, Dian nudged his shoulder and teased with interest. The instant's intelligence can also be revealed. Your relationship is not shallow. I guess, girlfriend? Too helpless in the face of his curiosity, Fan Xiao immediately corrected, "You are too nosy. We are teammates, don't guess randomly." Dian pretended to understand and replied, I understand. Baiji on this side was nervous and uneasy. Our main danger seems to come from the island god. I don't know what the punishment of the god is. Xining's expression was calm and steady, slowly analyzing and reassuring her. Looking from the introduction of the game prompt, it is so, but as long as we don't violate the rules, the punishment of the island god has nothing to do with us. Finally, Xining said heavily, "So I guess the real danger we have to face comes from elsewhere." Dian also had the same thought as her. That's right, the island god can only be regarded as a potential enemy, or rather, the island god is not even considered an enemy of us, maybe even a friend. His face was serious, reminding everyone, in short, we must be vigilant and pay attention to any other dangers at all times. Fan Xiao said in a steady voice, "Now the sun has not yet set. We have plenty of time to find a local house to stay in. Let's split up." Dian quickly stepped forward, standing side by side with him. "I noticed that you really like to separate and act alone. Are you planning a new trap this time?" Fan Xiao waved his hand, cutting off his train of thought. "They are all acquaintances. Who can I deceive? Do you have a delusion of being persecuted? You need to be treated. The most effective way is for everyone to collect information separately." Dian observed the system interface, sighed, and then proposed an opinion. "Okay, it's now 1:30 in the afternoon. I measured the longitude and latitude of the island by traditional methods. According to the standards of the Earth, it is estimated that it will be dark at about 8 o'clock. Let's gather here at 6:30 to exchange information. Of course, this is not the Earth, so the conditions may be different. If it gets dark early, we can move the gathering time earlier." Feeling that there were no other problems, Fan Xiao said slowly, "I have no problem." Hearing this, he made a decisive decision. "Then everyone, let's set off." Baiji, standing on one side, seemed embarrassed at this time. "That, we 3 are together, right?" Xining carefully and meticulously replied, "Of course." The first 2 reminders clearly state that we are coercively separating the players participating in the instance. The danger may be at night, so we must be together, facing it together. Baiji heard this, stammering awkwardly, "Sister, I'm not asking about this." Her face was flushed, and she scratched her chin. shyly probing. I was thinking, who am I sleeping with at night? Because I'm hired, and Fan Xiao said I must always be by his side like a shadow, so, is it the same at night? Immediately made Fan Xiao jump. He panicked and hurriedly turned to explain, no, I'm not demanding to that extent, right? Now in the instance, what I need is your healing resources. The time you can use your talent is not infinite. So you don't need to be always by my side. Fan Xiao drew a conclusion from her physical condition and advised, it's just that this talent consumes mental energy, and you are likely to fall into a state of weakness. For safety reasons, it's best that you always stay by my side so that I can protect you. As for at night, let's not be too far apart. Xi Ning immediately sternly reprimanded her younger sister at this time. Did you hear that? I don't know if you are starting to fall in love or you are too honest. Bai Ji knew that she had misunderstood his intention, embarrassed and defended, what love? You are saying too much. Fan Xiao thoughtfully considered to prevent accidents. I will use blood to create some weapons, you use your talent to help me heal. Do it now. Bai Ji quickly agreed, okay. Blood deficient earring. After speaking, he used the immunity ability of the Master of Detoxification. A purple light flashed in Fan Dao's eyes. Start using the healing talent on me now. One hand of Fan Xiao was surrounded by blood energy, creating weapons, while the other hand received healing from Bai Ji. At the critical moment of forming the prop, his steady voice rang out, like that, do it again. After doing it many times, Bai Ji was exhausted, her knees buckled, gasping non-stop, I feel, my mental strength has reached its limit. Fan Xiao listened on one side and cared, that's enough, you've worked hard. Rest well tonight. You may recover your spirits tomorrow. The excitement he couldn't hide was written all over his face. Happily thinking the blood weapon formed by using the blood-deficient earring, the hardness has exceeded the limit of ordinary materials. Besides needing the initiator to stay awake. It can be said that there are no shortcomings, and 2 or 3 days without sleep, to my current evolution rate, is not a problem. It may even be a good thing. Chi-Zi, have you found a satisfactory place to stay? Bai Ji listened and used luck, considering and pointing to a house in front, it seems that is relatively suitable. He stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door, looking ahead intently, silently waiting. The door suddenly opened a crack, and Xiaoyi extended her small head to examine the sounds outside. For some reason, as soon as she saw Fan Zhao's group, the girl widened her eyes in horror. Xiaoyi tightly gripped the door, angrily shouting, our house does not welcome you. Go to another house. Xi Ning was worried about this reaction of the girl. Has my sister's luck run out? Normally, as long as it is her choice, she can definitely help them choose the most suitable place to stay. But the current situation. Along with a series of footsteps, a man's annoyed voice shouted loudly, you little rascal, what are you doing? Reaching the door, Wen Dong immediately turned to a smiling face, welcoming, so there are guests. Please come in, sorry. Everyone is a stranger, you must be tourists from outside, right? Recognizing the suspicious eyes of Fan Zhao's group, he hurriedly filled in for Xiaoyi's previous action. There used to be some outsiders here, but their attitude and behavior. So please don't mind my daughter's attitude. She only hates people from outside the island because of some past experiences. She is not specifically targeting you. After speaking, Wen Dong turned around, frowning and somberly teaching, enthusiastically welcomed the guests. This is the divine prophecy that the gods gave us. Xiaoyi, go back to your room and don't go out and cause trouble again. Warmly welcome guests. But as the divine will that the gods bestow on us, Xiaoyi, go to your bedroom, don't go out and cause trouble anymore. Xiaoyi heard this and trembled continuously for some reason, biting her teeth, on the verge of crying. Ignoring the wrong girl running away, Wen Dong still politely said, let everyone laugh. Fan Xiao, outwardly smiling, replied, it's okay, the character of outsiders is indeed uneven. It can be understood. Ignoring the judging gaze of Xi Ning and Bai Ji next to him, he said confidently, please rest assured, we are all good people, very easy to live with. But contrary to his appearance, Fan Xiao was stirring in his heart. Players who come to this instance are basically suspicious, and their purposes are not pure. It's not strange to do anything to complete the task. It's also very reasonable not to trust, including NPCs like him who are not trustworthy. Wen Dong asked as he led the way for everyone, you look very kind, coming here to stay? Fan Xiao politely continued, that's right, we need to stay here for 3 nights. We won't cause you any more trouble, right? Hearing this, he said, no, enthusiastically welcoming guests as the divine will bestowed by the gods, and is also considered a tradition on this island of ours. Fan Xiao was calm, holding a teacup and savoring the tea, finding the tea quite good. Seeing him so relaxed, Xining thought to herself with annoyance, he's got some nerve, drinking something of unknown origin as soon as he entered the room. At this time, Wendong confidently introduced, this tea can be considered a specialty of our island, praised by many visitors from outside. Fan Xiao raised his eyes, seemingly impressed and probing, oh, is it tea that you grow yourselves? There are so many monsters outside, where do you grow the tea? Wendong clasped his hands tightly and explained, to the north, there's a plain there. Besides growing tea, there are many other industrial crops. The people on our island all live off the land there. Remembering the scene around the city, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. There are too many monsters outside, we can't go out to sea to fish. Fortunately, the gods protect us, giving us a piece of land to grow some food. Across the table, Baiji rested her chin in her hand, thinking, so, there are so many monsters on the island, have you never thought about leaving this place? Wendong said confidently, with the gods here, we don't need to worry about any monsters. Besides, you might not know, the world outside the island is very chaotic. Who knows what the future holds if we leave? Looking at the three people across from him, he continued to express his feelings. We are already very satisfied to have such a peaceful place to live. No one wants to move out. Baiji's face was innocent as she asked, excuse me, are there really gods? Have you met them? Wendong's expression immediately darkened, his eyes filled with gloom. He lost control, suddenly standing up, slamming the table, and shouting in complaint, what are you asking? The divine spirit has always existed, always protecting us. Does it need a brat like you to doubt it? Fan Xiao stood up at this moment, speaking to ease the situation. Sorry. The little girl doesn't understand things, she's just asking out of curiosity. Don't mind her. Baiji remorsefully gripped the hem of her clothes, her head lowered. Although still angry, Wendong still spoke to let it go. Fine, but you must remember, on this island, you must respect the divine spirit. Those who don't respect the divine spirit will be punished by the divine spirit sooner or later. Seeing this, Fan Xiao smiled politely and said, yes, we'll definitely keep that in mind. Now that you've agreed to let us stay, and we don't know each other's names, it's hard to continue talking. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Fan Air. Baiji friendly chimed in, just call me GZ. Xining on the other side also spoke, puppet. He thought to himself, the names of these outsiders are all equally strange. Then he shook hands with Fan Xiao and introduced himself. My name is Li Wendong. After knowing each other's names, Fan Xiao continued to inquire, do you receive a lot of guests here? He calmly replied, yes, a group of guests comes every once in a while. Hearing this, he continued, are there many outsiders who have died on this island? Wendong's complexion immediately turned ashen, his tone gloomy and resentful as he said, they brought it upon themselves. If they followed the rules set by the divine spirit, nothing would have happened. But they did all sorts of things against the rules, and didn't respect the divine spirit. The three of you should pay close attention, don't violate the rules of the divine spirit, otherwise even I won't be able to save you. Fan Xiao appeared innocent as he probed, in that case, what rules has the divine spirit set? We only know that we have to find a place to stay. Wendong's face was helpless. You don't know the other rules? They're actually very simple. He continued with a serious expression. First, you must find a place to stay late at night. Second, each house can only accommodate a maximum of 3 guests. Third, you must not attack the people on the island. Fourth, at 10 o'clock in the evening, you must go to the shrine in the center of the island to greet the divine spirit and pray for a night of peace. As long as you follow these 4 rules, there won't be any problems. You must remember them. The three of Fan Xiao all had a serious expression at this moment, carefully listening to every word. Fan Xiao subtly glanced, signaling to carefully examine his words. 4 rules, 1 more rule than the game reminder, that is the rule of greeting and praying. Xining frowned beside him, the game reminder cannot be wrong. She considered and concluded, so, either Li Wendong is lying, or this rule was originally known through the mouths of the islanders, as a round of testing from the dungeon. Which is it? Fan Xiao asked uncertainly. Among the people who came from outside before, were there some who had special abilities? Hearing this, Wendong frowned and continued, are you implying players? Thinking of what had happened before, he said unhappily, indeed, there were some humans mixed in with the people who came from outside, treating our island as some kind of dungeon. Saying they wanted to come and visit, and even called the divine spirit the boss of some dungeon. Wendong sighed after finishing speaking, a bunch of lunatics. Suddenly his expression sank, his eyes sharply glaring forward. You wouldn't be those players, would you? The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. Fan Xiao pretended to cough, cutting through the silence. Of course not. His whole body trembled incessantly, his eyes tearful as he spoke to clear his name. We were suddenly transported to this place, and then we met a group of people with special abilities. They even threatened us, saying they wanted to take my 2 younger sisters to torture. Fortunately, someone came to help us out of this situation later. So those people with special abilities are players, huh? What a strange name. Xining and Baiji, feeling guilty at his two-faced acting, lowered their heads. Fan Xiao continued to change the subject. That's right, brotherly, are you a native here? Hearing this, he answered vigilantly. Why do you ask? His eyes filled with sadness and unavoidable anxiety. I was wondering if you're like us, suddenly transported to this place, and then couldn't go back, so you settled down here. Wendong's brow furrowed, his arms crossed as he suppressed his anger. Of course not, you're worrying too much. The divine spirit's thoughts are beyond the speculation of mortals like us. You don't need to think so much, just follow the rules here, and you can go back in 3 days. Fan Xiao carefully asked again, it's not that simple, is it? I heard others say that there are many. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting his words. What could there be? All of that is just rumors made up by some godless people. As long as you respect the gods, there won't be any danger. Wendong's voice was certain as he denied it. Fan Xiao secretly calculated carefully in his heart. This 2-story house is very large, the size of a villa. Not counting the living room, there are 4 rooms on the first floor alone. There must be even more rooms on the second floor. If there's only a father and daughter living here, there would be too many rooms, even if counting the 3 other guests staying overnight. But it seemed that Li Wendong didn't want to answer any more questions. He subtly glanced to signal Xining beside him. She was surprised, as if remembering something, and asked with interest, I heard that there are sacrificial activities on this island. I'm a little curious, can I participate? Wendong immediately became irritable and roared aggressively. What sacrificial activities? Who did you hear that from? Xining's face was innocent, people outside all say that. He shouted, interrupting her, nonsense. Wendong's expression was gloomy and resentful as he cried out, what sacrificial bullshit? The divine spirit helps us without asking for anything, how could there be any sacrifices? Xining calmly winked and subtly explained, I didn't say that offering sacrifices is a bad thing. Didn't you say that we need to participate in prayers every day? Why are you so anxious? You're admitting it without being asked? He was overly agitated, slamming the table as he warned, what the hell are you talking about? Are you deliberately insulting the gods? If you continue to be blasphemous, get out of here. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Fan Xiao hurried forward to dissuade him. Brotherly, don't get excited, don't get excited. My younger sister has problems with her ears and brain. She often says nonsensical things. Wendong ignored him, standing there and ordering them to leave. He lowered his voice and continued to explain, not to mention you. Even I, as her older brother, often get angered by her. Maybe she misheard. How could there be sacrificial activities? I've never heard of it. You're a generous person, just consider it her farting. Xining, having been sold out, could only grit her teeth and endure it. For the sake of intelligence, I'll bear it. At this time, his anger subsided and he said in a low voice, Humph, if her brain has problems, then you should keep her under control. On this island, if you slander the gods, you'll have to take responsibility for it. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for not reminding you. Fan Zhao's face flashed with a probing look as he smiled and said, Oh brotherly, do you have enough rooms in your house? As you can see, there are a lot of us. Wendong calmly guided. Only Xiao Yi and I live in this house. There are still many empty rooms. What are 3 people to you? Of course you can stay. Come with me. He introduced as he walked up the stairs. There are always 5 rooms on the second floor, reserved for guests staying overnight. Wendong gestured slightly to one side. For the next 3 days, everyone can stay here. Choose any room you like. His grateful voice rang out, Thank you, then we'll take the liberty of disturbing you. Then I'll choose the room near the stairs. Xining and Baiji replied at the same time, The 2 of us will stay in a room next to your room. After that, he whispered to discuss, Brotherly, you see, it's not dark yet. We want to go out for a walk and attend the prayer at the central shrine tonight. So we won't lose our way tonight and waste time. Could you trouble you to roughly point out the location? We can go on our own. Wendong, asked about his specialty, became confident. Okay, or let me take everyone there. You're unfamiliar and don't know the way. Moreover, you don't understand the rules on the road. And you're also leading someone with mental problems. I'll lead the way to ensure everyone's safety. An unconcealed look of hesitation appeared on his face. No need, we want to conveniently take a walk and greet the other residents. Thank you for your kindness, brotherly. Wendong's expression was gloomy as he silently watched the three people walk away. The evening glow gradually appeared, covering the entire house. Xining's doubtful voice rang out. I feel that this Li Wendong is a bit strange. Are we really going to stay in this house tonight? Fan Xiao considered and suggested. Maybe we can compare and see. Next, let's go greet a few houses and see. He seriously thought, but I guess that's it. In the end, we still have to come back. It depends on whether you believe in Jizi's luck. Li Wendong's house was chosen by her. Maybe it's more reliable than other houses. Bai Ji, being mentioned, was at a loss and didn't understand. Fan Xiao spoke to advise, it depends on whether you believe in Jizi's luck. Li Wendong's house was chosen by her. Maybe it's more reliable than other houses. Lu Baiji pointed forward, shouting, Jizi, have you found a place to stay that you like? Lu Xining followed and replied, it seems that place is relatively suitable. She asked Fan Xiao again, is this the basis for your judgment? He calmly replied, guessing based on intuition. Xining said wearily, okay, fine. She frowned, her voice scolding, you drank someone else's tea so casually earlier, aren't you afraid something will happen? Fan Xiao scratched his face and embarrassedly replied, there's nothing wrong with the tea, it's just ordinary tea. Xining moved closer to him, annoyedly probing, are you so sure? Could it be that you have a prop that can check for poison? Realizing something, she moved away, shyly turning her face away. Even if that's the case, it's still a bit rude. They continued walking. Xining worriedly said, E-level players can only get E-level antidotes. Even if your inspection prop can detoxify, the prop level is still there. The ability is definitely limited. You're being a bit risky doing that. Fan Xiao reassured, props are just one aspect. Suddenly being transferred to this place, ordinary people would become careful. Maybe the other side has thought of this point as well. As long as they're not stupid, they won't put poison in right when we first meet. He continued, moreover, with Jizi as a teammate, a little risky behavior is okay. Hearing this, Baiji chuckled, happily saying, don't worry, brother Fan Xiao. Just leave the detoxification and treatment to me. Fan Xiao happily replied, I believe in Jizi's luck. Let's confirm that we'll stay at Li Wendong's house. Xining spoke to remind, should we follow the fourth rule that Li Wendong said? Let's investigate thoroughly first, we can't blindly believe it. Suddenly she remembered something, and hurriedly asked, that's right, aren't you very good at reading other people's micro-expressions? Was Li Wendong lying? Fan Xiao calmly explained, micro-expressions aren't mind-reading, don't treat it like a god, or rather, don't think of me as a god. He frowned and continued, in short, as I see it, there is indeed a problem with Li Wendong, but at the same time, his acting skills may be extremely good, we must pay attention and be vigilant. Lu Baiji opened the system. She surprisingly announced, Sister, Fan Xiao, it's already 3 in the afternoon, there's only 3.5 hours left until the agreed meeting time. Fan Xiao stretched, his voice a little tired, it's not early anymore, we have to determine the route. He sternly reminded, with the remaining time, let's go greet the other residents on the island. The purpose is not to find a place to stay, but to collect more other intelligence. Xining excitedly supported, good idea, after greeting the other residents, let's go to the central shrine to scout carefully. The three decided to go to a small pavilion, and all three shouted, let's go. They waved to greet the people there, and the people also happily welcomed them. The three chose 6 other civilian houses to greet, and the situation encountered was not much different from in Li Dongjia's house. The residents on this island are extremely enthusiastic and hospitable. But one important thing to remember here, the premise is not to step on their minefield. Every time they talk about topics related to the island god, the residents become strict and sharp. And even get angry, becoming extremely aggressive. A person was hung on a large log, surrounded by large flames burning fiercely. In front of them was the ritual performer, and then the people participating, among them the topic that residents are most sensitive to is the topic related to sacrifice. Whenever it is mentioned, they will definitely be treated with rude language by the residents. They will deny the existence of sacrificial activities, declaring that the god is helping them for free. This topic is like a beast, making them scared like meeting a tiger. An excited man shouted loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? You are not welcome here. The sun was gradually setting behind the mountains, and the three were still immersed in the discussion. They must be hiding some things. Even if there are really no sacrificial activities on this island, normally speaking, People shouldn't react so strongly when talking about this matter, right? Now it's a bit like saying something that gives themselves away. Baiji hurriedly said, I feel that sacrificial activities may be directly related to the so-called truth, so the difficulty is very high. Xi Ning also agreed. Maybe so. With the current situation, it is almost impossible to find a breakthrough point on the islanders. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and continued, opening one eye to look around. It would be good if there were no rules against attacking the islanders. Baiji exclaimed in panic, what are you thinking? Xi Ning poked her cheek, loudly saying, just using some means to threaten them and ask about things. Don't think I'm too bad, I haven't reached the point of torturing and interrogating them yet. Now the islanders also know the rule that they can't be attacked. They're not afraid of anything. Maybe they won't be threatened by us. If they don't agree to talk themselves, then we can't do anything. At this moment, Fan Xiao spoke, no, it's not that we can't threaten them. Xi Ning turned around, her face smiling but her voice as cold as ice. Do you have a way? Fan Xiao smiled awkwardly. Why do I feel like you really like using threatening methods? He returned to a serious state. Actually, it's very simple. There is a premise that prevents us from attacking the islanders. That is when the dungeon is in progress. But the dungeon will end, and D-level players can decide their own direction after the dungeon ends, and will not be forcibly sent to the train station, understand? Xi Ning was as if just enlightened, understood, impersonating a D-level player, threatening and saying we're here to settle old scores. Fan Xiao replied, that's right. He continued, of course, if the islanders are not clear about the concept of players and games, then this trick may not work. We can only pray that someone has used it before. And we'll use this trick too. She raised her hand in determination. Xi Ning suggested, try it on Li Wendong tonight. If we try it during the day, it will easily cause trouble. Making many people angry is very troublesome. This matter, are we going too far like this? Baiji lowered her eyes, her voice sad. Li Wendong has provided us with a place to stay, and we're threatening him. Xi Ning stepped forward and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. At most we'll just threaten him with words. Don't forget we have a rule that we can't harm the islanders. If he's not afraid of this trick, then we can't do anything to him. Fan Xiao stood behind with a darkened face, reminding, don't be in a hurry to feel guilty. Maybe we're the righteous side. Who knows? Baiji asked in confusion, we're the righteous side, you mean, Li Wendong's agreement to let us stay at his house wasn't out of kindness? Fan Xiao said sternly, didn't the little girl open the door for us? Baiji replied, it was Li Wendong's daughter, right? I remember her name was Xiaoyi. He continued. As soon as the little girl saw us coming, she showed extreme opposition, insisting on chasing us away. Images of the little girl getting angry at them appeared in their minds. Fan Xiao continued, then Li Wendong appeared and chased Xiaoyi away, explaining that it was because she had some previous grudges with outsiders, so Xiaoyi hated outsiders like us. Xi Ning replied in surprise, this explanation is very reasonable. What kind of people players are, we all know very well. Xi Ning suddenly paused. She thought to herself, wait a minute. She spoke out what she was thinking. Xiaoyi didn't explain the reason from beginning to end. On the contrary, Li Wendong deliberately pushed her away. Fan Xiao hummed in agreement. That's right, as long as the little girl doesn't say it herself, there is still another possibility. He frowned, panicking. The little girl wasn't chasing us away, but helping us. Fan Xiao slowly continued, perhaps, this is Baiji's luck. Hearing this, she blushed shyly and lowered her head. Xi Ning turned half her body forward, her eyes firm. Regardless of whether Li Wendong has good intentions or not, we must try to threaten him tonight. Regardless of whether the reason is justifiable. Players are not moral saints, Fan Xiao announced. Next, let's go to the central shrine. They walked and discussed. In addition to Li Wendong, the other islanders also made it clear that there is also a fourth rule, the rule of participating in prayers. At least this is not something Li Wendong made up to deceive us. In any case, we must investigate clearly before dark. A large house was built in the middle of a large forest. The lights inside were already lit. This is the central shrine. Fan Xiao tried his best to push the large wooden door. The heavy door slowly opened. The three people standing on the threshold of the door looked so small. Fan Xiao widened his eyes in surprise. He thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this is the island god. Opposite the three people was a towering stone statue placed right in the center of the temple. Fan Xiao gently put his hand on the threshold under the large statue. While observing, he analyzed, looking at the state of this shrine, it has probably existed for more than 30 years. The island god has appeared for at least 30 years. Baiji looked around, her voice worried. 30 years, during this time the dungeon must have opened many times, right? Xi Ning also carefully observed the surroundings. It seems that there is nothing wrong here, just an ordinary shrine. She frowned, saying her speculation, perhaps we can't judge whether the fourth rule is true or false based on this shrine. Baiji was still a little dazed, so... Now we can only rely on speculation? Fan Xiao turned his head towards the two people, his voice serious. My conclusion is it's best not to go out at night. Xi Ning crossed her arms, agreeing and said I think so too. Baiji looked at the two people in fear. What are your judgments based on? Fan Xiao started to explain. First, the game reminder requires us to find a house to stay at before dark. The other two remained silent and listened. This is a disguised hint to us. It is very dangerous outside at night. Don't go out casually. Second, based on the situation we investigated, we have to go to the shrine to participate in prayers at 10 p.m. He continued. At the same time, thinking of Li Wendong's angry attitude, he said what he suspected. Only outsiders like us, and the locals don't have to follow this rule. Don't you think it's very strange? Fan Xiao made a conclusion. It's like the locals are tricking us outsiders into going out at night. Xi Ning rubbed her chin and thought, then continued. Li Wendong's daughter, Xiao Yi, tried to stop us from going to her house, which is completely different from her father's attitude. If we believe Xiao Yi, her attitude shows that it would be very dangerous if we went to her house and contacted her father. Where does the danger come from? I think lying is part of the problem. Baiji also spoke. She was still very worried. Well, it seems that all of this is just speculation, lacking supporting evidence. Fan Xiao interrupted. Even so, there is at least one thing that is certain. He decisively believed that the islanders can lie, but the game reminder can't. I think the authenticity of the rules not in the game prompt should be doubted, or even ignored. Xi Ning gave her opinion. There must be other dangers on this island besides the island god, otherwise it would not have been classified as a survival dungeon. But where is the danger? Apart from the monsters outside, I only see the islanders. Fan Xiao looked around and replied, don't talk about monsters, we can handle them. Here we can boldly assume that the islanders are the real danger, perhaps. He looked closely at the statue of the knight. The reason why they are very tight-lipped about the topic of sacrifice is because they know very well that Fan Xiao and Xi Ning were immersed in the discussion. We, the outsiders, are the sacrificial objects in the gods' sacrificing activities. The islanders want to sacrifice us to the gods. As for the means, it is not clear. In fact, this is the most likely thing to happen. At present, our negative speculations about the islanders are more than the positive speculations. And to some extent, this has been concluded. In this case, ignore the fourth rule. Suddenly, Baiji softly spoke. Well, sister, brother Fan Xiao, I have a suggestion. She took out a silver coin, happily sharing. Heads, believe the islanders. Tails, ignore the rule. Then, Baiji tossed the coin high. The silver coin rested snugly in the palm of her hand. The answer was. She held up the coin, announcing, tails, we must ignore it. Xi Ning sighed, sullenly thinking, there's a feeling of wasted analysis. Outside the temple, it was getting dark. The three walked slowly on the small path, not forgetting to discuss. If you don't collect intelligence and analyze it, do you believe the result of tossing the coin? Well, it depends on who's tossing it. If it's Xi Zi, then I believe it. I'm not that accurate. Suddenly, Fan Xiao stopped abruptly, causing Baiji behind him to bump hard into his back. She exclaimed, ah! Fan Xiao remained careful. He reached out his hand to stand in front of the two. In front of them someone was walking towards them. In succession, 4 tall men in their middle ages hurried closer. Fan Xiao vigilantly observed the approaching group of people. Their clothes are not like the islanders, and also cannot see the astral characteristics. It is highly likely that they are human players. Or cannibalistic players. Xi Ning gritted her teeth and said, get out of the way. One of them smiled slyly. Don't be so quick-tempered, girl. Are you also players? Have you found anything strange in this temple? She coldly replied, so what if we found it? What does it have to do with you? He kept that smile, happily replying, of course it's related. We can exchange intelligence. Fighting through the dungeon alone is impossible. Fan Xiao spoke at this moment, his voice annoyed. Okay, you tell me your intelligence first, and I'll judge if it's worth trading. That person laughed loudly, sarcastically saying, haha, young man, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. One of the group angrily shouted, we are the ones who have the right to say these words, understand? Xi Ning, without showing any respect to them, coldly ordered, I'll say it again, get out of the way. She took out her doll, a blue-violet magic weapon radiating around it. Xi Ning threatened, if you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being impolite. She smugly thought to herself, there are hundreds of thousands of types of strange props, impossible to defend against. In order to avoid being overturned, The best way is to strike first. Another person in that group licked his lips, saying with interest, "Nice, I like it, give her to me later." The person next to him also excitedly exclaimed, "Haha. Really nice," a girl full of aggression. Shi Ning threw the doll into the air. The person was stunned. "Ha, doll." The small doll floating in the air made that person surprised. He froze, getting bigger. The doll was indeed getting bigger and bigger. This is a metal doll. It flew quickly towards that person. A blue-violet current of lightning also covered him. This is called a move, combined with extreme electrotherapy. That person was like being electrocuted, screaming miserably, "Ah!" He knelt down. His whole body was wrapped in small lightning bolts. Unable to bear it, he continued to scream in pain, "Ah!" His companions were stunned to see this. The bald man standing in the front shouted in horror. At the same time, a hazy black gas appeared from his hand. The limbs are in chaos. A rope appeared next to Baiji, making her unable to move. Shi Ning turned her head back, shouting in panic, "Zi." She was a little scared, thinking, it seems to be a kind of prop that makes people unable to hold anything in their hands. Suddenly the doll was gripped tightly by a hand unexpectedly. The person being controlled by the doll tried his best to hold its hand tightly. He marveled, this doll is too strong. He tried to hold it tightly, thinking, even stronger than a cannibalistic player like me, I must suppress it with all my strength. He turned his head towards his companions, shouting, "Let me hold this place, you go deal with the others." The group rushed up. The bald man shouted, "Take them as hostages." Even so, Fan Shao was still calm as usual. From his hand he released a series of intertwined red and black rays of light. It flew towards the person who was approaching. That person was defeated immediately. The person behind was also hit, and was immediately defeated. Fan Shao stood looking at the group of people lying on the ground. The hand using his magic was still smoking. He reminded himself, it's right to always maintain sobriety to control the blood, able to solve them before they call out the name of the prop. That person was still trying to hold the doll's hands tightly, not paying attention to everything happening around him. Realizing that the situation was now very critical, he released the doll, shouting, "You trash, sesame, close the door." But this dividing wall did not hold for long before it showed signs of cracking. He and the bald man shouted in panic, "It's over, we can't hold on anymore." The two told each other, "Run quickly." Shi Ning angrily snorted. She raised her two dolls, continuing to use magic called doll control technique. The two ran for their lives, so scared that they didn't turn their heads back. Suddenly, a large bear blocked in front of them. At the same time, the barbaric laughter of several dolls rang out, "KKKK." The two were enveloped in darkness, the cruel threat brought by the dolls. One person was defeated immediately, but the bald man still escaped. His face was covered in sweat. He luckily thought, "It's good that I ran fast." Suddenly he realized something was wrong. This is poison. Baiji held a staff. From it emitted deadly poisonous gas. This magic is called Poisoning Master. That person frantically searched the system. "Must hurry, take out the antidote." Baiji shouted, "Passionate binding." Immediately a wriggling blue light like a rope flew quickly over. That person shouted, "Ouch." He encouraged himself, "As long as I have the antidote." But unfortunately for him, before he could find the antidote, he was defeated immediately. The three of them stood looking at the ground full of corpses. The other two were also quickly defeated. Shi Ning exclaimed in surprise, "Their player codes have all appeared." Baiji looked around in horror. Shi Ning happily continued, "They are all cannibalistic players. As expected, they have no good intentions." Baiji worriedly said, "Fan Shao, do things like this happen very often?" He calmly replied, "Consider it that way. Players are always walking on the edge of life and death. Their psychology has a little crooked cruelty more or less. Things like killing and robbing props are extremely common, let alone they are cannibalistic players." Fan Shao slowly popularized knowledge. Cannibalistic player is a very fierce and cruel pronoun. Perhaps among them there are also kind people, initially because they couldn't resist the craving and from then on became cannibalistic players. He continued, his voice a little regretful, but again and again being tormented by the craving, again and again eating people to seek survival. Morality and conscience have probably been hollowed out long ago. They can do anything. Dealing with cannibalistic players is meeting one and killing one. Basically there is no possibility of righting wrong. Baiji was extremely scared after hearing this. Fan Shao collected his magic. He thought to himself, weapons condensed from blood. Even the door prop was almost chopped. Cutting through walls and chopping iron is even easier. After collecting all of them, he squeezed them hard. Fan Shao looked at his hand, smiling brightly. "And I prepared 30 of them, he." Shi Ning sullenly blamed, "It was hard to get a prop, but it was chopped up by you, so unlucky." The system announced, received sesame, close the door, Fan Xiao teased. Don't tell me you inherited that door prop. Baiji came closer, sister. I want to exchange props with you. I feel your prop is more suitable for me. Xining angrily did not bother to look at her. You don't need to worry about me. Obviously the prop you inherited is much better. Move, limbs and chaos, Xining introduced. It makes people unable to hold anything in their hands. It can cancel most of the enemy's attack methods. The effect of this prop is very strong. Baiji refused. No, I need a defensive prop more. She excitedly continued. Release poison on him first, then tie him up, then use the defensive prop to protect myself, to prevent the opponent from having long-range attack props. Baiji was immersed in sharing, not noticing Xining's dark face, disheartened and saying nothing, with such a combination, waiting for the poison to completely take effect. Perhaps the opponent will no longer have the ability to resist. Baiji continued, although limbs and chaos can also be considered a defensive prop, it is not as comprehensive as your door prop. It can only defend when the enemy is holding a prop in their hand. If it is the kind of control like Brother Fan Zhao's earrings, then it cannot be stopped. Fan Xiao became interested and turned his head to look. She turned into a playful kitten and happily coaxed Xining. Moreover, you are more suitable for my prop. Your dolls are melee type. Imagine for a moment, after your doll gets close to the enemy, you suddenly activate the prop, disarming the melee weapon that the opponent is holding in their hand ready to fight. The opponent will definitely be very miserable. Xining calmed down and replied, alright, this time consider it me taking advantage of you. Baiji asked in confusion, no way, moreover, why do we calculate so clearly? Immediately she realized something. She looked up towards Fan Xiao, worriedly thinking, Fan Xiao will not misunderstand me as a sinister and cunning person, right? Fan Xiao spoke, his tone relaxed, alright, if the spoils have been divided then go back to the East Gate first, gather with the team of the Special Incident Bureau. After speaking, he raised his hand, pressed a system notification. On the virtual screen appeared the words, successfully retrieved prop, received 20,000 game coins. In the forest, as the group was moving, Baiji suddenly spoke, unexpectedly, besides us, there are still other players on this island. He did not stop, explaining as he walked, it's normal for there to be other players. Besides the players who were caught up like us, there must also be other ordinary players who came in through train tickets. We have eliminated 4 people. Maybe they are all players who came with train tickets. This dungeon is very large. Perhaps the large doors on the other 4 directions of this town are all dungeon mission activation points, so there must be a lot of players who have entered here. We must be more vigilant. At East Town, the 3 of Xining, Baiji and Fan Xiao entered the area of the East Town gate at 6:20 in the evening. As soon as he arrived, Dian recognized the 3. He then spoke, encountered 2 cannibalistic players on the way. After discovering that we were not cannibalistic players, they played tricks. Fortunately their strength was not strong. Baiji heard this and worriedly asked, there are also cannibalistic players at the East Gate. Dian quickly replied, yes, did you also encounter them? She also replied, encountered 4 people but have eliminated them all. Fan Xiao walked closer to Dian, speaking directly, the number of players participating in this dungeon seems to be very large, including us encountered on the road. Plus the 2 on your side, there are already 11 people. If you add ourselves and those who have not yet shown up, then the number of players is very promising. He spoke refuting, the entire island is the dungeon range. This number of participants is also very normal. Dian's expression suddenly changed. He said in a serious tone, in addition to the 2 cannibalistic players at the East Gate, when we approached the North Gate, we also met 2 demi-human players. I exchanged a little with them, and received some interesting intelligence. Fan Xiao was as if used to it, speaking in a calm voice, again using money to pave the way. The Special Incident Bureau really has money. He waved his hand, gently laughing and replying, consider it that way, relying on the structure, abundant resources. Without wasting time, Dian quickly switched to the main topic, exchange intelligence. We don't have much time left. He replied immediately, I will say the conclusion first. The residents on this island are likely not to have good intentions towards us. Their enthusiastic appearance is probably all pretense. First, don't eat or drink anything that they give. Second, ignore the 4th rule, don't go out at night. If you go to sleep, you must still maintain high vigilance, to prevent accidents from happening. Dian frowned slightly, his expression becoming worried. You mean to say that the 4th rule of participating in prayer is fake? Fan Xiao explained, 8 or 9 out of 10. Although it's just speculation, but the probability of it being false is very high. He looked straight at Du Yan, continuing, moreover, I also noticed that many houses in the town are in an empty and uninhabited state, which is likely to be related to the migrants mentioned in the dungeon's background. Speaking to this point, Fan Xiao ended his part. I have said all the intelligence. Do you have any other intelligence? Dian gently waved his hand. Yes, but you have to judge the importance yourself. I have also said it just now. When we approached the north gate of the town, we met 2 demi-human players, and received interesting intelligence from them. First of all, their identities are very interesting. He began to present clearly. This sacrificial island dungeon belongs to the Star Corridor Station, and the Star Corridor Station belongs to the 8004 Edge World Division. The 2 demi-human players that we met came from this World Division, and can also be considered local players here. In addition to belonging to the World Division, those 2 demi-human players also talked about intelligence related to migrants. They came from 2 different regions of the 004 World Division. Dian said, his voice full of thought, but the similarity is, their places both have propaganda that the sacrificial island is a good place for immigrants. Moreover, these 2 regions both had a migration once 5 years ago and 3 years ago respectively. Each time there were about more than 200 people immigrating to the sacrificial island. If you use small to see big, I estimate that the area with immigration rumors is probably not just 2. He frowned, continuing to analyze. Perhaps besides this island, there are many areas, all propagating sacrificial island immigration, and at the same time, migrants are constantly coming to this island. Fan Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said in a deep voice, didn't you say before that the world in which this dungeon exists is very chaotic? Civilization has regressed. High-level players carve up the land as kings, forming a feudal society structure. Immigration usually exists reasonably in society. But in this feudal model society, ordinary people are slaves, the property of high-level players, without the high-level players leading the way and nodding in agreement. This kind of thing probably won't happen, right? Dian put his hand on his chin, and pondered this. I'm not clear about the specific details, but if the guess is true, those high-level players are not investigating, probably acknowledging this matter. Probably they have some close connection with the sacrificial island. In his heart, he secretly thought, close connection. In the introduction of the background, it was mentioned that the former name of the sacrificial island was Luoji Island. Luoji Island had a warm climate, extremely high happiness index of life, and was a very good place to immigrate. Fan Xiao also began to recall the peaceful image of Luoji Island. And then the monsters appeared, and everything was destroyed. Until the island god suddenly appeared, drove away the monsters, and everything returned to normal. Fan Xiao stared at Du Yan, thinking to himself, if it is said that everything, then the recovery of the immigration policy is naturally included. Li Wendong once said that the world outside the island is very chaotic, and the inside of the island is very safe. No island residents want to go out. This corresponds to Du Ra's way of saying it. He recalled what Wendong said. To the north, there is a prairie there. In addition to tea trees, there are also many agricultural products. But Li Wendong probably lied in a part of the truth. The inside of the island is actually not safe. The most direct proof is those vacant houses. Xi Ning spoke, her voice serious. Multiple immigrations. It shouldn't be. The number of people doesn't match. There are many empty houses in the town. The total number of residents is very small, which doesn't match the immigration story. In a small island it shouldn't be that there is a housing bubble, right? From behind, Baiji continued, could it be a mortality problem, such as an aging population or then moving away again? Dian adjusted his tie while denying, the possibility is not great. No matter what, there have been many immigrations. The number of residents on this island is probably not small. At least it's full of empty houses. I speculate that there is no problem. Xi Ning immediately retorted, it must be because of something. A lot of people have died, right? But earlier the monsters descended violently. This island must have also had a major event that we don't know about, causing a lot of people to die. Fan Xiao spoke at this time, interrupting the conversation between the two. Perhaps it wasn't a major event that caused it. Dian turned to look at him, asking, what did you think of? He closed his eyes, slowly saying, we can change our thinking, push the cause from the result. It wasn't a major event that caused a large number of island residents to die, resulting in a large number of empty houses. But people are constantly dying continuously, which requires immigration again and again, to fill the vacancies on the island. Baiji blankly asked, people are constantly dying, the island is still promoting immigration, isn't there a conspiracy behind this? Xi Ning nodded in agreement, it's very similar. Xi Ning's face suddenly became worried, saying, don't you think that the appearance of the monster and the island god connected together is a bit of a coincidence? From ancient times, raising a bandit to respect oneself is common. Perhaps the sacrificial island, from the beginning, was a conspiracy. No, it should be said. A trap. Fan Shao said again. Compared to a trap, I think this is more of a transaction. Dian secretly repeated transaction. Dian seemed to suddenly realize something, and said in a deep voice, it is indeed very likely to be a transaction. High-level players in the world outside the island carve up the land as kings. Don't talk about immigration, even propaganda must be through their permission. He speculated, those high-level players must have some kind of transaction with the island god. They constantly bring migrants to this island, and the island god satisfies some of their wishes. Hearing this, Baiji worriedly asked, is the island god so strong that even the wishes of high-level players can be satisfied? Dian shook his head, gently explaining. The strength of the island god is probably not that good. If he is very strong, there is no need to promote immigration. Needing people, he can go out and rob casually. Moreover, I think this dungeon even has the function of randomly rolling people from different time and space. There is also a limit to the number of times it can be used. Xining stood beside Bai Ji and also spoke, otherwise there is no need for immigration. Rolling a few times if we need people is enough, like naturally rolling us in. He expressed his agreement, that's right. I think this person rolling function not only has a limit on the number of times, even the function itself is not under the control of the island god. Who is rolled in is completely random, otherwise it wouldn't roll a D-level player like me into an E-level dungeon. Isn't this just giving away points? Fan Shao marveled, his voice a little sarcastic. You are really confident. Hearing this, he was a little startled. Then Du Yan's eyes drooped slightly, his expression a little sad, denying that, not confident. After becoming a D-level player, I am restricted from participating in E-level dungeons. The E-level dungeon tickets in my hand cannot be used. The tickets are ineffective. The game evolution probably won't make meaningless restrictions. What do you think the reason is? He said with a calm look. I'll say my conclusion first. Fan Shao began to analyze. High-level players outside the island wanting to obtain something can completely rely on the game evolution. It doesn't have to be asking the island god. So their transaction with the island god probably isn't for themselves, but... He paused for a moment, and then continued, for their descendants. Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised. Fan Shao added, for example, the descendants of high-level players also become players. Thinking about the safety of the beginner players, those high-level players trade with the island god boss of the dungeon, sending their descendants in for the island god to take care of. So there is no danger in clearing the level. As a reward, they will use the method of immigration to bring the population that the island god needs in. Hearing this, Xining raised her hand to cover her mouth, softly exclaiming in shock, descendants, very likely. She analyzed nervously, her eyes serious. The danger in the dungeon is the same for everyone, even the descendants of high-level players are no exception, bribing the dungeon boss. Indirectly creating a safe and controllable dungeon, this can not only give preferential treatment to the descendants, but can even make a deal. At this time, he added, I guess the island god himself also has the strength of a high-level player. Otherwise, high-level players can obtain this effect by threatening the island god, without using immigration as the price. Fan Shao laughed, glancing at Du Yan and saying, if it's already guessing, why don't we be a little bolder? The island god doesn't necessarily have the strength of a high-level player. But those who gradually go into the dungeon disappear. His eyes became sharp, his voice slowly sounding, I guess. The island god is a cannibalistic player. They were all eaten. The group was startled, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Fan Shao smiled softly, his eyes full of confidence saying, no one stipulates that players can't become dungeon bosses, right? Not only is the island god a cannibalistic player, the high-level players secretly trading with the island god are also all cannibalistic players. The descendants of cannibalistic players probably also become cannibalistic players. They constantly bring in immigrants, perhaps so that their descendants when crossing the dungeon, can also enjoy a cannibalistic feast. He frowned, his voice lowered, each word slowly sounding, sacrificial island. Perhaps it has become an entertainment venue for the rich second-generation cannibalistic players. Hearing this, Xining's expression darkened. Baiji standing beside her also lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Fan Shao looked at the two girls who were trembling, their eyes fixed on him. He frowned in confusion, raised his hand and scratched his head, then asked, why are you looking at me like that? Fan Zhao's expression was gloomy, obviously very dissatisfied. He gritted his teeth. Sacrificial island, perhaps it has become an entertainment venue for the rich second-generation cannibalistic players. The four stood frozen looking at each other, silently saying nothing. Dian saw such an atmosphere and scratched his cheek in embarrassment. You once said that your intuition has always been very accurate. I have never seen you guess wrong. Baiji's face was pale, biting her hand and saying, this is too cruel. Xining's face also clearly showed thought. She speculated, if your speculation is established, then in addition to the people on the island disappearing, perhaps people who do not follow the 3 rules will also be caught and eaten by the island god. This is probably the strict punishment. A notification sound rang out. Ding dong, incorrect answer. Dian wasn't too surprised to see this. I tried using your guess to submit the answer, but it didn't work. Fan Xiao was a little agitated instead, blaming, you're really quick with your moves. There are only 3 chances to submit answers, save them up and use them. He became silent again. Now the second generation players are hiding here. How will the sacrificial activities proceed? What other dangers are there on the island? We haven't clarified these things yet. Even if my guess is correct, the information is incomplete, so it doesn't count as the truth. How can it be directly passed? He just scratched his head and laughed foolishly, replying, I know, I was just trying, what if it works? Looking at the number of people in the group again, Dian confidently said, there are so many people on our side, each person takes out 2 chances to submit the answer. The number of chances to try wrong is very promising. Don't save when you shouldn't save. Fan Xiao was a little cold. He took out a few things from his storage bag, and said as he did, let's get through the first night first, and then talk. What Fan Xiao had in his hand was drinking water and dry food. He reminded, do you have any food with you? I suggest not eating anything that the island residents give. You have to pay special attention at night. Baiji took out a bottle of water from her bag, happily saying, I also have some. Xining also replied, I brought it. Dian held hot rice balls in his hand, giving some useful advice. After returning from here to the lodging, it will probably be getting dark soon. Let's separate here first. Fan Xiao said coldly, I hope everyone is still here tomorrow. He glanced at him sideways and said, stop setting flags. Their shadows stretched out between the dirt road and the forest at dusk. 20 hours, in the house of island resident Li Wendong. Li Wendong was still happily cooking in the kitchen, with a red fire and a pot of steaming food. Baiji sat at the dining table. She whispered, sister, brother Fan, do you think they'll take the opportunity to drug us? Fan Xiao held a teacup, and replied faintly, you can't rely on guessing for this kind of thing, don't eat it later. Suddenly, all 3 of them turned their heads in one direction. It was the direction Li Wendong was coming from. He was carrying a large earthen pot, happily smiling broadly. The yam soup is here. Putting the pot of soup on the table, Li Wendong said, there are other dishes, wait a bit, wait a bit. The 3 of them were still silent and didn't move their chopsticks. He hesitated slightly, you guys. Li Wendong anxiously wrung the towel in his hand, his face pale, his eyes hazy as he asked, why aren't you eating? Baiji looked at Xining, only to see her gently shake her head, her eyes hinting, regardless of whether he put medicine or not, don't eat, anyway, we have to threaten him today. So there's no need to give him this face. A spoon was brought over. Fan Xiao scooped a spoonful of soup, and said as he scooped, my younger sisters have been raised very well since they were young. They're used to eating delicacies from land. And see, they're not used to eating farm food. They brought their own food. Ignore them. Let's eat. He tilted his head back, drinking the bowl of soup he had just scooped in front of Li Wendong. His face was calm as if nothing had happened. He was angry, but still tried to restrain himself, sighing and saying, if you don't eat, then don't eat. I know that you outsiders are all suspicious. This isn't the first time. He ignored Li Wendong's uncomfortable expression, and naturally asked, isn't Xiaoyi coming down to eat? He pulled out a chair and sat down, replying, I've saved a portion for her. She doesn't like outsiders, she can eat it in her room later. Fan Xiao picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth, asking, can I go see her? Suddenly, Li Wendong's voice suddenly rose, startling him. No way. He said sternly, she doesn't like you. I'm afraid you'll scare her, she's very shy. The chopsticks were brought over again, picking up a piece of fresh broccoli. He chewed the food while thinking, the detoxification master didn't activate the effect, the food is all normal. 21:30. Li Wendong had just finished washing the dishes, and was wiping his hands when he was attracted by something. Turning around, he saw that Fan Zhao's group was still sitting quietly at the dining table. He asked curiously, aren't you going to the shrine to pray for blessings? It'll be too late soon. Hearing this, he hesitated, finding an excuse, I prayed in my heart already, so I'm not going there anymore. Xining put her hands together, looking sincere. Me too, the intention has arrived. I believe the gods care about sincerity, so the location is not important. Li Wendong became a little annoyed when he heard those lawless words. He scolded, "You guys, you're playing with your lives, not praying for blessings at night. Something will happen sooner or later." Fan Shao slammed the table and stood up, causing Li Wendong to freeze. He pointed to the door, suggesting, "Or we can go together. You need to pray for blessings too, right?" He loudly refused, his meaning very clear. "We are people who live on the island, originally under the protection of the gods, so we don't need to specially go to pray for blessings at night." He still insisted on inviting. "Praying for the gods doesn't hurt, it's just taking a few more steps. Let's go together, unless..." Fan Shao continued, "You don't dare to go." This sentence made the expression on Li Wendong's face stiffen. He gritted his teeth, probably very angry. "Talking nonsense, the ones who need to pray for blessings have always been outsiders like you. I have the good intention to remind you. But you don't accept it, in that case." Suddenly, Li Wendong rushed over, pushing him who was standing not far away, his face ferocious. "Get out of here. My house doesn't welcome you, get out of here." He cursed softly in his heart. "It's hurried, but I have an evolution rate of 27%. He can't push me even if he pushes." Fan Shao lowered his eyes, challenging, "You say this is your house, then it's your house. The land is common property. It belongs to everyone. I even say the air is mine. Why don't you pay me for breathing?" Li Wendong had probably never met anyone with such sharp and shameless words. His eyes were also covered with blood, angry to the extreme. He growled, "You shameless." Fan Shao grabbed Li Wendong's arm, glaring at him. "You're the one who's overbearing, not even letting people speak. You're also quite shameless. I guess it's very dangerous outside at night. You're eager to drive us away, because you want us to die." He was hit in the center of his heart by his words, startled, sweat flowing down, stammering to deny. "You, talking nonsense." Suddenly, Li Wendong seemed to realize something, then loudly scolded in front of the cold eyes of the three. He shouted, "The three of you are all players, right? Outsiders really can't be trusted, their mouths full of lies." Li Wendong turned his back and left, also snorting coldly, contemptuously, "If you want to stay, then stay. Anyway, being disrespectful to the gods, you will die sooner or later." Xi Ning suddenly stepped forward, the sound of her shoes hitting the wooden floor heard clanking. Seeing that he was being approached, he felt a chill down his spine, retreating as he asked, "Little girl, what do you mean?" She stopped, her eyes curious, wondering and asking, "I want to know your sacrificial activities, how they are conducted, and what the sacrificial objects are." Li Wendong heard about that sacrifice again, angry. "I once said there are no sacrificial activities. Anything about sacrifices are all rumors spread by you outsiders." Baiji stood surrounding the door, making a fierce expression, threatening, Today if you don't say it 123, don't even think about leaving safely." Li Wendong fell into a disadvantage, surrounded by the three with no way out. But he just laughed, his face distorted in an instant. "Haha, so, you still dare to kill me? Come here, if you have the ability, touch me and try, come here." Xi Ning smiled awkwardly, contemptuously, "We really don't dare to touch you now, but don't be too smug, I'll tell you, he is a D-level player." She pointed at Fan Shao standing beside her, confidently saying, "And he's a pervert with a human face and a beast's heart. He has a lot of methods to deal with bad people." He also revealed a dangerous expression when he heard this, and smiled a few times to show his power. Hee. Xi Ning curled her lips again. "Even if we can't do anything to you in the dungeon. But waiting until the dungeon ends," she threatened, "you also have your daughter, don't even think about living." That threat completely made Li Wendong feel like he had fallen into an ice pit. His whole body was cold and dazed. Xi Ning didn't care, continuing to say the most inhumane words possible. "You dare to offend us, he will torture your father and daughter to death sooner or later." A glimmer of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, saying each word gritting his teeth, "You three crazy people." Suddenly, Li Wendong rushed towards Xi Ning like he was crazy, while constantly muttering, "D-level player, dungeon, I don't know what you're talking about." She was startled by his appearance. Quickly dodging, Li Wendong still insisted on shouting, "Get out of my way." Throwing the door open, he turned his head to look at the people inside, scolding with a gloomy face, "You bastards who are disrespectful to the divine spirit. You will die sooner or later, you will die sooner or later." Li Wendong left, and the door was also slammed shut forcefully. The whole room was plunged into silence. Baiji was panicking, timidly asking, "He didn't fall for it, what should we do now?" Fan Shao was still calm, crossing his arms. "He's afraid of going out at night. At least our guess is correct. The fourth rule is really deceiving people. You can't go out at night." Xi Ning just remembered something at this time. She suggested, "Or, let's go ask Xiaoyi. He shook his head, sighing and recounting. Just now when he opened the door, I glanced at it. Xiaoyi was in his room. He's probably already prepared for us. The three of them fell into a dilemma again. Xining sighed in disappointment. We can't ask, and we can't go out. It seems that we won't get any effective clues tonight. Baiji asked a little tiredly. Then we'll go to the room on the second floor to sleep? Fan Xiao still shook his head and explained. The second floor was what they recommended to us. There might be a trap. It's best not to go. He frowned, rubbing his chin a little, then said, guessing this is meaningless. This dungeon obviously hasn't been opened just once. All the island residents want to play with the players. They must have researched all the bad tricks. Maybe there's a trap in the living room too. Fan Zhao's face instantly became extremely terrifying. He made a suggestion. Anyway, we've already turned against Li Wendong. Why not make it a bit more absolute? Directly break into his room, and be his night watchman. How about it? Xining quickly agreed. Good idea. While Baiji was still stunned, blinking her eyes, huh? Inside the room, Li Wendong was pressing his ear against the door. His furtive appearance was clearly visible. Suddenly the door shook once. His face froze, mixed with fear and anger. Suddenly, a punch pierced through the wooden door, forcefully punching a hole in the top, causing Li Wendong to step back a few steps. A chilling sound squeezed into the room. The outside was as dark as ink. He trembled. You? Those three people crawled in from the hole in the door, their faces like evil spirits coming to demand their lives, also barbarically revealing a smile. Fan Zhao's thin voice rang out. We've come to be the night watchman. The door was punched into pieces, pieces of wood scattered all over the carpet. Li Wendong's voice trembling, you bastards. He stood facing Fan Zhao's group, constantly waving his hand to chase people away. Get out of here quickly. He mimicked, is there a sound? I can't hear clearly. Baiji was also amused by his actions but still tried to hold back. Li Wendong grabbed the teacup beside him, angrily scolding, you bastards, do you need face? He threw the cup at the three people. Fan Xiao and Xining tilted their heads to dodge, causing it to hit the wall and shatter. Baiji blankly watched the direction of the shards. Li Wendong's voice was still irritable. Get out, get out. Xining thought she was scared, quickly used a prop to reassure. Zizi, don't be afraid. Sesame, open the door is a defensive prop and doesn't count as attacking the island residents. No matter how we attack, we can't touch it. A thin screen appeared, shielding all three. Baiji shyly, stammering said, no, that's not it. He's scolding kind of harsh. Suddenly, Li Wendong reached behind his back. That vicious expression made Fan Xiao startled. He said, you're forcing me? Li Wendong took out a stick of incense and a match, struck and lit it, then lit the incense stick in his hand. He panicked, secretly calling out that things weren't good. The detoxification master had taken effect. The incense was poisonous. He had to remind them. Suddenly, Xiaoyi ran out from somewhere, grabbed Li Wendong's arm and called out, Dad can't do this. The group called out, Xiaoyi. Li Wendong was like he had lost all reason, trying to wrest his hand away from his daughter's hand, regardless of the painful expression on the little girl's face. He angrily yelled, let go of me. You don't want to live. I still want to live. Fan Xiao reminded, take the prop back. Xining replied, okay. He thought, his face serious, must protect Xiaoyi, but snatching it may be counted as attacking. What to do? Fan Xiao beckoned, attracting Xiaoyi's attention. The little girl nodded when she saw this. Xiaoyi quickly grabbed the incense stick from her father's hand. Li Wendong stood motionless, his eyes wide with disbelief. The little girl threw the incense stick to Fan Xiao. He quickly grabbed it accurately. Li Wendong was angered to the extreme seeing that series of actions. Fan Xiao quickly put the item into the storage bag. The system sound rang out again. Has been put into the storage space. He rushed towards him, his face pale, yelling, give the incense back to me. Fan Xiao looked mocking. I don't have it, go find it. Li Wendong touched his bag. The bag was empty with nothing. He touched it again and again. Unbelievably, there's nothing here either. Why? Helplessness surged. Li Wendong stepped back a few steps, his whole body shaking. Why must you resist? Why do you have to resist? He gritted his teeth, his eyes like he wanted to devour everyone alive. Why don't you just obediently die? Why? Xiaoyi was scared to see her father like this. She hugged Li Wendong's arm, sobbing and calling, Dad. But he was now like a man, still shaking and saying, this foolish island god, and the divine spirit, do I need you? Facing Li Wendong's hollow eyes, Xiaoyi still pleaded softly, Dad, can't scold, can't. But that hand accidentally pushed the little girl hard. He shouted, get out of the way, you useless thing. Baiji was stunned, shocked and loudly said, what are you doing? She rushed over, hugging Xiaoyi tightly in her arms, her anger boundless. Li Wendong walked towards them, his face dark and no longer clear. his voice like a terrifying curse. You really care about this useless thing. Why didn't you obediently die just now? His eyes were covered with blood, challenging. Hypocrites. A bunch of false benevolence. What's the use of looking at me? If you have the ability, come hit me, come here. Xining said sternly. You don't need to lure us into making a move, Fan Xiao continued, looking mocking. We won't go against the rules. A sound of falling and breaking rang out, accompanied by a heavy scolding. Whether it's you outsiders or that stupid island god. Li Wendong went crazy, constantly smashing things, scolding people around him. Damn it, it's all shit. Fan Xiao mocked. You're scolding the divine spirit. Aren't you afraid something will happen? He tore the cotton pillow in his hand, his face distorted because of the madness at this time. What the hell, divine spirit? It's just a monster. If I didn't have no strength. I hate not being able to kill him now. Both he and Xining were stunned. Monster. Fan Xiao turned his face, instructing Bai Ji and Xining to take Xiaoyi out. You guys go out first, I'll find him to talk. Remember not to eavesdrop. All three left. In the room at this time only him and Li Wendong were left. He panted and cursed. Damn it. The words spoken were still very harsh. It's all shit. Fan Xiao smiled, actually. In front of his stunned face he said, you don't need to pretend to be so evil. Li Wendong sat slumped on the ground, vaguely asking, what do you mean? Fan Xiao frowned, his face full of compassion. It seems that I guessed right. Haze, pity for the hearts of parents in the world. He knew that he had seen through, and didn't pretend anymore, but awkwardly asked, how could you see through it? Fan Xiao knelt on one knee, level with Li Wendong, explaining in detail. Before, you were very respectful of the island's god, but you started to insult that god as soon as your plan failed. This is very unusual. I guess outsiders like us are the sacrificial objects. You plan to poison us with incense at night and sacrifice us to the island god. He continued in front of his surprise, if the sacrificial ritual fails, you and Xiaoyi will be attacked by the island god. One person must die. Fan Zhao's eyes became sharp. Therefore, after the plan failed, you immediately started to insult the island's god. He stood up, like a detective, making the final conclusion. You want to attract the attention of the island god in this way so that he will kill you and let your daughter go. Did I guess right? The cold and terrifying eyes from just now disappeared, replaced by a pair of eyes glistening with tears. Li Wendong helplessly admitted, you guessed right. If the sacrifice is not completed, Xiaoyi and I will die. Fan Xiao sat on the chair, looking down at Wendong, saying, you have scolded the island god and you're going to die anyway. Then why not tell me all the information you know and make a final contribution? His face darkened, his voice lowered. Just kidding, it's not time to despair yet. He raised his head and asked, what do you mean? Fan Xiao calmly explained, D-level players can decide whether to stay or leave after the dungeon ends. You should know this, right? Wendong seemed to suddenly understand something, quickly asking, you mean, you agreed to take me and Xiaoyi out? He smiled, his eyes flashing with cunning. I'm not a D-level player. But I have a friend who is a D-level player, and is also in this dungeon. If you cooperate with me, I can help you. After the dungeon ends, taking you out is just a matter of convenience. Of course, the premise is that the island god will not prevent the island residents from being taken away from the sacrificial island. If he prevents it, my friend may abandon you and run away alone. You must know this clearly. Hearing this, Wendong's expression suddenly darkened. He interrupted, enough. If I stay here, death is only a matter of time. If I die, that kid Xiaoyi, she won't be able to survive alone. Fan Xiao rested his chin and stared at him, softly saying, speaking of Xiaoyi, in his heart he secretly thought, if he really didn't love his daughter then he wouldn't sacrifice himself to protect her. But if he really loved his daughter, then his previous behavior was too fake. Suddenly, Fan Xiao spoke up straight, it seems that you're trying to make the little girl hate you, right? Wendong sighed heavily, his words full of bitterness. His face gradually became heavy, his eyes empty as if he was recalling painful memories. The people on this island have to constantly harm others, otherwise they will not be able to survive. He paused for a moment, then continued, we immigrated here 4 years ago. At that time, my parents, my wife, my younger brother, my sister-in-law and my younger sister were all still alive and everyone was looking forward to the peaceful life to come. But on the second day I was there, someone on the island, if they didn't fall for it, we would have to take advantage of them while they were sleeping, poison them with the incense given by the god, and then throw them out of the window. Wendong frowned, his eyes heavy, sighing. Then my younger sister disappeared, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. My family searched the whole town but couldn't find any trace of her. His eyes became panicked, saying, even if she was killed, there should be a body, right? But we couldn't even find a body. Wendong continued to recount, the pain clear in his words. Half a year later, outsiders came. We still decided not to do anything against morality, and directly refused to take in the players at home. The next day, my younger brother disappeared. Then my father, my mother, they all lost it. They all lost it. He hugged his head, his voice desperate. Only my wife, my sister-in-law and Xiaoyi survived. My sister-in-law was standing on the verge of mental collapse. She ran out of town like crazy, trying to escape from the island. As a result, she was dragged away by a monster in the forest, and torn into pieces. When Dong raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, trembling and shouting, "Those monsters are our prison." He looked at Fan Xiao sadly. "It's ridiculous that we didn't know about these things before we immigrated here, under the false propaganda. We even planned to treat them as special tourist spots." He stepped forward, gently putting his hand on Wendong's shoulder, as if to comfort him. Fan Xiao took out a can of orange juice, handing it to him to reassure him. "Take a sip and calm down." Wendong took the can and replied, "Thank you. It's been many years, I haven't tasted it again." He opened the can of juice, regained his composure, and continued to explain, "The last time outsiders came was 3 months ago. I knew it was our turn this time. But my wife couldn't bear Xiaoyi's inexplicable disappearance, so she used incense to harm people. Unexpectedly, one of the 3 players was still alive. He was a D-level player. To this day I still remember the look in his eyes looking at me with hatred. In order to compensate, he killed my wife. The other side clearly distinguished right from wrong. He spared me and Xiaoyi and left the island. At that time, Wendong only knew to hold Xiaoyi, who was trembling in his arms. Tightly, he looked at them and said, 'The child is innocent. I won't kill you.' Xiaoyi witnessed everything, and from then on remained silent. He widened his eyes, his voice full of regret, a cheerful, lively person, who was the joy of the family. But now the family members have disappeared mysteriously one after another. Until his mother was killed right in front of her eyes. She must be very remorseful." Hearing this, Fan Xiao pondered and then spoke. "So you don't want Xiaoyi to fall into a feeling of guilt again, and you constantly hint to her that you want to protect yourself and you want to hurt others for self-protection and not because of her," he thought to himself. Li Wendong wants to use his actions to strengthen his suggestion to Xiaoyi, blaming himself, thereby alleviating guilt for his daughter. Wendong admitted, "That's right, I'm making her hate me. Xiaoyi is still too young, she can't bear this a second time." The two sat next to each other on the edge of the bed. A heavy atmosphere shrouded the room. After a while, Fan Xiao softly asked, "Those who went to the shrine at night, and those who fainted from the incense, what happened to them in the end?" He nervously replied, "Disappeared. Just like when we didn't complete the sacrificial ritual, anyone who left the house at night disappeared." Hearing this, Fan Xiao frowned, his eyes sharp, asking again, "Besides the sacrifice, are there any other dangers?" Wendong didn't hesitate, replying immediately, "Yes." He explained, his words carrying an unconcealable fear. "At dawn the next day, the monsters outside the town will come to kill the outsiders. They will attack once in the morning, noon, and evening. This is the danger of the second day. On the third day some players will go out to kill people. They specifically target other players. These killers seem to appear out of thin air and have never appeared in the previous 2 days." Hearing this, Fan Xiao couldn't hide his panic, with only one thought echoing in his head, "Kill the players." But he quickly calmed down, looking at Wendong and saying decisively, "Your information is very useful. Our agreement is done. I can take you out of this island." Wendong stared at him in a daze, his eyes skeptical. Fan Xiao continued to ask, "If the island residents don't complete the sacrificial ritual, one person will randomly disappear from their home. Is there any specific pattern? For example, the time of disappearance and the way of disappearance?" He replied straightly, "There is no pattern in time and place, and we have never directly seen the scene of the disappearance." He became anxious, frowning and asking again, "In other words, it can disappear at any time?" Wendong guaranteed yes. He sat on the bed, his head lowered, his voice lowered. "As soon as the new day begins, it can happen at any time." Wendong's face was gloomy, slowly saying, "You and the 2 girls are all good people. You were pretending to be cruel when you threatened me earlier, right? After meeting many outsiders, I can really tell the difference. Don't worry, I just offended the god of the island. Even if I disappear at dawn tomorrow, I will be the one who disappears." Speaking to this point, he quickly changed his face, trying to put on a happy but awkward smile. "Fortunately, Xiaoyi is still alive. You only need to protect her and take her away. As for me, just listen to fate." Fan Xiao was surprised, his eyes widened. He spoke up and asked, "When will the monsters attack the town?" "At dawn," Wendong replied immediately, "That's right. Hearing this, Fan Shao suggested, "Can the island residents with you outsiders go to our world?" He refused, his voice heavy. "No, someone has tried it before and it doesn't work." He didn't give up, offering a plan. "Then we will go to the beach to try tomorrow morning after driving away all the monsters, to see if my friend can take you away. And then find a relatively safe place to settle down." Fan Zhao's face gradually became firm, slowly saying, as if reminding himself, "Just hold on through tonight." In his head he secretly calculated, the first day is the danger of sacrifice. The enemy is the island residents. The island residents are threatened by the island god and have no choice but to use deceitful means to sacrifice outsiders. The sacrificed people may become a feast for the island god and the second generation of cannibalistic players. The second day is the danger for monsters. They use monsters to weaken the strength of the players participating in the dungeon, making it easier for the second generation of players to hunt us on the third day. Of course, a monster attack on the city may also be a bloody entertainment event. The gods on the island and the second generation may be lurking in the dark watching our battle. If nothing unexpected happens on the third day, there is a risk of being hunted by other players. The second generation of cannibalistic players will appear in the town and hunt us, who are tired and injured. He paused, and then fell into contemplation again. The second generation of cannibalistic players is the name I gave to these anonymous players, a group of people who don't care about the lives of the island residents, and like to hide in the dark. Fan Shao clenched his hands until they trembled, his face darkened with anger, secretly thinking, as for the reason why the island god threatened the island residents and wanted to harm them. It may be because he was restricted by the rules of the E-level dungeon. There are many restrictions, so he can't act directly, and can only use this indirect method. In his eyes, the lives of these ordinary people in the world are as fragile as grass, as lowly as pigs and dogs. After dawn, I will tell the truth to Durua, but at that moment, his eyes suddenly froze when he saw something. The lines of thought continued, to see if he could take Li Wendong and his daughter away from the island and cross the Great King to the world outside the island. A line of notification appeared in front of him. You have achieved one of the conditions of the mission. You can choose whether to complete the mission immediately or not. Do you want to complete the mission? Fan Shao looked at the notification, pondering. I will wait a bit. If I pass this mission just by completing one of the conditions of the mission, I am sure that the evaluation of the dungeon will not be high. Fan Shao reached out and opened the door slightly. He put his eyes through the crack in the door. As soon as he left the room, Fan Shao, Xining, was walking with Bai Ji and Xiao Yi. Xining anxiously asked loudly, "How is it? Are there any clues?" He calmly replied, "Pass the mission." Xining and Bai Ji exclaimed, surprised, "Huh?" He came over, knelt down in front of Xiao Yi, gently stroking her cheek, gently saying, "Thank you so much just now, Xiao Yi." Xining looked at that scene, turned around and asked, "Have you solved the truth?" Fan Shao stood up, let Xiao Yi run away to play, his eyes still following the back of the little girl, replying lightly, "Yeah, solved it. Li Wendong provided some clues. The pieces are complete. Let everyone try it together." Bai Ji was still dazed, exclaiming, "Unexpectedly it really passed, so what do we do next?" Xining spoke to explain, "Stay here for 3 days. When one of the mission conditions is met, you can choose to pass the dungeon and leave at any time. This is a safety guarantee. Now that there is a way out, there is no harm in challenging a dungeon with a higher rating and achieving double the conditions. The rating will definitely be higher than a single condition and the rewards will also be more generous." Hearing this, Baiji softly muttered, "Seeking wealth in danger, huh?" But then her expression immediately became worried, asking again, "That's right, what about Xiao Yi and the others? If they don't complete the sacrifice, one person will die." Fan Shao put his hand lightly on Baiji's shoulder, reassuring, "I promise to take them out of this island. This is also a reward for the information that Li Wendong provided." He crossed his arms, his voice full of confidence. "Rely on Du Rua's D-level help and agree with him by using the truth. If he has found out the truth, then I owe him a favor. Now, just wait until the next morning." The sky in the east had begun to brighten. Fan Shao was lying prone on the roof, his hand holding the telescope tightly, his eyes not leaving the viewfinder. In the lens, the scene was quiet and dreamy. But suddenly a monster from somewhere fell into his viewfinder. Through the binoculars, Fan Shao saw countless monsters baring their teeth and glaring as they rushed over. However, he still calmly held the binoculars to carefully observe the monsters. A moment later, Fan Shao jumped to the ground, seriously announcing to Xining and Bai Ji, "Monsters are rushing from the north gate. Prepare to fight. Let's go to Du Rua's place together." The places where the players of the Special Warfare Bureau are temporarily staying are not far apart. They must be gathering at this time. The two of them quickly raised their hands to prepare. Xi Ning gently nodded in response. Okay. She and Bai Ji stood back to back. Purple flames appeared along with a sharp shout, already prepared. Fan Shao again turned his eyes to Wendong and Xiaoyi nearby, raising his eyebrows and ordering in a low voice, "You guys come over here too." He widened his eyes in confusion, wrinkling his face and casually refusing. "The people living on the island like us are not attacked by monsters. You don't need to protect us." He still frowned, seriously explaining, "After driving away all the monsters, we will immediately go to the edge of the island, to see if we can get out. Going together can save the effort of picking you up. We are fighting for every minute." Wendong also understood clearly, slowly picking up Xiaoyi and replying, "All right." So Fan Shao went ahead to lead the way. Xi Ning, Bai Ji and Wendong carried Xiaoyi and slowly followed behind. On the way, along the roof, there were monsters always eyeing them. A monster suddenly bared its sharp teeth, carefully staring at the group of people. Its eyes were strangely bright red, leaning up and gloomily looking at them. Bai Ji also shuddered as if she had realized something. She shockingly widened her eyes to look at the place where that monster was hiding. The next second, it suddenly flew straight at them. Bai Ji shouted in panic to remain careful. Fan Shao reacted quickly. The storage space appeared, squinting and gathering a strange red smoke. He used his strength to stretch his arm straight out. Those bloody red lights shot out and plunged into the monster. It still bared its teeth, squinting its eyes as it rushed straight forward. The monster didn't have time to dodge. Those strange red lights advanced straight and stabbed into it. Those lights pierced straight through the monster's large body, causing it to freeze. The next second, the crowd stood dumbfounded as they looked at the monster being defeated on the ground. It had its arms cut off and lay stiff on the ground, blood splattered all over the ground. Wendong witnessed the whole process unbelievably. His eyes widened and he stammered, killed in an instant. Xi Ning and Bai Ji were still silent. Especially Xi Ning was even less surprised by this scene. Fan Shao was still calm. His voice low and quietly said, "Continue to move forward, stay vigilant." At the same time, in another place, there was a strong foot stomping on the roof. It turned out that person was Du Yan. He stood on the roof solemnly pulling tight the arrow in his hand. The arrow was shot out, powerfully rushing and plunging straight into a monster below. Wu Tian was startled, then loudly thanked Du Yan. "Thank you, boss." He tightly grasped the confession in his hand, raising his eyebrows and solemnly ordering, "Continue to defend, don't be careless." Just as he finished speaking, Du Yan suddenly squinted his eyes and saw the figure of Fan Ao's group coming. He also saw him. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up and nodded to greet him. Du Yan also curled his lips to smile, quickly nodding in response. Fan Shao again quietly turned his head to look at the Xi Ning and Bai Ji sisters and ordered, "You guys help to solve the fish that slipped through the net, particularly Wendong and Xiaoyi." They quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay." After arranging everything, he also lightly bent his knees and flew up. Fan Shao landed next to Du Yan, saying in a low voice, waiting for a long time. He quickly went into battle mode again, raising his hand. Those strange red lights appeared again dimly. Fan Shao decisively launched those lights and rushed straight to attack those flying monsters. Boom! As fast as lightning, those monsters that were hit by the red light all exploded. Du Yan witnessed everything and slightly curled his lips, squinting his eyes and saying, "Yo, if I didn't know your origin." He looked at Fan Zhao's calm appearance. His eyebrows raised high and said with interest, "I would have thought you were a sea-level player." Below, the monsters were still crowded, madly rushing to attack the people of the Special Incident Bureau. Suddenly, a monster wrinkled its face, gnashing its teeth as if it had recognized something. Next, those monsters suddenly crept back without continuing to attack. Fan Shao observed everything and rubbed his chin thoughtfully analyzing. The monsters are retreating along the normal path, even without destroying the buildings. It feels very similar to the rule of monsters timing their actions and resting in the selection tomb dungeon. The island god may have used this kind of method. Du Yan listened to all these words, nodding his head and asking curiously, "It's been hard, you found the truth?" He also nodded, putting his hands in his pockets leisurely and replying, "Found it. I'll tell you the truth of the dungeon, you analyze it yourself." Fan Shao again cunningly curled his lips to smile, wittily putting forward a condition, "But, as an exchange, you must agree to help me with one thing." In his heart, Du Yan hesitated and asked himself, "This kid Fan Shao actually needs me to help. But he certainly won't deliberately play me, right?" So he burst out laughing, saying softly, "Speak, you probably won't give me too difficult a question." He also didn't linger for long. His eyebrows frowned and seriously stated the request. "When you get the answer to pass the dungeon, You must help me take this father and daughter away from this island. And help them find a safe place to stay in the 004 World Division. Dian heard this and exhaled, forcing a smile and replying, "Stay, this is a bit too much. Wanting to live in this world is not easy." He scratched his face again, squinting his eyes and recalling the past, and then recounted, "Fortunately, the last time I was in the 004 Division investigating intelligence, I learned about the existence of a relatively stable area. It is a safe area built and ruled by human players. If we go there, spend a little game currency to bribe them. Staying probably won't be a problem." Dian again put his hands in his pockets, solemnly glancing at Fan Xiao and kindly reminding, "But I must remind you, arbitrarily leading the island residents away may be strongly prevented by the island god." He nodded, still calmly replying, "I know, if the island god prevents it, I will block it." Fan Xiao again grinned, shrugging and adding, "But my method has not been verified, it stays in the speculation stage, it may not work, if it's useless, then you run away yourself." Dian also amusedly burst out laughing, candidly replying, "If that's the case, I have no problem." They also didn't discuss anything further, loudly shouting, "All members, gather." A moment later, Dian and two people from the Special Incident Bureau were stunned to receive confirmation. Correct answer, correct answer, correct answer. Yan Qing was also stunned with wide eyes, unable to imagine, exclaiming, "Success?" Dian was happy, grinning and ordering Wu Tian, you were injured a lot in the battle, choose to pass the dungeon first, go back to treat the injury and conveniently report the matter here to headquarters. He again squinted his eyes to look at Yan Qing and a serious black-haired man and arranged, "You guys follow me, try to find the hiding place of the island god and those second-generation players. And try to collect dungeon intelligence." At this time, from under the ground came a scream, "Fan Air, come down here." Dian wrinkled his face, his eyes judging and murmuring, "Can't give a normal name?" Fan Xiao quickly flew down, indifferently replying, "Never mind, personal preference." He hurriedly landed on the ground in confusion. "What's wrong?" Xi Ning anxiously and worriedly said, "Something happened." Her expression was panicked, her voice trembling and reporting, "Li Wendong's father and daughter have disappeared." Fan Xiao was shocked, squinting and asking again, "What, both of them disappeared?" Xi Ning nodded and recounted clearly, "That's right, earlier when the battle had just begun. They were behind me and GZ, waiting for us to focus our attention on the battle. After recovering, they had disappeared." He said with a stern face, taking a breath, quickly speculating the reason, "It must be the island god who made a move." Xi Ning was again surprised, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion and murmuring, "That's not right, without completing the sacrificial ritual, isn't it only one person who is caught? There's no reason for both of them to disappear." Fan Xiao gloomily lowered his face, his expression dark and his voice hoarse as he explained, "Only catching one person, this is just a rule that the island gods set for the island residents. Not a game rule of the dungeon, it doesn't have credibility, and doesn't have the power to restrict. In fact, insulting the island god isn't necessarily a rule condition." Speaking to this point, he suddenly went crazy and strongly punched the rock beside him. Fan Xiao wearily rubbed his forehead, the bottom of his eyes was cold, and tried to calm himself. The lives and deaths of the island residents completely depend on the island god's preference. Very likely just for the convenience of managing the island residents to fix the conditions for catching people. Calm down, must find out what happened before and after the disappearance." At this time, Dian also slowly spoke to stop him, "Don't rush." He raised his hand to calmly reassure, "They were just caught, nothing has probably happened yet. As long as we can find the hiding place, then we can rescue them back." Xi Ning heard this and bit her lips suspiciously. "Hiding place, where is it?" Dian again frowned, his voice serious as he questioned, "Earlier did Li Wendong and Xiao Yi enter the house?" She quickly shook her head and softly replied, "No, they were always following behind me and GZ. I was afraid that stray monsters in the house would target them. I specifically reminded them not to enter. Remember to follow us closely." Fan Xiao also gloomily rubbed his chin, the bottom of his eyes dark with thought. "Outside, earlier they said people leaving the room at night will disappear. The common place is outside, what is different from inside the house, that makes inside the house safer?" He remembered the houses along the way, his eyebrows furrowed as he asked himself, "Walls, ceilings." His mind turned, Fan Xiao again exhaled and thought to himself, "The floor." Finally, in the silent space, his heroic voice rang out, "The ground." Xi Ning also worriedly bit her lip, hesitating and asking again, "The ground, you mean the ground has a problem?" Fan Xiao gently shook his head, his hand gathering a red light and said, "Don't know, but we can bet." The bright red light gathered into a long object. He was still saying each word, gritting his teeth. They disappeared around here. If there really is a problem, it must be under our feet. The next second, Fan Shao decisively stretched out his hand and pointed straight down to the ground. A powerful force broke through the ground under his feet, accompanied by his fierce roar, Wu Qinji shield. The ground had just been stirred up. Fan Zhao's eyes immediately widened and muttered, "The bottom is in earth." He looked straight down at the circular hole that had just been punched out, saying each word, gritting his teeth, "It's a drum." Without thinking much, Fan Shao quickly launched his body and flew straight down that hole. He fell and fell, gradually seeing a glimmer of light under the black earth. Fan Shao quickly supported himself and landed safely on the ground. In the distance were two figures clinking glasses and laughing as they talked. He quietly watched those two figures. His eyes narrowed and he speculated gloomily, "Happy voices. Is the person talking happily the second-generation player?" Fan Shao again shifted his eyes and noticed a crowd of people lying on top of each other nearby, biting his lip and observing, and over there is. He saw Wendong's father and son in the pile of people with keen eyes, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Tuli Wendong's father and son must still be alive. Fan Shao was again startled to see a perverted son wearing a hat stroking the delicate hand of an unconscious girl. He instantly became furious, wrinkling his face and angrily thinking, "Just as I expected, the disappeared people are together with those second-generation players who only know how to enjoy themselves. The island god hasn't appeared yet." Fan Shao quietly moved his steps, but suddenly a can of water fell and made a sound. The two second-generation players drinking wine heard the sound and turned their heads to look at him suspiciously. In his heart, Fan Shao was startled, frowning and considering, "Not good. When the identity of the island god has not been determined, we can't startle the snake." The two second-generation players showed panic. The black-haired man flusteredly muttered, "So, it's broken in?" The blue-haired man next to him also dodged and asked, "You, how did you dare to come here?" Seeing this appearance of them, Fan Shao also calmed down and curled his lips to affirm, "The first reaction is panic and evasion. Those two people must not be the island god." At this time, the group of the Special Incident Bureau and the Xining and Baiji sisters also jumped down here. Dian looked around, his face bewildered, muttering, "What is this place?" Fan Shao quickly shouted loudly, "These people are all second-generation players. First take action to kill them." The blue-haired player screamed in panic, "Island god, come save us." The black-haired man also frantically yelled, "Hurry up, they are coming over." They immediately took off and ran. The blue-haired man was still loudly scolding, "You bastards, is no one coming over?" Fan Shao wouldn't let it go easily, quickly chasing after them. Xining and Baiji also followed closely behind. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light appeared in the empty space. Xining observed the strange creature that came out from the blue light, and asked herself suspiciously, "This is the island god." She frowned, bewildered and incredulous. "Why does the island god look like this?" Baiji also fearfully covered her mouth and asked, "Isn't it eating players?" Fan Shao nearby quickly turned his head and loudly explained, "Some cannibalistic players, if they can't restrain their craving, after choosing the next dungeons will absorb the genes of other creatures." The group from the Special Incident Bureau was also shocked, gaping as they listened to him analyze carefully. "Once it appears, it is not impossible to turn into a monster. As long as they can maintain a sober consciousness, then they will not completely become a monster without intellect, so they can also be considered players." Dian reacted quickly, immediately running to order, "The island god has been restricted in the dungeon. Don't pay attention to him, save the residents first." The group of the Special Incident Bureau also ran away hurriedly following behind. "Yes, boss." Xining squinted her eyes and thought, her heart also nodding in agreement, "That's right, if there were no restrictions, the island god could have used props just now. Perhaps he would have directly attacked us." The two second-generation players knelt down in front of the island god, panicking and kowtowing to beg, "Island god, please take action. Island god, what are you doing, island god?" Fan Shao quickly stepped behind them, raising his hand to gather a bright red ghostly sword. He tightly grasped that sword in his hand. His face darkened and he smiled coldly, "It's over." The bright red sword lights were swung out to slash the two second-generation players. The blue-haired man was still fearfully muttering, "Run quickly." But only a moment later both of them were lying on the ground, their bodies cut off, blood stained everywhere. On this side, Dian stepped to the pile of people, his hand gathering a gloomy purple light. A second-generation player with a hat leeringly licking the hand of a person was also startled to realize this. Dian quickly drew his bow. The purple light erupted violently, accompanied by his gritting teeth, dark bow. The arrows were shot out, but the hat-wearing man had quickly raised his hand to gather a yellow wall to block encirclement. Diane's powerful giant arrow stabbed into the city wall, stuck and unable to penetrate. Diane observed everything, grinding his teeth coldly thinking, my arrow has armor-piercing attributes but still can't penetrate the shield, proving that this equipment is at least D-level. An E-level player holding a D-level prop, as expected of a second-generation player. At this time, Fan Xiao also grasped the red sword and stepped forward, saying casually, D-level defensive prop. He again suddenly swung the sword and flew up to attack the group from above, so, what about above? But they still quickly created a blue barrier to block three-dimensional defense. However, Fan Zhao's red light was too powerful, forcefully piercing through that defensive layer. The hat-wearing player widened his eyes, panicking as he watched that light cut across the head of one of his companions. Fan Xiao looked at Xining and Bai Ji who were running over, loudly and firmly arranging, the second-generation players on this side are left to us, you guys go save people first. Xining hurriedly nodded in agreement, okay. In his heart, he secretly considered, although calling Fan Shishir is able to kill them, Shishir is my trump card. I can't use it casually. Xining and Bai Ji quickly ran forward to save people, but a dazzling blue light suddenly streaked across the two of them. With a bang, the island god immediately ran to block the path of the two girls. Fan Xiao widened his eyes, shockingly roaring and ordering, don't attack the island god. In front, the island god slowly leaned up from the brilliant blue light. Its red eyes stared at the Xining sisters. She also looked at it frowning and gloomily thought, the island god is limited by the dungeon, unable to directly attack. But it probably hasn't reached the point of not being able to counterattack even after being attacked. In the corner, Diane frowned tightly, agonizingly shouting, save people. Xining on this side tightly grasped a purple ghost figure, squinting her eyes and considering, it is very likely that after we attack the island god will be able to counterattack. It's too dangerous. A moment later, Yan Qing searched through the crowd and excitedly waved to report, Captain, Wang Bang is here. Dian was also happy, clenching his fists and excitedly loudly ordering, okay, Wu Yanqing, you take Wang Bang, and see if you can take him through the level together. Xining searched through the crowd and also suddenly seriously called Bai Ji, Ji. Bai Ji searched and nodded in response, I know. She quickly pulled away a pile of cloth and saw Wendong's father and son and reported, found them. Bai Ji raised her hand to gather a gentle blue light, her face worried and secretly calculating, first wake them up, to facilitate taking them away. At this time, Fan Xiao suddenly stepped forward and harshly criticized, you guys are too slow, get out of the way. He stretched out his hand, those ghostly red and black lights gushing out. In his heart Fan Xiao gloomily thought, blood-deficient earrings, can control the blood within a range of 50 meters at will. And the weight of blood that can be lifted is exactly the maximum lifting strength of himself. Right in front of Fan Xiao, every red light gathered together to form a giant, ghostly drop of blood. He gritted his teeth and endured, sweat pouring out as he told himself, although it's a bit difficult to get close to 1,000 pounds, this method is still feasible. Fan Xiao was still stretching out his hand to add strength to that giant drop of blood. At this time, the island god also paid attention to that thing. It again suddenly stretched out a tentacle to poke at the crowd inside that giant drop of blood. Fan Xiao saw this and was shocked, widening his eyes in bewilderment and disbelief. He hurriedly took a deep breath, loudly ordering Du Yan, try using arrows to attack the second-generation players to distract the island god's attention. He also nodded in agreement, okay, you are in charge of saving people, we will stall for time. After finishing speaking, Dian launched himself and gathered his bow to shoot at a second-generation player. 3 shimmering purple arrows flew straight at the 2 second-generation players. One screamed in fear, ah. But before the arrow could even stab them, the island god had rushed over to knock those arrows away. Dian supported himself and landed on the ground, curling his lips to smile in satisfaction thinking, finally attracted the attention. He again stomped his feet and flew away, his mind spinning carefully calculating, can't shoot the tentacles, otherwise it will be counted as attacking the island god. At this time, Xining also suddenly said with a grunt, GZ poison. Baiji also quickly transformed into the poisoning master, seriously and firmly saying, use all 4 times, poisoning master. The poisonous smoke that was released quickly flew to the 2 second-generation players who were protected by the island god. They huddled up under its protection, their faces panicking as they blankly watched the poisonous smoke fly in. The next second, when they inhaled the poisonous smoke, they had to roll their eyes back in panic and shout, "Aaaaaaaaa!" The hat-wearing man's face was dark, painfully clutching his neck and tilting his head back with his mouth wide open. The blond man saw this and trembled in fear, his voice frightened as he shouted, "Stop, hands ah. He frantically raised the gun and pointed it at Baiji, his hands shaking as he loudly said, hands, legs in chaos. Xining was stunned with wide eyes, gasping in shock and disbelief. That second-generation player had a ferocious face and wildly shouted, absolute angle injury. But still nothing happened. The gun in his hand also fell to the ground with a thud. That second-generation player blankly looked at his hand. His face darkened and asked himself, what? He again turned to look at the hat-wearing man clutching his chest and trembling next to him, anxiously comforting, hey, you endure a little. But the next second, he also collapsed to the ground, and the poisonous smoke was also completely dissipated. The remaining second-generation player tremblingly tried to hold the gun, murmuring to himself, hold it. But before he could do anything, an arrow had pierced straight through his chest. Du Yen grasped the bow and arrow and ran past. Looking at the figure of that player, he gritted his teeth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this time, he was also startled to notice a tentacle of the island god stretching to where the hat-wearing player was. Du Yen clenched the arrow in his hand, his eyes firm as he secretly calculated, still missing the last person. The hat-wearing player's face was green as he tightly hugged the island god's tentacle, crying without a voice, no, I don't want to die, don't want to die. As soon as these words were finished, Du Yen, Fan Xiao and the Xining and Baiji sisters all stood stunned in place looking at the blue light that erupted strongly. The island god completely stretched out from the blue light, opening its mouth wide and angrily roaring. It stretched out a huge tentacle to block right in front of Du Yen. He looked straight into the angry red eyes of the island god, his heart bitterly scolding, damn it, like this, it's completely impossible to attack anymore. At this time, Fan Xiao again suddenly shot out a red rope and tightly wrapped around Du Yan's waist. Not only that, he turned his back and left, also stretching out the rope to pull Xining and Baiji and Yanqing. Fan Xiao gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at them and ordered, withdraw first. Du Yan was still grasping the arrow, grinning and saying, you are a player, perhaps you can understand our words, blocking the entrance or protecting people. It seems that you only have enough strength to do one thing. The island god was still protecting the hat-wearing player, its red eyes narrowed dangerously. Du Yan again pulled tight the arrow in his hand, his eyes flashing with fire and coldly snorting, you sure want to drag it out endlessly? At this time, the island god again widened its eyes, somewhat surprised as if it had seen something. Fan Xiao turned back, his body flashing with those strange red lights and announcing, he's not wrong, you only have the strength to do one thing. He straightforwardly swung the red sword out, raising his eyebrows proudly analyzing, moreover, all of us already have the answer to the dungeon's truth, at most we can directly clear the dungeon. And leave, you can't keep us, why bother wasting effort? The island god dangerously narrowed its eyes thoughtfully contemplating without replying. It suddenly stopped, silently facing Fan Xiao who was full of red in front of it. At this time, he also slowly turned his head and instructed Du Yan's group, everyone go up first, I have a way to escape. He also didn't object but listened, okay. Fan Xiao again turned his head to face the island god in front of him. His body was still the ghostly red color. He grasped the red sword tightly in his hand, lowering his voice and calmly analyzing, if you had really gone crazy just now, doing your best to stop me, then even with my teammates messing things up, it probably wouldn't have been so easy for me to transfer those unconscious people. Fan Xiao curled his lips to smile, his eyes firmly affirming, you held back, right? The island god didn't say anything in response, only narrowing its eyes and quietly looking at him. Fan Xiao was still casually rubbing his chin, his eyes curved with interest as he continued to analyze, let me guess the reason, although I can take them out. As long as you are willing, you can swallow them into here again at any time, right? He again laughed, shrugging and casually dissecting in more detail, unfortunately, I am a person who likes cleanliness, I have already put them all inside the house. You can't swallow them even if you want to anymore. Of course, this only solves the situation at hand, the island residents can't stay holed up in the house forever without coming out. Fan Xiao slowly stroked his chin, glancing around with a long voice, but he recalled the scene when he first came to this place, biting his lip and smiling softly as he continued, from the moment I first stepped into here, I started to observe. Fan Zhao's memory turned, pursing his lips and remembering in a low voice, whether it was the crowd of people who were unconscious or the activity area of the second-generation players. Speaking to this point, he again pointed to the large pillar next to him, squinting his eyes and asserting heroically, all of them exist around this stone pillar. The island god heard all of this and gritted its teeth, its eyes deep and its face darkened. Fan Xiao was still that casual appearance, baring his teeth and loudly stating his speculation, if I guess correctly, you are grasping a prop with a very large range of influence that can swallow people on the land of Wuxia Town and bring them to this underground space. The red sword in his hand again flashed with a ghostly red light, accompanied by his gloomy voice. Is it that when I destroy this stone pillar? Fan Xiao quickly jumped up near the stone pillar, grasping the two red swords tightly and saying, wouldn't you not be able to swallow people down here anymore? But before he could do anything, the island god had quickly stretched out a tentacle to block between him and the stone pillar. The bottom of Fan Zhao's eyes flashed with surprise, gaping in shock. He stepped back, looking at the island god resolutely protecting that stone pillar. In his heart he secretly laughed and cheered, guessed right. Next, in Fan Zhao's hand a ghostly blue flame burned, glaring and saying to himself, it's now. Shir quickly appeared, the flame was still burning in his hand. He bared his teeth and hissed, take action. She immediately launched her body and flew up. The island god opposite her watched everything in surprise and bewilderment. The next second, Shir's skill was agile and strong, forcefully swinging a slash that splashed blood on the island god's body. She flew up to prepare the next attack, while it widened its eyes, passively in front of Shir's offensive. She again flew across its eyes, straightforwardly slashing at the corner of the island god's eye. Fresh blood spurted out. After slashing this attack, Shir also flew away, leaving the island god to tightly close its eyes. It painfully tilted its head back and roared strongly, Gao. At the same time, the island god's tentacles also swung back and attacked Fan Xiao. It forcefully used its tentacles to whip him, flying straight along a path to the wall. Fan Xiao was scratched all over his face and exhaled, gently smoothing his face and squinting his eyes. Is this the attack of a high-level player? Wu Qinji's shield can't defend completely. Shir behind supported his shoulder. Fan Xiao again sighed, disheveledly admitting, injured to the internal organs. If it weren't for Fan Shir flying over to support me, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the sea. On the other side, the island god was still opening its mouth wide and loudly roaring, Gao. Next, Fan Xiao suddenly widened his eyes, bewildered as if he had seen something. He looked at the island god's action, in his head shocked and muttering, it left the pillar. A moment later, Fan Xiao was again startled, panic as if something was about to happen. Behind him suddenly erupted a huge and powerful current of water. Under his feet a bright green color filled the floor. Fan Xiao fell with a plop into the surging water, closing his eyes tightly and painfully complaining, the water pressure is too strong. Fortunately Wu Qinji's shield can eliminate some of the pressure. He again widened his eyes to look at the island god curled up below, his eyebrows frowning as he gloomily realized, this is obviously unusual. Until Fan Xiao saw it recover, the wounds healed, then he surprisingly understood, it's the island god's high-level prop. His expression instantly darkened, his eyes widened as he analyzed everything. If it were a human player, being hit in the head like that would definitely die on the spot. Shir facing a giant monster, the compatibility is still too poor, perhaps affected by the attack distance, leading to not being able to open a hole in the brain at a position deep in the island. God's brain, unable to exert a fatal effect. At this time, Shir was still leisurely resting her chin and saying with interest, Fan Xiao, the big monster is so interesting, I want to slowly tear it apart little by little. Fan Xiao still didn't respond, only squinting his eyes and gloomily calculating, the opportunity to attack is only once, the island god has now realized the danger, and will definitely not let me get close again. So his hand quickly gathered a sharp red sword. The next second, Fan Xiao used his strength to forcefully throw that sword, stabbing straight down at the island god. It opened its eyes slightly, looking at the ghostly sharp red object rushing towards it at a dizzying speed. But the sword had just gotten close when the island god stretched out its tentacle and straightforwardly brushed it away. Fan Xiao pursed his lips and held his breath to follow, his heart cluttered with questions. Blood can't be integrated into the island god's blood vessels? It seems that a D-level prop can't hurt a high-level player. He again looked at Shir's figure in the distance, sighing secretly to himself, forget it, if it can't kill the island god then make it disgusted. Fan Xiao looked at her raising wrath in her hand. In his heart he also nodded in comfort. Fan Shir has the ability to attack concepts, destroying props in terms of concepts. Perhaps it can also succeed. Shir tightly grasped wrath in her hand, smiling with a crazy pleasure as she hacked the large pillar that the island god wanted to protect. A moment later, she happily laughed, excitedly cheering, ha ha, finally cracked it, next. The island god painfully closed its eyes tightly, trembling as it hissed. What are you doing? Stop it now. Shir tightly grasped wrath, happily observing the stone pillar that had been cracked. She again sighed and rubbed her forehead, her voice sadly complaining, ugh, it's too hard, It takes a long time to chop it up, not fun at all. At this time, Fan Shao also swam over here, gently waving his hand to remind, the summoning time is 20 seconds, it's almost time. And the island god lying in a corner also slowly recovered its vision, gloomily opening its eyes to look at them. Its red eyes widened angrily as it looked at Fan Shao and Sure swimming to the hole to escape from here. The island god angrily stretched out its tentacles and approached them. Sure saw this and hastily pushed Fan Shao away. The island god is angry, run quickly. The ground above trembled violently. Xi Ning worriedly wondered, what exactly did Fan Shao do to the island god, causing that monster to be so angry that the whole city is shaking? At this time, a stream of water from a distance shot Fan Shao and Sure up. Dian hurriedly announced, "It's Fan Shao, he finally came out." Fan Shao looked back at the hole below, pursing his lips and gloomily thinking, if the island god chases after me here, then clear the dungeon and leave first. If it doesn't chase, then I will continue to stay here, waiting until the end of the third day.